Colleagues, I'd like to call this meeting of Finance Committee to order. I would invite the lady member from West Bay West to open us in prayer.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for your blessings on each one of us, Lord. We thank you for another beautiful day. Thank you that we are in our right mind. We have so much to thank you for. Thank you for your protection and your guidance. Thank you for the leaders that we are. Thank you that we all have our islands, the best interests of our islands at hand, Lord. We pray for this finance committee today. We pray that you would just guide us and direct every thought, every motive. Father, you would help us to all work together in harmony and peace for the good of our islands and our people. Help us that every decision that we make, we would have on the forefront of our minds, how is this going to help our Caymanian people to be better? Father, we ask for guidance today for the chairman of the committee. We pray that you would just be with him and give him the wisdom that he not only needs, but must have. Bless each one that have a part today, and as they deliberate and give their contributions, Lord, that you would give them wisdom and guidance that they need. Father, we ask you, Lord, to just bless our Cayman Islands as we work to make it better. And Father, for all that you do, we'll give you the praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Colleagues, before we commence with the continuation of the detailed examination of the appropriations, I just would like to extend my warmest of birthday greetings to Miss Mary, the mother of Minister Kathy Wilkes, who is celebrating her 74th birthday today. And so we certainly wish her Godspeed and wish that she'll live to see many, many more happy birthdays and that she be surrounded by friends and loved ones today. But I have a sneaky suspicion she's going to be listening to these proceedings and enjoying herself. So happy birthday, Miss Mary. And so we commence the appropriations to the Office of the Commissioner of Police, for which the Premier has budgetary responsibility. So members, the appropriations to the Commissioner of Police are now open for examination, and I invite.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have an opening statement on behalf of the police.
And I invite the Premier
Mr. Chairman,
offer a short opening statement. Mr. Bryan.
In respect to the statement, is the statement going to be on the shared drive so we can go through it?
It should be.
A physical copy should have been distributed, and also a copy has been sent to one of the clerks.
Honorable Premier.
Just checking that our colleagues have at least a physical copy. Yeah, looks so. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I offer this opening statement in Finance Committee on behalf of the Commissioner of the Police. The Office of the Commissioner of Police is the central authority for law enforcement, national security, and public safety across all 3 Cayman Islands. Mr. Chair, the public may be aware that the Office of the Police Commissioner's responsibilities extend beyond traditional policing to include border protection, maritime security, emergency response coordination. But for clarity, the police commissioner, or I'll just say the police, provide strategic oversight for RCIPs, the Coast Guard, and the regiment. Through this integrated leadership of the Commissioner, which supports broad outcome 7 on good governance and public safety by delivering professional, intelligence-led, and community-focused services, working with and for our communities to protect life, preserve peace, build public trust, and collective resilience, and by safeguarding the islands from all threats, both foreign and domestic. Recent performance improvements, including lower overall incident rates, stronger detection outcomes, and enhanced coordination across uniformed services, demonstrate the Commissioner's commitment to operational excellence and its continued protection of the island's people and institutions. Guided by good governance and transparency and accountability, the Commissioner's activities are grouped under 4 key operational pillars. 1, law enforcement and public safety through the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service. As our national police service and the chief law enforcement body, RCIPS maintains law and order, preserves public peace, and protects life and property. With more than 6,000 offenses on the statute books of the Cayman Islands that it may be called upon to investigate, RCIPS is responsible for preventing and detecting crime, apprehending offenders, conducting evidence-based policing, and strengthening community trust and confidence. 2, maritime and border security through the Cayman Islands Coast Guard and coordinated interagency efforts. The Commissioner leads national maritime security and search and rescue operations. Efforts focus on safety of life at sea, preventing illicit maritime movement of drugs, weapons, persons, and other contraband through intelligence-led patrols and joint regional and international operations, and enhancing regional cooperation on border protection and cooperative disaster response across the Caribbean region. 3, emergency response and interagency support through the Cayman Islands Regiment. Mr. Chair, our regiment is central to Cayman's emergency management and disaster relief operations, including marine and land-based search and rescue, evacuation of at-risk individuals, and post-disaster recovery and route clearance. During critical incidents, it also supports public safety and emergency response partners, including the fire service, emergency medical services, prison service, and hazard management Cayman Islands. 4, lastly, Mr. Chair, a core Commissioner function across all 3 entities is training, leadership, and organizational readiness to strengthen professional standards and operational readiness across the uniformed services under its command, including in leadership development, discipline management, and specialized training. Achieving the Commissioner's goals for 26-27 requires targeted investment in people, infrastructure, and technology, which are the foundations of operational readiness, community confidence, and long-term sustainability. These are its strategic priorities and drivers. 1, population growth and community impact. The Cayman Islands population has grown by approximately 20,000 residents in recent years, which has increased the demand for law enforcement and public safety services. As communities become more diverse and densely populated, the complexity of policing rises, requiring deeper engagement and stronger community partnerships. To remain effective, the Commissioner will continue expanding operational workforce and enhancing its visibility, ensuring that policing remains proactive and responsive to emerging challenges. 2, community policing and public engagement. Community policing is vital to public safety and good governance, fostering transparency and trust between law enforcement and the public. But with only 10 community officers currently deployed across all 3 islands, capacity remains limited. Expanding this complement to 21 officers will restore visible policing, enhance youth and neighborhood outreach, and improve early intervention and crime prevention to promote social cohesion and public confidence. 3, workforce development and Caymanian succession. Through targeted recruitment, succession planning, and training, the Police Commissioner aims to cultivate a sustainable pipeline of Caymanian talent. A local recruit class of 24 officers is planned for early 2026, alongside the continuing professional development of Caymanian graduates and interns in specialist roles, such as scene of crime officers, crime analysts, and digital forensics. These initiatives are vital to the Commissioner's success in that they ensure that law enforcement reflects the community it serves and develops future leaders within national security institutions. 4, specialist recruitment and financial crime capability. In an increasingly complex financial and cyber environment, the Cayman Islands must maintain and further bulk up our strength to investigate and prevent economic crime. The Commissioner will continue targeted recruitment of investigators, forensic specialists, and intelligence analysts to support the Cayman Islands Bureau of Financial Investigation and the Financial Crime Investigation Unit. Because we now have a staff deficit in these areas, these hires will ensure compliance with international anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing standards, allowing the Commissioner to better safeguard the island's reputation as a well-regulated global financial center. 5, traffic management and road safety. There are now more than 60,000 vehicles on our roads, Mr. Chair, and in 2024, RSS recorded 3,253 vehicle accidents, including 14 fatalities and 34 serious injuries. To reduce these risks, the Commissioner will prioritize enhanced traffic enforcement and road safety campaigns supported by additional staffing and technology to monitor compliance and improve RSF's response times. 6, technological modernization and digital transformation. The Commissioner has plans to invest in digital infrastructure, mobile technology, and evidence management systems to transform frontline operations and enable faster, data-driven decision-making. These advancements will enhance real-time reporting, strengthen oversight, and ensure that the Commissioner remains agile and resilient in the face of evolving security threats. 7, firearms capability and operational readiness. Maintaining a safe and effective armed response capacity is essential to public confidence and officer safety. The Commissioner continues to invest in training, equipment, and oversight to meet international standards of professionalism and accountability. Recruiting firearms response unit officers during the next budget cycle will ensure full coverage across all 3 islands and enhance preparedness for high-risk incidents. 8, infrastructure development and national readiness. This, Mr. Chair, is the Commissioner's priority project. Constructing a new, fit-for-purpose Georgetown Police Station and headquarters will consolidate core operational and consolidate core operations and provide a secure, efficient environment to support future demands. Moreover, it will reinforce good governance, enhance interagency coordination, and ensure that law enforcement remains future ready. The budget allocation between 26 and then all the way to 27, but I think that should be just focused on 26 and 27 specifically, provides a stable financial base for delivering vital policing, maritime, and defense operations across all 3 islands. In 2026, the proposed budget allocation in total is $74.3 million. Key investment focus and expected outcomes are the initiation of local and overseas recruitment for new police officers and support staff, and investment in digital transformation and data-driven policing tools. In 2027, the proposed total budget allocation is $75.4 million, an increase of 1.1%, with continued workforce expansion, infrastructure development with the Georgetown headquarters project, and enhancing the capacity for community policing. Looking ahead to 2028, the proposed budget would then be $76.8 million, an increase of another 1.4%. Key investment focus and expected outcomes are funding, supporting essential policing, maritime safety, and emergency response operations. Mr. Chair, the Police Commissioner and the police force is central to advancing government's broad outcome 7 of good governance and public safety, ensuring that the Cayman Islands remains one of the safest and most stable countries in the region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to the support team here for the Minister in respect to these portfolio areas. It's a pleasure to see you, and thank you for all your hard work. I have gone through possibly a very rigorous list of questions today, but I want to put on record that I appreciate all of these details presented by the Honorable Premier. And again, I say, if these type of details were presented in budget, we would have the opportunity to go off and strategically outline the necessary questions. Now, with this detail, I now have to figure out within a split second what questions I'm going to ask on this. And again, this is what's disabling the scrutiny process of questioning, because the opposition has no opportunity to go off quickly, take time, what questions we want to know about these details, because they weren't offered before. With that being said, I appreciate them all the same, and I'll try to do my best as an opposition member to ask questions that come to the top of my head right now without the necessary research. But with that in mind, I want to ask the Police Commissioner, possibly directly, if the Premier allows, does this budget reflect what is needed for you to run a fully functioning and effective police service?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my deliberations with the Police Commissioner, we believe we can adequately do so.
Mr. Chairman, I'm cognizant of the procedural matters in committee. I was wondering if the Premier himself would give leeway to allow the Police Commissioner to answer, because it's a subjective matter. Of course, the Minister responsible for allocating that money would do so, but I want to hear it, and I think the people want to hear it from them, because we've had previous matters of funding concerns for the police department. And when the pressure comes on the department, the Commissioner is the one that's going to be under fire. I want, if the committee and yourself and the Chairman and the Premier will allow him to say whether this is adequate enough for him to properly protect the community.
I leave that discretion to the receiver of the appropriations, the Honorable Premier.
I'm more than happy that if we get into the technical details to rely on his expertise, but the purpose of this presentation is from a broad macro policy perspective, which I understand is the root of the question. That's the answer is still, in our view, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I want the record to show I did not ask for the Premier's opinion, but the Police Commissioner, and I don't think I'm going to get further, so I'm going to move on, because we didn't hear from the Commissioner himself.
Mr. Chair, I am conveying to the member the view of the Police Commissioner as through me which the appropriation is dealt with.
Mr. Chairman, I know that you've probably been out of Parliament for 12 years, and I can't be certain of what the conventions were before when you were here, because we never overlapped in any capacity. But the last 2 terms, I noticed that no technocrat was able or have been probably at least 2 thus far in this committee have been involved in speaking. And if there is any time for technocrats to speak, it would be technocrats. It sounds kind of a negative connotation, but supporting staff, I should say, in respect to the budget allocation, it would be for this area. The last 4 years, it wasn't a problem. The last budget, many support teams were able to contribute, even up to the last supplementary finance committee. We've had them speak. I don't know why the reluctance, but again, I'll move on if he doesn't want to allow the police commissioner to speak about it. I want to move on to the next question, Mr. Chairman, with your support. The statement given says 21 community officers. Any particular reason why 21 community officers and not, say, 38? What was the logic behind 21? And I only use that not for trying to catch anybody off guard, but most would think with 19 constituencies, you would have at least 2 per constituency. I don't know how it works. I think it doesn't go by constituency, and that's probably why. But 21 still doesn't seem like a lot because you have people who are on sick leave, on vacation. I'm assuming it's a 24-hour service. And if it's a 24-hour service, that means you would need at least 2 to 3 persons potentially doing a 16-hour shift, 8-hour shift, based on my old fireman days. So you would need at least 2 persons per area. And I don't know how many areas have been selected. I think the community policing component, all of our communities would want to know there's a community officer available at any time, at all times. So I'm just trying to dive into why 21 community officers. I know we're moving from 10, which was really too low, but why 21 and why not more? What's the logic behind it?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So this relates to OCP 1. So let's go through it in context. So the variance between 25 and 26 is roughly 33.2 million. The main driver of that is 35 new posts in 2026 under this appropriation. So there are now a net new 15 shift officers. In addition to that, the addition of the 11 community policing officers. So out of 19 constituencies, we wanted to be sure that in addition to the shift officers, each constituency had at least 1 officer and 2 as a buffer as they do work shifts. But the shift officers, which are the new 15, are also there. In addition to that, in order to share the load, we're also adding 6 traffic officers to get traffic officers up to a total of 25, plus 3 additional constables in the BRAC, and that is the total complement of 35. So taking it in the round, yes, ideally, if we could do a few more, we would, but ideally this now expands a much greater coverage area on shift work policing, community policing, and traffic throughout the constituencies.
Sorry, member.
Please, just say one thing, please. Mr. Chairman, I just want to turn your attention to page 287 of the budget statement document. Now, based on what the Premier just said, he said that there would have been an increase in the number of officers. But the budget statement book actually says something different, and my entire questions were based around the numbers actually going down as per the statement that was presented. Sir, member for Georgetown Central, but I'm trying to understand the reconciliation between the answers and what's presented to the budget, because now I'm hearing something to completely different, and I didn't want to come off of this topic while we're still on it.
Honorable Premier.
Could you repeat the page number?
On page 287 of the budget statement, the number of employees were going from 620 forecast in 2025 to 540 in 2026.
Just a moment to confer. To the member, I'm advised that the number in 2026 is a typo. That represents 25's number, and it should be 620 in 2026 as well as 620 in 2027.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
Member
member.
for Georgetown Central, continuing.
Okay, I'm not going to make a big issue out of that. The Premier said earlier we would add more officers if we could. The first question I asked, was there enough money in this budget to adequately do what you needed to do? And the Premier said, on behalf of the Police Commissioner, yes. Community policing is a significant irritation by the public. It's the one thing that gives the community enough confidence that they see officers and have a personal relationship with them. I don't understand why we're saying if we could, we would add more, but saying that there's enough money in this budget to do what we need to do. Somebody help me, please.
Happy to help, Mr. Chair. So the question was adequately. Yes. So in an ideal world, and through all departments, you'd want to do more. But in terms of what's represented here, the answer was to adequately address the concerns, including the shift work, how the community officers are going to be placed throughout each of the districts, plus 2 extra, and the coverage under traffic, plus 3 more in the BRAC. The answer was yes.
Okay.
Honourable member, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Premier say about the community officers and the shift work? There's obviously a disparity between the two. What I mean by that is, at least from my understanding, because if you have one community officer and you're saying the overlapping with the shift officer can help when there's missing gaps, okay, is this shift officer out in the community like the community officer? Are they the ones building the relationship on the WhatsApp groups with the, groups? Or what's the difference between the two? Because in my mind, and I guess the average person would say, listen, when one shift officer comes off, or one community officer comes off, another one comes on, and you kind of build a relationship with the two of those back and forth so there's no gap. So is the shift officer going to be doing the same thing as the community officer, and then maybe that solves the problem? And then the question is, why are they not called the same thing? I don't understand the difference. If we're using the shift officers as the reasoning to say there's adequate coverage, what does the shift officer do?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the question again that was put, is there average police protection in the round? Yes. You're now asking to parse between the community officer and the shift worker.
Never said enough protection. And sorry to interrupt you.
That's how I understood the question.
The question was the community officers, which has a different level of responsibility as far as I know. Of course, they're police, so they're going to protect if they see something criminal. But it's a unique relationship with your community where people can go to, speak to, report things that are happening, those types of things.
Totally understood.
Yeah.
But because the community officer isn't stressed with the day-to-day police work, which is the root of your question, they now have adequate time to build that relationship with each constituency. So now that each of the 19 are covered, with 2 as backup, The answer is that there is adequate community policing.
All right, I'm not going to belabor that. I think the public, when they hear this themselves, they'll see, and then when time comes and there's not enough officers, the people will then start to come back, and trust me, you're going to get the fire for it, because I do not think 21 members is enough for the community. If you want to build a relationship with the community whereby they can give police information about what's happening, 21 officers is not going to do it. One of them gets sick, or there's an incident, or on just family vacation, 21 officers is not enough. And that's just my position. But I'll move on. Can the Premier give the list of incentives or encouragement for more Caymanians to join the service?
Honorable Premier.
So, first of all, I think we have to give the Commissioner credit for going on a complete campaign throughout the community to attract Caymanians in the first place. It's an effort that I think many of us hadn't seen in years, which is credit to having a Caymanian police commissioner. Is your question more in relation to specific salary incentives? What are you probing for?
I'm probing for a vision that will make the Caymanian people feel confident that over time, with a series of steps being taken by the department, eventually we'll get to a point in the future, hopefully in the near future, that we'll see more Caymanian faces in the force, because there's a sentiment in our society right now that the force is dominated by non-Caymanians, which is a fact, but also particularly nationalities are dominant in that. And I don't want to get into that, but it has a cultural factor that people are speaking about. So this insistence of what are you doing to encourage and incentivize Caymanians to be there, it tells us that hopefully one day we'll get to a point where the service reflects more of the community.
I understand. I just wanted a clarification. So, in addition to the campaign to bring them in, there will be specialized training, mentorship, and succession planning up the ranks of the police service so that Caymanians can see a pathway to the senior leadership team.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Eastern Avenue and Shedden Road corner, there's a large building there. I can't remember. What was the name of it, Minister Isaac?
One Technology
One
Square.
Technology Place. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And the government in the last administration secured the lease agreement for that location. I was in cabinet at the time. I haven't seen any visible action at that location, and I'm certain that once that lease was signed, we've been paying rent for it. Can you give us an update as to what's happening there? When is the police plan to move in? What's going on? I was really rooting for that to be the visible police headquarters in the heart of that area, and I haven't seen anything.
Honorable Premier.
Mr. Chair, just as a technical matter, I'm happy to come on to that in OCP3, because that's where that appropriation is. I'm curious if there are any further questions on OCP1.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I think it's best from moving forward that you outline the course of action of how we're going to handle the questioning, because you said you would take line of questions on the statement, right? Statement made. And then we do kind of open up the first question because of the nature of the description of the first line item. So
sure.
If you just want to go, if you want to go through line item by line item, we can be here a lot longer. No problem. I'm happy to do that.
Mr. Chair, members, we have a budget in front of us, and we seem to have been progressing well with members asking their questions, and I was being patient for members to ask their questions. But I think the Premier's question is, since we're going beyond the realm now of the statement and we're talking about leases, should we not now revert to the schedule? and actually concentrate our efforts, as we've done for the last day, on the actual schedule.
Mr. Chairman, if I could perhaps make a suggestion, perhaps moving forward, once statements are done, you could ask if there are any matters pertaining to the statement and then open up the questioning line by line, just to keep it clear.
We did that up until yesterday, and we did it quite well. I think the issue here is we got into a realm that's beyond the statement, which is now the lease and what's happening. And so the Premier quite rightly asked, are there any further questions? It's purely on the statement.
I do have.
So the appropriations to the Premier on behalf of the Office of the Commissioner of Police.
So, Mr. Chair, I did indicate that I did have questions on the statement.
Mr. Tatum, member from Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, sir, the statement says that in 2027, the focus will be on enhancing the capacity for community policing. I take it this doesn't actually mean that we're only going to be starting in 2027 to enhance community policing.
Honorable Premier.
Correct. Those posts that I described start in 2026.
And if you could, because I did miss them when you were saying them, if you could just remind me of the numbers. I don't think it was actually the numbers actually in the statement of the enhanced community police officers.
Honorable Premier.
Would the member like the entire amount of posts or just the community officers? So this budget would add 11 more in order to get to 21.
And did you indicate earlier that it's one per constituency plus two additional, or how is it? Right, so what's being indicated was... So what's being indicated to me, and I'm being reminded that, for instance, we had one officer in the past who was dedicated to the Red Bay and the Prospect constituencies. So is that changing?
The commissioner's aim is to spread them per constituency. So they have one for each of the 19, plus 2 in reserve.
And I'm aware that one per constituency is a lot better than it was, so I appreciate that. But that person doesn't work 24/7. So within those 19 constituencies, each of those officers will work whatever the shift is, 8 hours or whatever the number of, and then they also get time off. So the other 2 individuals are supposed to be somehow covering the hours that. What is how will those off hours be managed is, I guess, what I'm trying to understand. It can't be with 2 people.
Honorable Premier.
From my understanding, but let me just make sure.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So as I was indicating earlier to the member for Georgetown Central, the aim is to have a community policing for each constituency. You're right in the sense that you would still, that person, even with 2 in reserve, would still leave that those officers are not going to work 24 hours. What the commissioner will then rely on is the supervising staff from each of the districts to cover gaps, and there'll be rest breaks, but the main sort of focal point who will get to know the community will be that community officer, but there'll still be coverage. However, just to make one point clear, Mr. Chair, the point that we were talking about earlier of the appropriation and the broad statement, I was happy to answer the questions and the variances of the post. If now what I'm hearing from members is they want to get more detail on strategy, I'm not trying to stand in the way of the commissioner being there. I just wanted to be sure that as we've been proceeding, I explain any variances and the posts that I am asking for in the budget. So if the conversation would now like to shift to more strategy, I have no problem with the community hearing from the police commissioner.
No.
And at that point, I would insist that we now start examining the appropriations. If we're going to get into the detail, then we get into the detail. Because right now we're looking at a broad statement that was made, and I think we have exhausted the broad statement that has been made by the committee.
Humor me, please, Mr. Chairman, but I do have a few more questions. I'm happy to well, I'd rather just go through how if that's possible, sir.
Member for Red Bay, continuing.
Very quickly, I won't. Yeah, we can move on to the commissioner after. Your statement says specialist recruitment and financial crime capability. You mentioned the need to beef up various roles. What is the deficit in staff in that area? I just want a number for that, and then we can move on to something else.
Honorable Premier.
So I think those would be under appropriation OCP 2, and that's the investigation units. So that would be 10 new posts in 2026. So there'll be 4 officers to the Financial Crime Bureau, so we call it SIPFI, Bureau of Financial Investigation. So that's mainly dealing with international, external. So there is the anti-money laundering, counterterrorism, and international fraud complexity component, which is important for FATF. And then we're adding an additional officer in the Financial Crime Investigations Unit, which is local fraud, which has been on the rise in the community. And that will bring that to a total of 8 detectives. And then in that same, just for completeness, in that same appropriation, there'll be 4 more officers for the detention center. So there will be then 16 auxiliary constables.
Mr. Chair, thanks very much for that. And item 5, traffic management and road safety. I didn't see in numbers of officers, am I missing it, expected to be added here?
Honorable Premier.
So that was outlined in response to, I think, the member for Georgetown Central in relation to OCP 1, where we're adding 6 new traffic officers to get to a total of 25.
Member for Georgetown West.
Mr. Chair, thank you
Sorry,
so
I wasn't
much.
finished, sir. Just one last one for me. Sorry.
Member for Red Bay.
7, firearms capability. Again, similar question, how many officers are being added there?
Honorable Premier.
Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
Item 7, firearms capability and operational readiness. How many officers are being added there?
So we added, as part of the 2025 appropriation, the supplementary funding, 7 new officers there.
Thank you. That's it for me for questions from the statement. Thank you.
Member for Georgetown
Mr.
West.
Chairman, I would like to move a motion.
Member for Georgetown West.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I have a question pertaining to shift patterns for the community police officers. Does he want to take that question now or under OCP 3, Mr. Chair?
Can you repeat the question?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a question pertaining to shift patterns for the community police officers. Does he want to take that question now or on the OCP 3, Mr. Chair?
So, Mr. Chair, that may be a good segue to strategy then.
Are there any further questions on the statement?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move a motion under the standing orders 82-6. And if it's necessary, I'm happy to read it out for the record, whereby it empowers this committee to, let me read, the Finance Committee shall be empowered to send for the relevant persons, and in this case it's not papers, so we don't have to talk about papers, for the necessary deliberations of proceedings. Now, Mr. Chairman, I've asked the Premier about the opportunity to have direct line of questioning with the Commissioner. Nobody's here to beat up in the Commissioner. We're quite proud of him. But
And the Premier has made it clear that he was answering questions in his statement, and that when we get to the actual outputs, any required questions that go directly to the Commissioner of Police on policing strategy, etc., would go to the Commissioner of Police. So are we completing the questions on the statement?
But some of the questions on the statement related to information you need to hear from the Police Commissioner. Anyway, all right, I'll just repeat my question again that I repeated before when the Commissioner comes up. Thanks.
Thank you. Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honourable Premier. Just looking at the introduction and the second paragraph on the introduction of the statement, where it basically says that the OCP provides strategic oversight for the RSIPs, the Cayman Islands Coast Guard, and the Cayman Islands Regiment. Just out of curiosity, what is the breakdown in terms of the number of officers, or are those spread across those 3 units?
Honourable Premier.
So, like I said, Mr. Chair, just to lower the unnecessarily hot temperature, let us just move as we talk into strategy and let the committee hear from the Commissioner. I was just fielding questions on the statement, and if there were any broad questions on variances. If we want to get into the strategy and breakdown, more than happy for the Commissioner to take a seat. The only last sweeping, no, I'll save it for a closing. I have one more overarching point, but I'll save it for closing.
Members, OCP 1, Crime Prevention and Protection Services. Are there any questions? Member from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just going back to my original question, just a breakdown between the Royal Cayman Islands Police in terms of resources, manpower resources, the Cayman Islands Coast Guard, and the Cayman Islands Regiment. Then my follow-up question for that, since we're going to be in the same vein, is of the increases that we'll be having for the new officers, in what 3 sections or where those are they going to be allocated across those 3 lines?
Certainly. Premier, I welcome the Commissioner of Police to this meeting of Finance Committee. If when he's going to answer any questions before the first, could you just read your name and title into the record?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Kurt Walton, Commissioner of Police, also wearing a hat of Chief Officer of OCP, which comprise of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, Cayman Islands Coast Guard, and the Cayman Islands Regiment. Through you, Mr. Chair, the answer for MP Saunders, your question on the breakdown and staffing levels is as follows. Within RCIPS, you have a total of 529 staff. That's 300, break it down as follows. 375 are police officers, 101 are civilian personnel. Within the Cayman Islands Coast Guard uniform personnel, you have 40, and the regiment currently at 13 full-time employees.
So, sorry, the 529 is everybody. That includes Coast Guard and regiment, correct?
Yes, within OCP. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
And then 375 is officers for RCIPS, 40 is Coast Guard, 13 is regiment, and 101 is civilian staff.
Civilian support staff.
Yes. Now, of the new additional positions that we're creating in the next year's budget and the year after, how are those increases in terms of officers? Where will they be placed?
So at this very moment, the biggest risk, as I see it, as far as threat and risk harm, the bulk of those officers are going to RCIPS.
How many in total?
So we started the process from 2025, which at the moment is 2026 that we've taken on, and then we're looking to take on an additional 45 in 2026.
So we're going to take on, sorry, how much we're taking on? We took on 26 in 2025.
So we were given an allocation, through you, Mr. Chair, we had a Section 11.5 in September that was approved, which allowed, because we had been seriously understaffed, for me to start to look at the uniform front line. So we, as well as civilian personnel, and we are at this point 26 staff. From that, in addition to that, moving into 2026, then an additional, that would have filled gaps. The 45 is additional staff, so 35 plus 10.
Okay, that's for 2026.
2026.
And then 2027.
We're continuing with that because we have looked at it. We've got a workforce. Through you, Mr. Chair, a workforce planning report that we are working with towards a blueprint. So the purpose is to look at 80 additional staff altogether, which will also include the Coast Guard into that scheme.
Okay, no, the reason why I'm asking, because I was looking at between the statements and everything else, and I noticed that they made mention of beefing up the financial crime section. But if anything, in terms of recognizing the overall police work, I would think that trying to recognize, first of all, I want to congratulate you because I was looking at the compendium statistics in terms of actually serious crimes actually going down, so they're trending in the right direction since you've been commissioner. So I want to congratulate you and your team on that, at least up to 2023, just looking at the numbers. But in terms of, the gun crimes have actually been going the other direction, and recognizing that the firearm issue and the gun issue is a big issue, and a lot of them coming via the sea. I would think that maybe we'd be looking to maybe boost up Coast Guard a little bit more to try to see if we can grab them out there before they actually get on here or get on land.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the Premier will speak on what we're doing around the border security aspect of it in terms of enhanced security in a number of areas.
Okay, well that's fine. Well, I'll just wait on that. I know other members are anxious to speak to you, so I will pause now, Mr. Chairman, and give some of my other colleagues an opportunity to ask some questions.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Chairman, good morning. Everyone, good morning, Commissioner. Commissioner, I want to start with the road safety. Do you or can you say whether or not there will be any targeted operations or a strategy or a campaign around road safety, especially when dealing with bicycles, but in particular, the scooters and the e-bikes?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, MP Hugh, what I will say at the moment is I sit on the National Road Safety Committee, and one of the issues we're looking at intently at the moment is the issue around electric bikes and what that means as far as legality on our roads. So that's work that is already in train. What will happen with the other parts of that, we're looking at other regulations and what those regulations look like as far as demerit points and cameras, but that's the overall, that's a broad national road safety strategy which I sit on, and Chief Officer Bush is leading on that.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, continuing.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, thank you to Commissioner. Commissioner, if I understand it, I think the initial legislation covering scooters had them up until 18 miles per hour. If my memory serves me, I think I was minister then. But where I see, if it actually even qualifies as a scooter, a lot of them cross me at 25 miles per hour on West Bay Road. But if it even qualifies as a scooter or not, there are persons riding without lights. There are persons riding in the opposite direction of traffic. There are persons riding them on the sidewalks. I just think that there's, and I hate to say this, but I have witnessed these things happening and police cars drive by them. So I think there's a lot that can be done under the current laws and road use laws that the police could start cracking down or educating the public on these things.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is correct. We are, suddenly I would say the island over the past year or two has just had an implosion of these type of electric bikes on the road. What we're seeing at the moment is they are utilizing a different type of mechanism that would allow them to go to speeds of over 40 miles an hour at times. And that's one of the issues we need to tackle at the legislative angle. So that is a discussion that we're having within our National Road Safety Committee, with the ultimate aim is that these are to be treated no different than a vehicle, which would require all of your road safety equipment that you need in terms of licensing, lights, and therefore we would look at the prosecution as if it is in fact a vehicle or a motorcycle you're driving.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, continuing.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. I look forward, I think the public is looking forward to some education around this and perhaps seeing the police taking some positive actions. We've all witnessed pedestrians walking on the right side of the road towards traffic, and then you have an e-bike coming up on the with traffic, which is where it should be, and then you have a regular bicycle or an e-bike coming the way the pedestrians, and you end up with three. You know, it's becoming almost dangerous to be a pedestrian on the side of the road because of these things, even on the sidewalks. So I just want to say that I think that there is some even education could be done around these things just so that we can avoid any further accidents or God forbid fatalities on them. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Commissioner. Commissioner, speaking of the Road Safety Committee, I have a major concern with the pedestrian crossings on 7 Mile Beach in particular, where there are 3 lanes. On a daily basis almost, I see accidents almost happening. Well, we have a massive issue with people using the middle lane as an expressway, not a turning lane, because there's absolutely nothing 3 or 4 miles of road with nothing in the middle to stop someone from just going straight down the middle. And then because of the widths of our roads, which are some of the widest there is, the pedestrian crossing signs are so far off the road on the sidewalks, and you have people coming down the middle. There's nothing to stop someone from a pedestrian crossing that goes across 3 lanes with nothing in the middle to stop someone from driving through that pedestrian crossing. And you see it time and time again, whether it's a motorcycle, an e-bike, or a car that's driving down the middle lane and someone stops a pedestrian and they are crossing and the car goes through. So I don't know if, or actually I'll give a question to you, is that do you know or have the Road Safety Committee discussed dealing with traffic calming measures in these third lanes and middle lanes, and in particular with the crosswalks?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was quite a exhaustive discussion, in fact, around pedestrian crosswalks, as you commonly call them, and the issue in terms of what can be done more so around the engineering aspect of it. And that, obviously, for me, is an engineering issue. I would have to take that to the committee where the director sits on there from National Roads Authority, but it is an issue we've recognized. So at the moment, the team responsible for the educational side of it is looking at a theme around the use of crosswalks and what that looks like, because there's another side to it where we know, I've personally seen it myself, where some of these bikes are riding right onto the crosswalk without ample notice, and that in itself needs education as well as the proper use. So that's all part of this discussion. In fact, it was only 2 weeks ago we had that discussion. That was the main core of that discussion around use of crosswalks.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the Commissioner. Timing, I guess. We are having some issues within our constituency with, and I think just about everybody's having issues with derelict vehicles being left on the roadsides. Even just this week, up until now, I think we have a vehicle in the Washington Boulevard area parked on a corner right by a pedestrian crossing. I don't know if it broke down but several, including myself, several calls have been made to the police about this vehicle sitting there. And up until yesterday evening, 7 o'clock, the vehicle is still there 2 days later. So I'm just asking, that whilst the areas off the main path are not traversed by the police as often, that we would like to see a bit more care taken and attention to the residential areas and enforcing the laws across the board. It's just becoming frustrating to where we are going to end up that people don't want to report things anymore if the attention isn't given. So I just thought I would raise that with you, and because of course I am getting the blame for it, that I'm not doing anything about it. If I had a tow truck myself, I'd go and move it, but obviously I can't.
Member for Georgetown West.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, through you, there has been a significant increase with speeding within our roads. And of course, we know the holiday season is fast approaching. And this is obviously becoming so much more urgent, more than ever, from a safety concern. Can the minister outline what specific plans or initiatives are funded within this budget to address speeding and enhance safety on our roads, please?
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I would say there's, first of all, from my perspective, by investing into more staffing in my traffic, I could put a relatively full complement of traffic officers out there to look at the traffic enforcement around speeding. I am, in addition to that, from the I suppose, the national roads safety, we are looking at a broader strategy around speed cameras, around demerit points, so tougher legislation that would basically make it more consequential for individuals who are breaking the law as far as speeding. At the moment, people are getting speeding tickets, they go and pay a fine. So what we want to do is look at demerit points that essentially you get accumulate a number of points and you immediately lose your license. So it's a broader strategy as opposed to just issuing speed tickets by police officers.
Member for Georgetown West, continuing.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you. So do you anticipate that sometime within the next couple of months that we see a heavy police presence within the high-risk areas?
Commissioner.
What I will say, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I just asked if I'm given until mid-year because this is a slow burner. We've got a new contingent of officers, but my plan is in January, sorry, the beginning of February, to have 24 recruits in a classroom. That is a 4 to 5 month process. So once that happens, I'm looking around, give and take, about June to have a good full complement of officers on the streets. The reality is that when we take in new officers, they've had no training. We need to give them at least 4 to 5 months of training. What that will allow me to do then is to then look at other staff that we have existing on the road that we can then increase our traffic areas. So it's probably a 6 months exercise.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. How are you doing?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, MP Brian. I'm pretty good.
Thank you, sir. It's good to see you. And I first want to start off by joining my colleague, the Honourable Member from Bontown West, and congratulating you on the good job as a Caymanian Police Commissioner you're doing thus far. I know you're going to continue to do good things. I just want to ensure that you have the tools necessary to do so. And I, too, want to voice the fact that serious crime is down, so I congratulate you on that. I want to ask some questions that have been brought to my attention from my community in the business area of things that they are having concerns about, so bear with me. It's not intended. I want to make sure the government gives you what you need. So let's first start off with the one about the location on Eastern Avenue. When is the plan to move in? What's the thoughts there? I don't even know if it's an administrative area or is it a location where people can come to. Can you give us the details around that, please?
Mr. Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair. MP Brian, what I will say is that one technologist built-in, or flow as it's commonly called, if all goes as planned, we should move in January. I'm pushing for December, but January is where is the plan. And that is not just for administrative. This is actually all my frontline police staff. So then, whereas we would have, the Georgetown Police Station is now situated in the JN building as we know it, all of those officers are going across to the new building, as well as my farm officers, as well as my community police officers. So I expect to have a totality of somewhere between 170 to 200 officers there. Not in one day, because of course there's shift systems, but that will very likely be the footfall eventually.
Beautiful news. To you, Mr. Chairman, that is welcome news. That corner needs it. I just want to give you a heads up that we have a severe bus problem at the front of it, and they don't have the legal right to stay there for more than 5 minutes according to the traffic law. So work with the transport unit to get that under control because they ain't doing it. So I'll leave that there, but I know you're not going to make them act anyhow they want to act in front of you. I know that about you. Moving on to the next question. Has all the drivers for the dignitaries and the ministers been given training, safety training, driving skills? Because, you know, there's a particular type of skill set that is necessary for driving dignitaries and our government. Have they all been given training yet?
I can chime in there because this relates, Mr. Chair, a few brief intervention.
I was going to ensure, for the completeness of the record, that the Commissioner of Police is aware of the illegal depot. I think that came up under another ministry that the member from Georgian Central spoke to, because I don't believe in glossing over those very important things in a public forum. So I thought that that might be something that we need to make sure the Commissioner of Police knows exists at his future home's doorstep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to the driver's policy, this relates to the appropriation we voted for yesterday in the Cabinet Office around protocol. So I mentioned yesterday that we have drafted a driver's policy which includes the training and safety aspects for the drivers. That was going to go forward to caucus and cabinet to approve the driver's policy, and then the remaining driving pool have not received the training, would then receive the training.
Thank you for that, Premier. That gives illumination to my concern. But we do have some former police officers working for us, which is great. And they would have had trainings before. Obviously, I think the guidance for that document would come from the police commissioner from a safety standpoint of what these drivers should need. So my question is, would former police officers who are working as drivers now need that training, or they could be exempt from it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, MB Brian, I'm an individual really keen on standards, and for me, standards are this is too important of a role to have individuals with different standards. So I prefer to have one set standard, whether you are an ex-police officer, retired police officer, retired or fire officer. For me, it's one standard, it's going to be that standard. So that's the purpose of the training, to make sure that everyone is on the same page, so to speak.
All right, thank you so much for that answer, sir. Moving on now to you have a unique role, Commissioner. You're the chief officer for two other departments, while chief officer for yourself, so to speak. And from a perspective of balancing those priorities and making sure there's fairness across the board, how do you manage that? Because I'm quite sure you're tempted to make sure that the main place that you focus from, which is the police force, gets covered. How do we ensure that the regiment and Coast Guard gets fair, equal treatment?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think the first thing I would say, MP Brian, is I have every degree of confidence in Commander Scotland and Lieutenant Colonel Carter. That's the first thing. So I give both gentlemen 100% support. I would dare say that there's hardly anything that they ask for I don't provide. And that, I think, manifests itself in the funding that goes towards the Coast Guard, whether it's OPEX and looking at staffing levels, or whether it's in their CapEx in terms of need for whether it's new engines or whatever that may be. And similarly with the regiment, obviously is new. It's only been since July 1st, and already we would have seen that support that we provided through a Section 11.5, thanking the government for that back in September when there was a shortfall there. And so everything that I can do to support both gentlemen, I'm doing it. But I suppose I like when I don't have to micromanage people. I have every degree of Mr. Scotland and confidence in Mr. Scotland and Mr. Carter to manage their business. I have strategic policy oversight, and they focus more on the daily runnings or the daily management of both of those entities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and thank Commissioner for that. I'm certain, and I support and agree with you, the confidence you have in both heads of each entity. But the question wasn't more for their capability, it was more about the dual role as chief officer, to these other colleagues, but also the head of the Royal Command Police Service, upon which you're the chief officer for. So you're the chief officer, then you have the Royal Command Police Service, which you head up, then you have the regiment. So you're kind of equal in realms of heads of these entities, but then you are now the chief officer to these entities. And I personally think that, and I don't want you to think that I'm accusing you of anything, but I think that that structure isn't right. It gives an opportunity for imbalance. And I am also of the view, and I guess I don't think I want you to answer this, but I don't think the regiment or the Coast Guard should be under you as chief officer. That's my opinion. Not that you're not capable, but it gives room for potential bias positions to evolve, and I don't want you to be exposed to that. But let's leave that alone. That's an internal structural component. I want to go back to the original question I asked that the Premier answered on your behalf, and I want to ask you directly now. Do you think that the budget that is before you today is adequate enough for you to deliver a functioning and effective police service for the Cayman Islands?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, MP Bryan, I am very happy with the budget.
That's all you need to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I have more confidence now that I've heard it from your own voice. I want to move on to mask wearing. It's a problem that has been brought to my attention by many people in our community, from businesses to neighborhoods. Ever since COVID, it's become a common practice for people to have all kinds of different mask wearing options. And normally what you're starting to see a lot of now is persons who are wearing these coverings over their head, and the only thing you see is their eyes. And it's become acceptable due to coverings of face throughout the COVID component. And normally before COVID, it was only done for job sites. You would see that at construction sites. People are outside in the sun for a long time. But now people are wearing them everywhere. This morning even, dropping my daughters to school, I saw somebody riding a bike, I mean literally covered from head to toe. Gloves, arms, eyes, shades over it. I didn't see one speck of skin. Now, every person has a right to protect it, but are you concerned in any capacity? Has anything been brought to your concern of the safety risk that poses? And the reason I say that is, for example, it becomes such a norm. A person crosses a jewelry store. Normally, in normal circumstances, you would almost get ready to, something isn't right. But now it's become the norm. You don't know if it's a customer or a thief. And my question is based on the research that I've done. I was proposing bringing a motion, so I want your input. Some jurisdictions, you cannot walk in public that covered for safety reasons. Are you concerned in any capacity about the growing trend of coverage amongst persons?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, obviously it's become more noticeable, and you're right, we've seen that since COVID. Some people say that for various reasons they use it. Primarily we see it in the construction industry, or certainly across the service industry, whether you're into landscaping and the like. And others say they use it, as your example, of riding a motorbike for protection from debris going to your face and the like. What I would say on the evidence of it, we have seen one or two cases, a few cases where we've had robberies where the description of clothing often matched that of some sort of high-vis, looks like a construction type of a shirt. So we have had a few of those instances. But broadly speaking, we haven't seen overall where the issue around masks is a concern as far as robberies. But it does raise a concern for us because we don't know who these individuals are. And we obviously have to comply with stop and search procedures under the Police Act and what that looks like as far as reasonable grounds. And because of course you can only imagine what the fallout from that if we're just stopping everyone in the street who's wearing a mask, and the reason, well, why are you stopping me, officer? So there's a issue there as far as legality. So of course we have to conform to the law, but I think overall we haven't seen in the wide scale issue as far as being used to, I suppose, create panic or in society.
Thank you so much. I recognize, through you, Mr. Chairman, I recognize the balance that you have to strike to persons' freedoms and rights and personal choices and that of safety of the community. But I'll just share this with you. And those who are listening, the people we represent, the Cayman Islands as a whole, if you're concerned about this, you know, say something to your MPs, because what I'm finding is there's a silent worry, and not only they feel comfortable saying things to people there that they know, their MPs, their church pastors, or what have I don't feel too comfortable. I don't know who that is driving through my neighborhood or who walking through, and so there's a silent undercurrent of concern. Now that concern is something we have to balance as legislators. And if it's not a security risk, which you just said, not majorly, then there's nothing we can do. But if people feel uncomfortable about this, the only way we as legislators are going to do anything about it is for you to voice it to us in a magnitude large enough for us to take action. Because now, with your response of it not being a security matter, I will not be proposing a motion again, because I have to respect people's right for privacy. If there was a security risk coming from you and you were worried, but I was definitely going to propose that no mask should be wear unless you're on the profession upon which you work. Like if you're at work for gardening and you are now no longer working, you shouldn't be wearing it. Why are you still wearing it? What's the purpose, right? So anyway, I'll leave that alone. That was a little bit for the public. I want to close my questioning now with something more holistic, which is there is a growing sentiment of the broken window syndrome across the Cayman Islands, whereby we see laws broken on a constant basis, and people are just kind of, when I say people, I mean those in charge for enforcement are just walking by it. You heard a little bit from the traffic perspective. We have, and I want to preface this question I'm about to ask you on the basis that I recognize you're not the only enforcement agency in the Cayman Islands. You have Customs, you got DCI, you got even Department of Environment has enforcement officers. So it's a collective thing. But there's a sentiment in our community that a bit of lawlessness, not serious crime, you know, but little small broken windows. But if you take a massive brand new building, it looks wonderful. But if you were to take pebbles and broke every single one of those windows, at least 20% of it, after a while it looks derelict. And we're finding that now with stuff like public drinking. Police officers drive across them every day like it's nothing, acting like a bunch of fools. You have traffic issues where cars are driving around with no bumpers, no lights tinted out, and loud music. You have trade and business pop-up shops. You hear about speakeasies and all these other type of things. And what I'm saying is, one cocoa, full basket, and in this case, the full basket is a dire Cayman. And I think that we need to do a better job. Yes, you're doing very well with serious crime. But though serious crime is down, that is not acceptable enough for me. I want Cayman to be always the Cayman that we know. And sometimes people say, well, boy, you know, the police is doing well because severe crime is down. Look at us compared to Jamaica or compared to them, but we ain't none of them. One crime is too much, and we're losing what we are as a Cayman and as a people because we used to take pride in these little small things being addressed. And I say that today because your job as the police commissioner and the officers that respond to you drive by, walk by, pass by too much crimes every day. I see it personally, and they pretend like they don't know. I'm asking you, I'm not the government, but I would empower you, if I was the premier today, I would empower you to take a more serious approach around here. Things that you know is obviously breaking the law. Let the officers actually do their work. The people will drive across probably 15, 20 crimes per day. They may seem small. But these are the broken window syndromes that we have to stop. Otherwise, we'll be no different than the rest of the Caribbean, and that's not who we are. And it's going to affect our tourism product. Forget about the culture of who we are as a people. So I encourage you today, or maybe you can tell me, if this is a serious problem for you, where you saw petty stuff, and I understand your job is to take care of the serious stuff, life-threatening things. But I think we need to even give you more money to deal with the small stuff too. Because those small stuff, when you add them up together, has a big effect on the Cayman. I don't know if you can respond to that or add any insight to what your thoughts are or approach to it in respect to the small broken window syndrome of crime.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, MP Bryan, that broken window theory is well established many years, and it has been proven that when left untouched or not dealt with, it leads to larger issues. I fully recognize that. Hence why in fact, at the very top of my 6 strategic priorities is the prevention and tackling crime. Prevent and tackling crime is tackling crime, or the prevention of crime is crime at all levels. So it's not just about the serious crime. It's about addressing crime at all levels, whether it's at the low level, whatever that may be, or the highest level you can get. What I will say within that is a strand of addressing community concerns. And that's where I think we will address all of these issues that we're discussing today around primarily the community police unit. And what I'm looking to do in the community policing, I want a complete refresh community policing. It needs a refresh look. I'm more a fan, I tell my team, I want a hard edge, community policing with a hard edge to address exactly those issues that you're speaking of, as well as some of the issues that MP Hugh mentioned earlier. So we should not be walking past small matters of crime or small matters that matters to the community. So that is well on my agenda. What I will say, if you permit me, Mr. Chair, what I will say is the beginning of my tenure, the first 6 to 8 months of my tenure, I'll just take us back how it started, tumultuous. We had an uptick in gang violence. We had shootings. We had the watershed moment at Ed Bush Stadium. I could not just forget about that. So I had to look at what was causing the biggest threat, risk, and harm to our entire community, and we had to tackle that head on. So yes, admittedly, by tackling that, we made some sacrifices, but I haven't forgotten. And this is why I'm here today, to discuss about the budget and addressing some of these issues in the longer term, not just from a policing, but broadly speaking, from a holistic perspective of working with partners, because we do work with our partners, whether it's DEH helping us with all of the issues around derelict vehicles under the Public Health Act, or whether we work in with our work colleagues. We assist our work colleagues weekly when it comes to enforcement of immigration laws, assisting them. So we provide a lot of support, as well as our CBC colleagues. It's just a one joint partnership to tackle some of these, I suppose, these issues that are creating quite a bit of anxiety in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And continuing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Wonderful to hear that, and I look forward to seeing the eventual change in attitude around our community. And possibly in a year or two, we can start to feel more proud of what we call Cayman in respect to these minor infractions. I want just you to clarify 2 things for me, and then I'm going to move on to the other areas. I want confirmation. Did you say that the 21 constituency officers, or community officers rather, will cover the 19 constituencies? As far as I remember, and I could be wrong, maybe you've changed it, but the community officers don't do the constituencies. They do areas that overlap various different constituencies. they don't deal with specific constituencies. Am I correct to that?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the vision I have for community policing is that every single MP within a constituent, the 19 constituents, so those areas, those beat areas, you should know who your community police officer is. So that gives me 19 across. Now, the BRAC, ideally, I have a community support officer there who's doing a wonderful job at the moment. So arguably that extra one is on Grand Cayman at the moment, the 19. But in addition, I have 3 sergeants, an inspector, and then the extra 2. But the issue of community policing is when is the most, when is the time that that we're likely to engage the community? Generally speaking, that's the evening hours when members are coming home. So that 4:30 to 7 o'clock p.m., that's where we find, when we've ran the data, where we engage better with the community. Because generally speaking, people leave home at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and we don't see them again until 4:30. So the way we work that is sort of an evening shift. So we make sure we capture that. So the idea being there is that one will be in each constituency.
Thank you, Commissioner. I guess that clarifies the whole amount number, because what was not clear before is the timing, because people would assume a community officer would be available all the time. And it sounds to me, and you can clarify if you want, that there's only a certain amount of hours in every one day that a community officer will be available. So if you have something going on at another time, the community can't get to that community officer. Am I correct, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I think to help clarify, the community officers are all equipped with phones, and they're pretty much available 24 hours in terms of, because within each beat area, they will have WhatsApp groups, so you will know your community officer, you will have access to that community officer. But in addition to that, we have the sergeants, the supervisors, who will make sure that when in those gaps, we have cover around the shift base. So with what I'm trying to do is enhance not just community police, but the frontline shift officers. Because for me, we're all community police officers. I'm a community police officer as much as anyone else. I mean, every single day I have people either stop me in the street and they shop in grocery shops or wherever I'm at, and I immediately become a community police officer. I'm trying to get my officers out of this mindset that they're not community police officers. And first and foremost, you're a community police officer. The fact that we have a department that we call a community policing department, I think for far too long, officers have dropped the ball there in thinking, well, I'm not a community police officer. The community policing department, I'm looking to refresh that. Yes, you need a visible police officer in each constituency so you know who your contact. But in addition to that, you will have the supervisors, who you will know who the supervisor is responsible for those areas, whether it's Georgetown, West Bay, Eastern districts. And then we can reach out to that sergeant or the inspector, and we can make sure that if there's an issue where that community officer is, say, coming on at give and take maybe 10 o'clock in the morning, but there's an issue at 7 o'clock, we can move resources to address those immediate issues that is happening. And we've had instances, through you, Mr. Chair. I was in a conversation a month ago. I had a briefing with one of my community officers in Georgetown. He had a problem at 2 o'clock in the morning. So all we did was shift the resources to deal with that problem at 2 o'clock in the morning. And we dealt with that problem, and the problem was resolved.
Well, thank you for that, Commissioner. I don't think I'm going to opine any further on that, but to ask you this last question. You are confident that 21 officers is adequate enough to do the community work. This is on you now, because if it comes back and they say they're not hearing enough, then we're going to ask questions in Parliament again. Are you comfortable with that number, yes or no?
Commissioner, The chair is very happy to hear what you just said, because all of us as members should be holding the RCIPS accountable for policing our communities, every single officer. It's a pity we came up with a department for it and not recognized what you just said. Can you repeat, please, to this committee, that every person that is under your charge, including yourself, community polices this community? What happens when one of these 19 isn't somebody that our constituents or a few of our constituents don't take to, as we say in Cayman? So now they have no one to go talk to? I can't tell you how to do your job, sir, but I can tell you from where I sat, forever that the uses of that name of that department did your department no justice. But I leave it there. But please, if you could respond to the members, because I'm being serious, Commissioner. I'm not here to try to be difficult. I would never try to be a police officer. And I applaud you and every one of you that are brave enough to put on that uniform. But it really, really is time for us to start to recognize in this country that every officer, irrespective of what department over they're in, should see themselves first and foremost as someone that the public can trust and be a partner in and with.
Mr. Chairman.
Sort of an intervention. Can you answer the question from the member from Georgia Central?
Through you, Mr. Chair. MP Bryan.
I can repeat the question for you. I think that's what you're going to go
Sorry.
and say. The question.
What I will say is, the short answer is, I am well happy with that 21 officers, because that 21 gives me not just 21, that's 21 total will give me, in addition to that, I've got 3 sergeants existing, I've got an inspector, plus I've got 5 community safety officers. So that's 25, that's 30 individuals in totality, but I didn't want to mention the community safety officers. What my position is I am trying to change the mindset of officers. I'm trying to get it resonated through this entire organization. You're a police officer first. You're a community police officer first, irrespective of whether you're one of those that wearing 50 pounds of ballistic equipment with guns and tasers and everything else. First and foremost, you are a community officer. And that's what I'm trying to, when I mentioned about refreshing community policing, is to get that message across. All the shift-based officers, all of those officers out there on that front line are visible every day. You are first and foremost a community-minded police officer. And I think if we can accomplish that, we can resolve a lot of these issues.
From Bordentown West, then Georgetown East, then Red Bay, then Cayman Brac East.
I'm going to be very short in what I'm about to say, Mr. Chairman. And I know members inside here may not like what I'm about to say, but that's just who I am. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Commissioner, I have a fundamental problem with having police officers broken down or assigned based on political constituency. I don't want a community officer for Bordentown West. What I would like is a group of community officers for Bordentown that I can call on at any time, regardless of the time of day. And I say that to say this. We talk about police seeing crimes being committed. Well, I can tell you, citizens see it too, I see it too. And I can tell anybody inside here, I am a snitch. I am an informer. I am one of them that call and report people. That is what I do. And what I would like, Commissioner, more than anything, is a group of officers assigned to Bordentown that I can call at any time of the day, regardless of whatever shift it is, to basically say, this is what is going on here, there, or everywhere. At the end of the day, I have, like with anybody else, issues, but as you look at your 2024 crime stats, the crimes in the communities are actually going down. So you have done quite well in terms of the resources you have, and the numbers speak for themselves. I like to look at statistics. Preparing for this, I went through your report that you put out, I think it was May or of this year, going through all of your stuff, and I saw the good work that your team is doing. Equally, I didn't see anything inside there on gambling, which seems to have been the craw for some people where they believe that we should be putting our pile of police resources against illegal gambling or numbers, or maybe that is buried into something else. But what I'm saying to the public and to everyone else, the police is still a response unit. The police responds to crime. It is the other social environment, the other issues that create crime is what we need to deal with. You know what I mean? Someone reported, I mean, having a police presence may decrease some crimes or some kind of crimes, but that does not want to recruit domestic violence or other issues that are basically there. So what I'm saying is, Commissioner, is that, and this is the dangerous part about, I guess, having politicians get into the old policing business, because I have seen other Caribbean islands where politicians start using police as a prop. I've seen it, you know, from that standpoint. So there's a reason why police has remained Section 55, and yes, we're looking for money and value for money and everything else, but at the end of the day, I would still like to go back to where there was a group of officers in Bordentown. We could have called on any one of those. If there's a specific one that on a particular time of the day that I need to call, fine. But I prefer having that group, because there are some officers, I can tell you, is far more effective than others. And as the chairman said, I don't want to end up with a community officer that is of no use, and then I'm stuck with him. So at least we might as well have a group that we can pick on. But I have other questions, but since we're on that topic, I just had to chime in and add in my 2 cents. But I will see to the other members and give them opportunities before I get into my other more deeper questions, which can always wait till the end.
Thank you, member from Bordentown West. Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. MP Saunders, perhaps for clarity, when I said 1 per constituency, it doesn't mean that is, that's, the fact is that, let's perhaps use Georgetown, if I've got this right. We've got 5 constituencies in Georgetown? 7. So you've got 7 constituencies in Georgetown. So each one that's constituency, but in addition, you've got a sergeant that oversees those 7. So I'm just using this as an example.
I'm fine, but I'm fine with that. But I prefer to use the term district,
okay,
as opposed to because what I don't want is anyone thinking that now a district or a political constituency of police officers assigned to it. That's why I prefer the nomenclature. You can maybe we're splitting hairs, but I prefer the term district.
And that's fair enough. The thought process was for me to have visibility in those areas, so you know who your local police officer in that area. But they are all working together within that district.
Mr. McTaggart, member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I do hope that when we get the program up and running again, that our community officers, no matter where they are assigned, that they will be there longer than what we have experienced, I think, over the last few years. I can tell you, sir, in my district, if they last a year, we were lucky. Sometimes community officers would change. I wouldn't even know about it. And I'd have to try and find out. Only to find out, I called my office and he says, well, I'm no longer the community beat officer for Georgetown East. That sort of stuff. I think we need, I sense it that community policing doesn't get the real attention that it deserves, because it provides a strong link between law enforcement and the community. And when that link is broken, then all sorts of things start to go wrong. And so I plead with you for that when you are addressing the situation. So if you had any comment you wanted to add before I go on to my next question.
Through you, Mr. Chair. MP McTaggart, what I will say, yes, I acknowledge that in the past what has happened, and that primarily is caused because of attrition. So, for example, just this year alone, we've lost 56 staff, and the issue is trying to keep up with that attrition, and it's why my view, as it currently stands, is that we need to have 2 recruitment classes per year to try to keep up with it, because on average we train 25 but we lose 15, and so the issue that's causing that is the attrition rate, where officers are looking for other areas to go, and we are currently, because our current levels are where we were back in 2008. We have to then look at that, what is now those causing us the most threat, risk, harm, and what is it that we need to do? We need to respond when a member of the public calls, and hence why you find that officers are then, I suppose, placed back on shifts. But I do acknowledge the issue. Moving forward, we'll do everything. I'll certainly do everything I can to rectify that. A number of other reasons could be officers are promoted, but what I will certainly do if an officer has to move, to make sure that before there's any movement, we notify the key persons, influencers in those communities.
Thank you for that commitment, sir. Then I want to go back just briefly to the issue of the traffic and policing it. Commissioner, are you familiar with the term lane splitting?
Commissioner?
Not a trick, but I'll just share it just say what it is. It's a situation where you get motorcycles and, to a lesser extent, the e-bikes traveling down the road in the middle of the lane. And anybody needs to pass them, they got to go around them, either inside or out if you're on a 4-lane highway. Is that situation legal?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps a bit of clarity. Is this down are they still on the left-hand side of the road? Because
not necessarily. It could be right in the middle of the road. In the case of 2-lane traffic, they'd be in the center of the road where the traffic is moving, and they just ride straight down the center line. Or you get a situation where you're driving down, particularly at intersections, when traffic comes, they just come right up through the middle, and I know it's a very dangerous situation because someone could easily get hurt with it. Just wondering your thoughts on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, MP McTaggart, it sounds immediately like there's potential there for an obstruction of other road users. What I can do is take that away and speak to my head of my traffic, as well as the head of the director of DVDL, and we can have those discussions.
It's just that I see it becoming it's getting to be more common practice on the roads in Cayman right now, and thought I'd draw it to your attention. I appreciate the commitment there too, sir.
Yes, sir. We all recognize the issue on our roads. I've got it as one of my one of my 6 strategic priorities in making our roads safer. And we have seen road traffic collisions again this year have increased. So that's continuing to go up. And from what we can see, there's no let up. It's been going up every single year. 150 road traffic collisions extra every single year since 2020. And that hasn't changed. So an average of 10 per day is where we're at.
Member for Georgetown East, continuing. Red Bay. Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just to piggyback on the last comment from my colleague from Georgetown East, just this morning, coming into town, 2 lanes of traffic, one of these standing scooters, or whatever you call it, a guy just went straight down, traffic was going slow, he went straight down between the 2 lines of traffic, traveling at a fast clip. I mean, it was amazingly fast for such a small thing. So I understand the point he's making. Through you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I have written down here the words that you just mentioned earlier on. So I'm glad you raised it. That the RCIPS, this is back in September, you made this comment, I heard this comment made, was back to 2008 numbers, is that correct?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And at the time you mentioned it was the worst in 17 years. You also went on to mention what you just indicated, although you didn't use this word, but the retention is a major challenge. Because as you've just indicated, you have staff leaving, some going to other parts of the civil service for better pay and better benefits, less harsh hours and so on. What are your plans to, well, first of all, first question, the current level of staffing that you're proposed over the next 2 years, where will that bring you to? If we're at a point where we were back to 2008 numbers, where does the current staffing bring us back to? Do we get to 2019 numbers? Do we get to 2025 and 24 numbers? Where will this bring us back to?
Commissioner?
This should take, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, MP Tatum, with the proposed budget allocation for 26 and 27, it will certainly put me in a really healthy position and will take me back to numbers as far back as 2019 when we were in a really healthy position. But I would actually add probably in a more healthier position. And that's what I'm striving for. So what I've said, the desired establishment of the organization, police officers should be around 500 police officers. That is going to be difficult to achieve, and I have to accept that. So ideally, if once we're looking at from this budget, will put me at, I won't get 80 police officers, but from what I think I'll get is around that 60 or 65, which will put me in a really good position. Moving ahead.
Sorry,
Mr. Tatum, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just remind me, through you, Mr. Chair, just remind me, what is that number that you're expected to have after this most upcoming set of hirings?
So you've got 307, we have currently 373 police officers, and the numbers I'm looking to hire is around, from the budget here now, is around 50, between 50 and 60. That's for 2026. And of course, that will increase in 2027.
Tatum, continuing.
Thank you, sir. If my quick math here is correct, that's about 455. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. So that'll take you back to 2019, but not really where you need to be, it sounds like. But certainly a healthier position than we are now. Retention. What are your thoughts on how we will attack that issue, sir? Because you could, as you just indicated, you can hire these 24 and have them trained up and have some fantastic trained police officers, but if in a couple of months they go off somewhere else, the problem isn't resolved. So retention is a major issue that needs fixing somehow.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I acknowledge that attrition is certainly an issue for us. It's been an issue, a long-standing issue. It didn't just start yesterday. On average, we lose 15, 20 officers per year. What I did back in 2024 was look at a salary equalization project, which was addressing that issue, because the majority of the staff that were leaving on the basis that cost of living was so high they couldn't make the unsociable hours of policing. It wasn't worth it, and they were looking at other areas. So with that salary equalization, that was put me in a better position in as far as the retention aspect of it. But in addition to that, it's not just about, for me, it's not all just about the monetary reward. It's more about what are we doing as far as our staff in terms of the training. So one of the things I'm looking at the moment is I would like to leave as my legacy a police college. So we're looking at a police constable education program, and we're looking at the UK engagement with the College of Policing, engaging with Sitting Guilds University, and as we sat here speaking, because we are engaged in looking at how we can provide professional development, continuous professional development for our staff. So all the training that they need, and as well as looking at the educational system. Thankfully, I have a former educator, principal, who is part of my leadership and development team at the Training and Development Unit. So he's engaged with the university, UCCI, looking at educational programs that we can try to, I suppose, attract some of the young persons, get them interested into law enforcement at that 17 and 18 age group. Perhaps they're not going to look at going off to higher education, colleges and everything else, but they genuinely have an interest into law enforcement, and that's really what I'm looking at there.
Mr. Tatum, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I commend that vision. I'm really, really glad to hear it. But at the end of the day, people still need to be paid, and they need to have a salary that they can not only provide for their families, but save for a future, afford a home. So are you saying that that salary scales are being looked at as well within the RCMP to make it a more attractive place for people to stay rather than folks going off to other parts of the civil service that may be paying better? And if so, does this budget provide you with the ability to do that?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did a very exhaustive exercise that immediately saw an injection in the budget, which we were able to get through a Section 11.5 that helped with an uplift. But I don't want to call it a pay increase. This was a salary equalization. It was the issue I mentioned earlier where primarily sergeants and inspectors were not seeing the benefit of their promotions. So for instance, a newly promoted sergeant would have been making $50 a month more, in some cases $35 a month. That for me doesn't encourage people to stay in a job. You've taken on more responsibility. You're expected to hold accountability in terms of managing staff, but we're paying you an extra $35 a month for it. So but that will certainly go a long ways towards that, the mid-management sergeants and inspectors. The constables, on the other hand, I've seen those that would have been at the lower scale, I suppose, definitely when they would have reached a certain amount of years of service, they would see that salary equalization come into effect. So a young recruit with 2 years would be at the lower end, but a teen in 5 years, they immediately see a jump because of the years of experience. So I'm hopeful with all of that, that will encourage officers to continue to stay. But I do repeat, MP Tatum, I think if we just narrow it down to just money or pay, and I get the cost of living issues in Cayman, then we also need to invest into professional development as well.
Mr. Tatum, continuing.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Commissioner, I appreciate everything you said. It's not just down to money, it's also down to the type of job it is. Shift system, sometimes not being with family or coming home when kids are at school. So it's a type of work. It's a type of work that you use the phrase pay equalization, I think it was. This may be a type of work that we may need to pay people more, not just to retain them, right, but to pay them also this will help to retain them, but also to because we're understanding that they're not just doing a regular 9-to-5 job. They're often, some of them are going into harm. It's a job, from speaking to police officers, that I know that can wear them down. So I won't belabor the point anymore, but what I'm not hearing is that this budget will provide you with sufficient funding to make sure that you get the salary levels where they need to be, to retain the staff. Use the word attrition. Attrition, people are leaving. But we need to find what we need to do to keep them. So I won't belabor the point anymore, so I think you've said all you can say. You've heard the concern, and I will leave it there. I don't know if you have anything additional you want to mention on that. I do have a few more questions after this.
Mr. Chair, if you will permit me.
Commissioner.
So policing is a tough job, and you're right in the sense of the unsociable hours. Well, what we have found as well is because of the level of staff shortages, officers were obviously being overworked, so to speak, moving from job to job. Just basically, they were just inundated. So that has an impact on your morale, and it can lead to one looking at elsewhere. So my take on it is that with this uplift in the budget will give me an opportunity to uplift our staffing levels, should reduce some of the stress that it's seen certainly across the front line, where the officers are literally day in, day out, just moving from job to job. And that's the complaints that I get back to me through my supervisory team, that the officers are literally begging, what's going on with the staff? We need more staff, we need more staff. And that's really the drivers for the morale issue. So I'm sure a number of them are listening today and hearing at the Finance Committee, and we'll see that there is certainly from what we're discussing, that there is certainly this government, honourable members in Parliament are looking to provide full support to the police.
Member for Railway, continuing.
Thank you, sir. Before I continue, I just want to just interject that I want the Police Commission to know that he has my utmost respect, and I know he has a deep care for his officers and for this community, and I really respect the work that he's doing and how he is trying to fight to make sure that he gets the resources that he needs, and I'm sure we all want that to happen. If I could return to community police officers for a second. You mentioned, I was going to ask you about it, you mentioned the community safety officers. Where do they fit in the scheme of things in the new community policing that you would like to put in place?
Commissioner.
So those community safety officers, community support officers already exist. There are a number of in Georgetown as well as in the eastern districts. But I'm short in some areas so East End, for instance, I don't have any there. I do have in the BRAC. So ideally what I want is to have the community officers to complement, I suppose, my full police officers, fully trained police officers. The difference really is that community support officers are not trained and as police officers per se. They really are the ears and eyes of the community, where they bring back those issues. They should be in those communities, speaking to community members and bringing back the issues to the community sergeants so we can address those. So I do see them fitting in really well with the new and improved Community Policing 2026 plan.
Mr. Tatum, continue.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So, yes, sir, that's my understanding as well. It's part and parcel of that. If you see something, if you know something, say something. And those individuals, both the community police officers and the safety officers are people that should be trusted within the community, that people can come and have a conversation with. So-and-so is a crime that I'm aware of. You need to go and look here. So these are key positions. How many do you have at the moment, and how many more do you need to have?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the current levels are 5. I have 5, and my plan is to have 7, so 2 more in addition.
Tatum continuing.
I will leave it. I won't believe at a point that 7 is enough. I don't think so, but I'll leave that be, sir. The other thing I will ask, and I hate to actually put this to you, to be quite honest, but in June, I think it was July of this year, I was asking questions with regards to community policing. And I was told at that time, I was reading from a press report that says plans in place to nearly double Cayman's community policing unit. The Royal Cayman Police Service plans to nearly double its community policing unit from 19 to 36 officers. However, it faces funding and recruitment challenges. Acting Deputy Governor Gloria McPhail-Nixon told the Parliament during its 27th June sitting. Roy Tatum, representative for Red Bay, asked whether the police commissioner intended to strengthen and enhance the operational capacity of the community policing department. McPhail-Nixon confirmed that in alignment with national priorities on the strategic objectives of the police service, that was indeed the intention. So the intention a few short months ago was to get to 36 from 19, but now I hear we're going to 21. So what has changed?
Before the commissioner responds, I think the commissioner said he was going to 30, but he can correct me if I'm wrong.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I suppose let's do a bit of math. So the 21 officers start there, and then I have 3 sergeants, which get an inspector. It gives me 25 for my fully trained police officers. In addition to that, I was looking at the 7, because we have 5 community safety officers, and I wanted to add 2 more, which will give me 7. So that's 32. So yes, I am short by 4. So it won't be 36, it'll be 32 out of 36.
Mr. Tatum continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I truly appreciate hearing that, sir. And I obviously was had misunderstood earlier. I'm very happy to know I had misunderstood. So thank you.
Lady member for Cayman-Brackes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Premier and perhaps onward to the Commissioner. My recurring issue and concern with the mushrooming amount and levels of cocaine and Little Cayman and Cayman-Brac, and what it's doing to the people there, not just to the zombies that we now see walking up and down our street, but the aggressiveness that they've started to display. But even more important, the now prevalence of guns associated with it, to the extent of them walking around with it in their waist and not afraid to intimidate people. And I'm not wanting to go into specifics. The Commission knows me good enough that I've been an avid supporter, being a daughter for ex-policemen of the police in every which form that I could render that support. But unless a task force or some urgent attention is put to it, which includes Little Cayman, in a very worrisome way, the BRAC will no longer enjoy the ambience that we've been enjoying. Unfortunately or fortunately, some of them are imports and implants, Caymanians, and they seem to traverse from outer districts into my own districts. And so when the reports are given you here that's happening at watching place, I can tell you they're not watching places. And I am making one last passionate plea that something is done, because you're going to have serious crime worse than you would like to imagine. And if I could pigtail that, can you confirm whether or not it was a rumor that an airplane crashed over the south side of Cayman-Brac if it's a rumor, I'd be most elated because it has caused an alarm amongst the residents of the BRAC, seeing a social media light go into what they deem outside the reef, and no confirmation as to whether it was a star falling, it was a drug plane, or whether it was just a figment of their imagination. If it's an ongoing investigation, I appreciate the delicacy of your response. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And there were two questions, one to do with the gun crime and then one to do with the crash plane, or potentially. Or three questions. Oh, okay. It was a lot, so I was just trying to make sure we covered all of them. Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think perhaps I'll start with the last and then go back. So we did have a report come in of a sighting of what someone thought they had saw a light and then it disappeared on the horizon at sea. There was a full response that involved a number of agencies, obviously RCIPS being Wood, our Cayman Islands Coast Guard responded with a vessel going over. We sent our helicopter, I sent a helicopter over. We had our DOE colleagues assisting us and the others, CBC on the BRAC. We work with our civil aviation colleagues over there as well. We did extensive searches out to sea. We've no evidence of any crash. There was no, according to certainly the air traffic control, there was no plane in our area at that time. So we're still a bit mystified as to what was actually seen. What I will say is that even in addition to the 2 days of searches, we also had the helicopter coming over and check in, because what we would have expected to see if it was a crash, we would have at least started to see debris floating, and we saw nothing of that. So all I will say, ma'am, is whatever was saying, it's still unverified as to what it was, but we certainly a multi-agency approach, which also included our HMCI colleagues as well to coordinate that, and a DOE, as I mentioned, the director, as well as we engaged the Accident Aviation Bureau in the UK. We notified them, but at this very moment, or at this time, we have nothing that substantiates that it was a crash. Thank you. Sorry about that. About then the issue around the drugs on the sister islands, I suppose the way I would start there is 3 weeks ago we did an operation. Not sure if you're aware of it, but we had made about 3 arrests over there of individuals involved in the drugs trade, users and sellers. We had conducted a number of searches, and it has been raised of what clearly seems to be a growing issue around the use of crack cocaine. So it's one of the reasons why I want to increase policing over there. But in addition to that, we would look at it a broader picture around how is drugs getting over there, whether it's by air or by sea. So this issue around domain awareness and radars, the long-term plan looking at having a radar for the sister islands as well. Which, if I suppose you care, Commander Scotland can speak more about that, but we had spoke about that before. The issue around guns, I must admit, I'm surprised to hear that we've got people walking around with guns in their waist. So that I'm really, really concerned about. I had a taken a very professional approach towards and personal approach towards guns over the last 10 years of my career. And I'm sure you will have seen many times where I've said there's a insatiable appetite for guns. So I take it very serious when I hear that. So I will take that away, and we will certainly look at that.
Member continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the government for the additional 3 police. I'm sure the police force there will be glad to get them with assist with their shifts and everything else. But I can tell you, and this House should know me by now, I don't raise things and I don't speak just for the sake of hearing myself. It is a concern. It's not knowledge that is uncommon on the BRAC. And I can say offline, because of my own concerns, to the Commissioner, to the Premier, if he so desires, there are persons not unknown to the police. In fact, they were in Grand Cayman, both incarcerated, and now have drifted over to the BRAC. And it's gone into the realm of what you have here as being organized, to the extent they're no longer accepting cash, but are taking persons' debit cards and going to the bank to get their funds.
Mr. Chair, just to acknowledge the lady member's deep concern that it will be taken seriously. She may recall in the last term when I was a social development minister and then was deputy premier and made my first trip then as deputy premier to the BRAC, to be stunned to hear from BRAC civil service about how rampant cocaine was. So we'd known that the issue, and we both put it on the radar for the NSC, and we'll continue to champion it, because the level of common knowledge was frightening. If now, in addition to that, the lady member is now also raising the prevalence of guns in an outlandish fashion, we'll be on the case, ma'am. Thank you for raising it.
Member for Georgian Central, followed by a member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly going back to Cayman BRAC for a second. We were talking about the community officers. Why is Cayman BRAC only having 1?
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair. There's currently a community support officer over there, but the BRAC has police officers there, and it goes back to my earlier point where they are all community police officers. I see their reports daily in terms of their engagement with the community. So I would certainly, from everything that I've seen, our officers on the BRAC do engage with members of the community. In fact, a lot of their reports also engage with individuals who are, because there are a lot of vacation homes on the BRAC, and they do their checks, and they've actually got lists of homes that are vacant, and they're checking and engaging and letting individuals know that we've checked on your home. In fact, it was only recently there was a gentleman who lives here but has a vacation home, and he has a second home in the BRAC, and he called me just to compliment officers who were checking his house, because he see them coming on his camera. So he just called me to thank me. So the policing in the BRAC has a very unique type of policing. There are certainly community policing is at the forefront. So from everything that I've seen, the community support officer over there, that community officer is doing a really good job engaging with the business community, engaging with the wider community, and that seemed to have gone down really well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I find that interesting, considering the fact that there is 2 islands in Cayman BRAC and Little Cayman. And I'm assuming that one person is jumping from island to island to do that, or how is that working?
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Little Cayman has 2 fully trained police officers, and their primary focus is community policing. We see very little incidents on Little Cayman. very, very little. So majority of that engagement is community policing. In fact, it was only last week there was a community meeting on Little Cayman. The inspector and his sergeant and the 2 officers attended held a community meeting, and we got some feedback from that community. So community policing is certainly at the forefront, and the 2 officers who are stationed there, that's really their primary focus.
Gotcha. So to you, Mr. Chairman, so they're not really labeled under the community officers, but because the circumstances being so small, they're almost technically community officers as well.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're absolutely correct,
Okay.
MP Bryan.
Thank you so much. It's just because I know that there was 2 dedicated to Cayman Brac and Little Cayman before, and this is obviously a reduction for that, and I think your answer should suffice for those concerned. I want to go back to the hiring concern. Before we had the soft freeze recently, last supplementary committee, you remember me reading out emails about people who were concerned about these are Caymanians who were applying, and they're waiting to hear back, and then they were told because of the hiring freeze. But since then, we've approved the money, and they're still waiting for updates. And we're talking about trying to keep Caymanians wanting to come to the service. They're going to move on to other opportunities if they're not being responded to. Up to the last email that was received by, obviously I'm not going to tell you who this is, but some people who are applying, the last one was, thank you once again for your interest in joining the Royal Carolina Police Service and for participating in the recent interview process to be a recruit constable. We wanted to take this moment to update you on the recruitment process is still ongoing, and the necessary vetting and final review stages are being completed. We appreciate that your waiting can be challenging, but please rest assured that your application remains under active consideration. We expect to provide further updates and communication with you in the next 2 weeks, and we'll reach out to you once the process has been completed. In the interim, if you have any questions, please reach out to RCIPS recruitment.ky. Thank you for your continued patience. So can you confirm that those persons who were being considered before the freeze will still have an opportunity coming up?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that latest email to those individuals would have been sent, I would say approximately 3 weeks ago, or maybe less.
November 3rd.
So
it was sent, yeah.
2 or 3 weeks ago. Yeah. And there is a purpose for that email, MP Bryan. What I would say is, as we are sat here today, there is a final process ongoing around the vetting. What I've said to the team, I need to keep these individuals, I use the word warm, keep their interests. So the plan is that by the end of this month, we will know fully who we are taking on board. So I am hopeful that 24 or 25 local will be recruited. Well, they've gone through the process. It's just the final touches of the vetting, I suppose. And I'm expected that to conclude in the next week or 2, with the hopes that in December, starting December, the 1st of December, not that we actually hire or onboard, but we start what we call a keep warm. So we invite the individuals in, have them see our product, get a bit of understanding about the policing and the like, for basically the onboarding process to start in early 2026. So what I will say, MP Bryan, rest assured, I am fairly confident that we will be onboarding 24, if not 25, young Caymanians in early 2026, January by the latest, February 1st.
Okay, thank you so much. I won't go any further with that. That is obviously HR related and the Section 255, so I don't want to belabor it, but I don't want us to lose Caymanians because they're waiting too long. I mean, other opportunities, they got to eat, they have to live and all those things, and they've been kept warm for quite some time. They may be going cold. So hopefully there could be a statement, maybe even in December from the Premier about progress in our next sitting. I want to, if I can, move on to CCTV. You remember that I brought that up last sitting as well, whereby can you give us an update on the improvements in the CC area? I know that the application of it falls under different ministry, but obviously a key component of you being involved in the guidance where it needs to be, what you would like to see, the evidence and all those things. Can you give us any updates on from the strategic perspective? Because honestly, I wish you had a CCTV camera on every corner of every road in my constituency, but obviously you have to prioritize what's important. But I want my good people of Georgetown Central and the Greater Cayman Islands to know that the places of risk that they see, the CCTVs will be implemented.
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I suppose a bit of good news to start with, and that is the Kimon-Brack in terms of CCTV over there. That is well advanced and moving ahead. I should really add one caveat. In reality, it's really not my responsibility. I'm a user of the product, and I will say it's been a tremendous investigative tool as well as a proactive tool for policing. And so it's the first thing we look towards today in terms of investigations, how to aid that investigation. What we do work with our DPSC colleagues is when we recognize that there are gaps or there are dark areas, I suppose, we immediately provide that information to our colleague, Director Vasquez, in terms of those areas, and he will channel that through his Ministry of Home Affairs. We are constantly working to make sure all of these gaps are filled, and we do get full support, and we would have had additional cameras would have been added in some of those areas that would have otherwise had no cameras. So that's work that continues. Obviously for us, we are the beneficiary of it. So whenever we pick up that there is or detect that there is whether it's an issue in terms of cameras not either gaps or not properly working or not sufficient lighting, we provide that information.
Nicholas. Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. I think that's it for this area, but I do have some questions on the regiment as well as the Coast Guard. So thank you, Chairman.
Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Commissioner of Police. In terms of international standards, where do Cayman stand in terms of number of officers per population?
Commissioner.
So we tend to look to the UK when we look at ratio in terms of population per officer. So when we look to the UK, I'll give you two examples. Heathrow Airport at this very moment has 400 police officers and a budget of £50+ million. The City of London, which is 1 square mile, has 1,000 police officers, 1 square mile. When we look at other areas around in the region, we see that we are certainly we tend to look at Bermuda as one of those. We look at it and we are pretty much on par with Bermuda in terms of ratio. The challenge, I would say, is that it's difficult to compare like for like. And the reason for it is, if you look at the UK, for instance, the police forces, 43 police forces, can move officers around if there's an uptick in violence in London. There's a major issue, whether it's terrorism or threats of terrorism. They bring officers from all over the UK. It's the same applies in some of those places in the US. I attended the FBI Academy and just before my promotion, and the one thing that stood out for me in a room of 50 chiefs is that they can call on their next door chiefs, and that's the difference with us, is we have no one really to call upon. And it's why I keep saying that we are a national police service. We have no one else to call upon. We are it. And it is difficult when we look at that comparison around ratio and the like for like, because in reality, we are a national police service. There's no neighboring police force that we could say, can we look to you to give us an injection of 15 officers over the next month because we've had a hike in burglary, a hike in robberies. We don't have that luxury. And so I don't like to get into the ratio. We did the ratio, we looked at it, but I don't think it's a fair comparison because of that the very nature. You cannot compare in terms of like for like.
Member for Borden West, continuing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Commissioner for that answer. The reason I asked that answer because, I guess, being a numbers person, the international standard is 2.2 per 100,000 per UN. The UK actually run 2.4 per 1,000. And of course, we'll naturally be far above that number. The reason I asked that question is that when I look at the last HR report that came out looking at the demographics of the police force, you have, again, this is, I think, maybe 2 or 3 years old. You had 170 officers above the age of 50, and 331 officers above the age of 40. Again, like I said, that was the HR report that the Portfolio of Civil Service put out, and it may be a little bit outdated, but it's the last one that was available. Now, when I consider those numbers, and then I look in terms of technology and everything else and the demographics, the question I need to ask is, looking at our overall population and recognizing that a large amount is transient, should we be putting more resources into vetting the people that are coming on island working here? Because I can tell you, some of the people that we have here on island working should have never been given a work permit or even a visa to visit this country based on some of the stuff that they have done. So the question is, should we put more emphasis in terms of the border security, in terms of securing our borders, then who comes on island? As you said, we are a national force, we are a small island, and then also for the surrounding waters, as opposed to getting them here and then trying to figure out what they have done.
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair. It's the question that by putting more officers at the borders will, I'm just trying to make sure I get clarity, by putting more officers at the border will reduce the amount of crime? Is that what? I'm not sure.
No. Put the more potential criminals. Because I can tell you, for example, we have people on this island who take out work permit for other people who clearly have no work for them. These people are required each week, each month or whatever, to pay the person who take out their permit a certain amount of money. And if there's no job for these people to do, then sometimes they end up burglarizing other people's homes while they're at work. So what I'm saying is that, again, in a small community where a lot of people know a lot of people, is a situation where more emphasis should we be put more emphasis on the border in terms of trying to give the police less work or import less criminals into the country. Not to say that everyone who comes here is criminal, not to say that we don't have our own domestic issues, but what I'm saying is overall from a border standpoint.
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and the answer to that would be, for me, is that it would always be good to have more officers at the borders for obvious reasons. I am not so sure it will resolve the issues that I'm seeing. So when I think about child safeguarding, for instance, when I look at that, I mean, that's the whole separate issue in itself. But policing in a general, we also have the ancillary type of policing. So I still have to, the court provides security for the court, the governor, the detention center, and all of these other ancillary matters. So it's, whereas I think it would help, certainly, to look at those issues, I'm not sure it is the panacea, is what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I remember my first term, there was a representation by, at the time, before there was CBC, they were actually like immigration, where someone came on an island, they suspected this person to be of a kind of, I guess, different kind of motives or whatever. And they basically tipped off the police to say, well, you know what? Now, granted that this is before your time, that, you know, maybe this is somebody you need to keep your eye on. And of course, basically, that person came on island, did what they did, left, and there were pretty much no police tracking them or looking at them or that kind of stuff. And so the question in all of that is, how much cooperation are there also between agencies, especially from even a border standpoint or a border security standpoint?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, there's 100% cooperation. In fact, our policing style is caring, collaborative, and accountable. We work very closely with our CBC colleagues, very closely with our work colleagues, work obviously with our Commander Scotland and his team over at Coast Guard. So the sharing of intelligence, for me, is critical or pivotal to everything we do. We cannot get to a position where we're withholding information from each other. We have to be open with that. Weekly, there are operations between CBC and ourselves. In fact, you would have seen an operation just towards the end of last week. We put it out in the papers as a multi-agency operation, which resulted in an individual arrested with 2 firearms, ammunition, and a substantial amount of drugs. Well, we would have had CBC colleagues on there. We would have had our DEH colleagues on there because of vicious dogs. We would have had we had some concerns about the type of drugs that could have been there, so we had to look at health and safety issues. So, but the point there is that the sharing of intelligence between ourselves and our partners, whether CBC work or Coast Guard colleagues, it couldn't be better. So but it's pivotal to everything we do. Within CBC, they have an intelligence unit, and we have an intelligence unit within our SIPs, and they work hand in glove.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Let's continue. So going back again, what I'm trying to get at, ultimately, looking at your demographics, because you have recruitment challenges. You, on paper, have an aging police force, where recruitment is struggling. The question is then, recognizing that there's some advance in technology that may be useful to some extent. How is it, or how do you see the police preparing, at least for the next 10 years, in terms of the challenge that you have today?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, brilliantly put, MP Saunders, and in fact, I have here in front of me a workforce planning report, professionally done by my Deputy Chief Officer, and it's 27 pages, and really this is the blueprint to driving the organization into the future. So, as an example, you just mentioned in terms of employee demographics, and so I'll just give, this is purely RCIPs, RCIPS uniformed personnel. I'll break that down in terms of, you mentioned age. So if I started at age 18 to 25, there's 20, 26 to 35, 78, 36 to 45, 97, 46 to 59, 147, and 60 to 64, 28. So we do have an aging police force, and it's why I am intent and passionate about driving out for young Caymanians to come into the police force. It's hitting that Some people may call it positive discrimination. I suppose you can use your choice of words, but arguably, I want to employ a recruitment strategy that is targeting that 18 to 35, albeit local, because of that, the nature of the issue right now, as you've highlighted. I've just given you the data. But the blueprint really is this workforce planning document that I'm working towards, moving ahead over the next 5 years.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm very, very happy to hear that. I mean, that is music to my ears in terms of long-term planning. One of the things I've been, and again, looking back at your report, well done, I went through it. I think your team is on the right path. I noticed, for example, last year you had 2,398 arrests. Of course, 287 of those were same individuals that have been arrested twice in 1 year. Of those 2,398 arrests, how many pretty much end up being charged, roughly?
Commissioner?
So what I can say right now is when we did our crime stats back in May, we had a 43% detection rate. As it currently stands today, it's 49%. So I am confident before the end of the year that we'll reach the 50%. And the reason why there's a lagging there was because, as you can imagine, you have a crime occurred, say the latter part of 2024, for instance, there's a protracted investigation, takes 6-7 months to solve or to resolve as a detection. Is why we have these active investigations that are still outstanding. So as it currently stands, I am fairly confident that, in your point there in terms of that, I suppose the success rate of arrests right now in terms of detections is 49%.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Saunders, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, one of the things that was note of before your arrival, but I mean, I don't know what the culture is like, but we saw a period during Cayman's policing on the senior ranks where we had people above the superintendent and the deputy superintendent or senior superintendent, whatever, positions basically moving off into different government departments. I mean, I'm sure, I can think of, like, say, Marlon Bott moving over to CBC. He had a Commander Scotland moving, I think, at the time to Credit Union before he found his way back home. You know, we had Sims moving to DEH. I mean, there was a time where there was a core group of Caymanian, and, you know, well done to you for sticking it out. But we saw that kind of movement where it left many of us questioning what was happening in RSIPs, that so many senior policemen were leaving, going into other areas within the department. And when you speak to some of the record, you kind of get that there were some cultural challenges. Now, my question to you, Commissioner, now that we have a Caymanian commissioner back in that role now, in terms of the senior ranks, how do you see us getting more Caymanians like yourself back into the senior ranks that at least will serve as a motivation for a lot of young people coming up? Because unless the young people can see a pathway to get to your position without going through all of that other noise below your level, you're going to have challenges.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I suppose I'll do a bit of a methodology type of process here. We had our promotion processes this year, so we would have had a chief inspector process. And what I'm proud to say right now is that of those individuals, 6 of my 8 chief inspectors are to be promoted are Caymanians. My superintendents, which that promotion process goes through the Police Service Commission. So there's only, at this very moment, 3 non-Caymanians at superintendents or chief superintendent or commissioners level. What I'm doing to look at professional development senior officers or officers of the senior ranks is executive level training. So for instance, earlier this year, I would have had 2 of my superintendents, or a chief superintendent and a superintendent, went off to the UK to do the executive leadership program. That's a 5-month program, very intense, and it's a pass or fail. I've got 2 more now earmarked to go again in January. So it's a slow, methodical, and deliberate exercise to look at a professional development of my senior officers and those that are looking to professional develop to get into that senior level at superintendent as part of a succession plan, the wider civil service succession plan, how we are tying into that as an organization. So in addition to that, we would have had that salary equalization, which would have obviously encouraged some of those at the inspectors and chief inspectors, which will encourage them, I suppose. Why do I need to go across? I'm hoping to dissuade them. Why do we need to go across looking for more money? Actually, when I'm paying you very similar here within the police. So if it goes according to the plan that I have set out, I really want to focus heavily on that retention of Caymanians in the police service. But it's not just about, for me, what is it I'm doing to actually show that I want to retain? For me, that's about professional development and investing. So for me, it's really 3 key pillars: investing in people, investing in infrastructure, and investing into technology.
Thank you very much. Going a bit below the gazetted officers to the non-gazetted officers, like I think it starts at, is it inspector? It starts at gazetted, or chief inspector starts at gazetted?
Commissioner?
So you have 7 ranks before you get to me. So you're at constable level, your sergeant level, your inspector, your chief inspector.
Chief inspector starts at, that's where the gazetted level starts at, correct? Or sergeants or inspector, they're still below.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, that the Gazette was an old, the old law looked at the Gazetted. When the law changed in 2010, even though we continue to carry it, it was grandfathered in, if I could put it that way. The difference now is that at the superintendent level and above, the Police Service Commission is responsible for that level as far as promotions.
The point I'm trying to get at is, because one of the things that, recognizing that you do perform a very vital function, we need to make sure at the end of the day that you as commissioner has the necessary or the requisite powers to deal with officers needed, because at not one point you can discipline up to a certain rank, and then after a certain rank it becomes something else. So the question is that I want to get at is, at what rank do you think that you need the necessary authority to continue on in terms of to be a more effective commissioner? Because it makes no use we ask you to do certain things, and up to a certain level, some officers has to go through a different disciplinary process or for you to deal with. That's what I'm trying to get at. Sorry.
Commissioner?
So as Commissioner of Police, I have, as far as discipline is concerned, is up to Chief Superintendent rank. The Assistant Commissioner or the Deputy Commissioner, that's at the Governor's level. But anywhere from Chief Superintendent down, I have the authority as far as the Police Act and the powers to look at discipline.
Excellent, thanks for that. And just a quick question. In terms of the sergeants, for example, which is I guess the feeding ground to go into the inspector, how many Caymanians do we have sitting on the sergeant level, and how many do we have that have passed the sergeant exam that is waiting for placement?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, I think MP Saunders, was the question about sergeants in waiting?
the total amount of sergeants and how many came on, and then how many we have in waiting that are also came on in.
Okay, so at this very moment, we've got 48 sergeants, and based on where we want to go, we want to look at, and because I need to fill some gaps across the organization, I need to find at least another 10 sergeants. We've gone through that process already as far as the promotion boards, but no one has been promoted yet, so to speak, and at that rank. So yes, I'm looking at an additional 10 sergeants starting in 2026, but that's still very much in the making.
Okay, and my last question, in case anyone else wants to get a chance, I just cut out. And I'm putting on my cap now as a member of the Ombudsman Committee, where we actually see, and this is why I brought up the issue of discipline earlier, where we have seen some issues on the Ombudsman Committee where there have been some outstanding disciplinary issues where the Ombudsman has highlighted something, and I think it's waiting for the police to be dealt with. Have you guys been able to find or reconcile a process between issues that the Ombudsman raised versus what you, I guess, as a commissioner, can actually deal with from a discipline standpoint? Because some of those issues that have been outstanding or that have been raised by the Ombudsman, from what I understand, has been outstanding now for quite some time in terms of being dealt with.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there are some legacy issues I'm well aware of. Those matters are all within my professional standards. Of course, as you can imagine, a number of those are the persons affected would have had legal counsel. And so I'm faced with a challenge around abusive process and everything else. But what I can say is some of those matters that would have been outstanding or would have been investigated by the Ombudsman have been resolved in the sense of some people are no longer in the organization. And so it's difficult to comment when we know it's still matters are ongoing. But the difficulty I have, some of those legacy issues, I get the issue around abusive process because, for example, one of those may have dragged on, extended for say 6, 7 years, and that then becomes a problem for me. But a number of those, I will say, have been resolved. Some of those would have resulted in, people are no longer in the organization.
Mr. Saunders?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And Commissioner, I'm going to ask one question. I'll put back on my legislator's cap. Recognizing that what you do and the service that you provide for the society is different, I do not expect, and I hope others don't expect, that the same due process that you would expect for the government wanting to terminate an accountant would be the same due process for that of a police, recognized in terms of the security and the sensitivity of your role. The question is this: do you need or do we need to make legislative changes to give your role or your position far more authority in dealing with some of these issues? Because if there's one thing that the Constitution has made clear, that there are some things in the interest of national security and so forth that we have, I guess the term that the Attorney General used was a shield versus a sword, that the Constitution does, for national security purposes, give us more of a shield from that standpoint. Are there any changes that we need to make to the Police Act to allow you and your team to be more effective, or allow you to be more effective in managing the Royal Cayman Islands Police?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I will say, MP Sanders, is at this very moment, I've got a small team put together, and we're doing a complete review. Well, it's not a review. We're looking at a complete set of police regulations, which will discuss or will include issues around misconduct proceedings, so disciplinary hearings. I think that by doing so will give us a better steer in terms of dealing with a lot of these issues around discipline matters. But that is work in progress, and hopefully I can bring that to Cabinet in either certainly by Q2 of 2026. But it's work in progress, and we've got a small team working on the regulations specifically around addressing police matters.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Commissioner for his answer. Everyone who knows me know I call a spade a spade. If I have to say something, I have to say something. But, Commissioner, I want to say that based on what I've seen in terms of trend and your presentation here today, that I have full confidence in you to actually do this job. I can't say the same for some of the people who went before you. I'm glad they're gone. You know what I mean? And I've said so publicly. So in this case, I hope you do stay. While I wish others to be gone, I actually do wish you to stay. And I wish you and your team all the best of luck. And thanks for the service that you provide.
Thank you very much, MP Saunders, for that endorsement of the Police Commissioner. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the following items on the schedule. Yes. OCP 1, Crime Prevention and Protection Services, $36,231,535 in 2026. $36,851,778 in 2027. OCP 2, Crime Investigation and Criminal Justice Services, $15,510,111 in 2026. $15,678,161 in 2027. OCP 3, Policy Advice, Administrative and Support Services, $12,722,446 in 2026. $12,911,595 in 2027. OCP 4, Coast Guard Services, $5,915,791. MP.
Mr. Chairman, I had no indications that you were planning to do a block vote. You didn't say it. Thankfully, I heard in the hallway, as I thought you indicated you'd go through line by line. But
we've been through line by line, and we've had close to 4 hours of questioning.
And that's a part of the scrutiny process of this Parliament.
So, do you have questions on
yes,
OCP 1 through 3? I've gotten to 3.
No. I do have questions on the Coast Guard.
I had reached OCP 3. And so, I call on members to approve those items on the schedule to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. OCP 1 through 3 on the schedule now form part of the bill. OCP 4, Coast Guard Services. Member from Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Honourable Premier or the Police Commissioner, as the Chief Officer, either one, give an update on without obviously giving up the sensitivities of any security matters, but we were embarking in the last government of some new strategies of surveillance of our waters to prevent the importation of anything illegal or illegal aliens to the islands, where we're using some advanced technology with drone options. Can the Honourable Premier or the Chief Officer or even the Coast Guard head give us some updates on it, please?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, from the broad policy standpoint, the variance between 25 to 26 and 27 of 1.3, I'll call it almost 1.4 million, is driven by that project which is referred to as domain awareness, which is another term of saying enhanced radar. That will include a new software system that we will use via OpEx rather than try to build a system. We will procure a service provider to provide the system. Once the system is then procured, then there will be additional staff to help operate the system. That will also include drone technology, and in addition to that, which features in EI 79, also included as part of the package will be a fixed-wing aircraft to also help with surveillance.
Member continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we get some timelines on the implementation of this? And I heard radar. Is a radar going to be implemented, and what the timeline is for that?
Well, Mayor.
Once the budget is approved, we will then complete the procurement process for the service provider, make sure that the technology is in place and the system is in place, and we're hopeful that we can get this up and running as quickly as possible in 2026 because it's been an outstanding item for far too long in the country.
Member continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't remember the specifics, but we allocated funds. I remember taking money out of the waterfront park, as well as the former Minister for Health, the Honorable Sabrina Turner, taking money out of provisions of her ministry to allocate specifically for the start of this. Are you saying that nothing has been done since we took money out of other provisions to ensure this safety component is realized or started at the very least?
Honorable Premier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think there has been a change in approach. So I think those amounts were meant to be for capital to actually build, operate, and maintain a system. Upon further reflection, we've changed your approach to a service model so that that onus isn't on government and that you can provide an expert service provider. So due to that change in approach, there has been a realignment.
Honorable Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what exactly was spent on what when we moved money around the last time to get this initiative moving? Because I'm hearing capital, now I'm hearing we moved away from the capital project. I'm not trying to be facetious in any way. I'm just trying to really understand what went on, because we took money away, and the former Premier is here, could put potentially opine if she recalls, but we moved money for this specific process, and I'm hearing that now the monies that are here is going to start it. There got to be that some of that, the money that we allocated to get this going, because it was proved under the last administration, and I'm not hearing that anything has been done.
Honorable Premier.
Mr. Chair, I think the member's asking for the transactional history of the monies. And
Correct.
there would be a period where I wouldn't have been in cabinet, so let me just get the details for you.
Thank you.
But the substantive question in terms of what we're going to provide for the country, my answer still stands.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, if you may, while he's conversing,
Lady Member for Cameron East.
it may shed a little bit of light since I was actually there at the time. There was a hot pursuit and request to get a substantial amount of money urgently, and the former Minister Turner and the MP from Georgetown Central did the reallocations as it did, and then we went back for Section 11.5s, and then there was supposed to be a subsequent 11.12, I believe, to get a substantial amount of monies. At that time, the thought was, which was propelled by the persons requesting, that they want to purchase the equipment. There was some visits from the UK, and I won't say no more about that. And there, after that, then the pursuit of acquiring and owning this property went like water in a midday sun, and it then shifted. This was prior to the election, so the Honourable Premier is absolutely correct. That the whole idea just shifted from ownership to actually paying for a service agreement. So it's probably about 7, 8 months since that shift happened. And so he's absolutely correct, he was not there. And then we could not, anyway, it would not be fair to expect him to justify, except through secondhand knowledge, why that change was made. Hopefully that was helpful.
Thank you. Premier?
In terms of the history, as the lady member has mentioned, since I wasn't there, I'll let the police commissioner chime in to fill in the gap between me coming in. So hold on one second. Oh, I'll just defer to the commissioner for that transactional history.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what we did was we utilized, we hired staff. We did hire staff for the project, so it was to get ahead of it in anticipation that we would have that we would have taken the project on. We went ahead and hired staff within the Coast Guard. But once that, I suppose the change in terms of how we were going to acquire the assets, we opted not to utilize that funding.
Mr. Chairman, this is the first time I've heard this. Cabinet approved monies for a specific action, and internally it was changed after getting the money to go a different direction. When and with whose approval? I mean, granted it's your initiative, but you can't ask for money for one thing and then get the money and then change the approach. I am confused by that, particularly because it was a substantial amount of time before the election. I can understand if it's a new government and the government approves for you to take a different angle, then fine, whatever money is spent up there, you're going to have to justify what the money was spent for. But I'm confused. Not only am I concerned about us now using a service provider, which we have to depend on outside persons to control the monitoring of that. That's what it was sold to us in the first place for purchase, that the hardware and software would be owned by the Cayman people.
Mr. Chair, what I could try to offer in assistance, so I wouldn't have been there for that gap period, but I gather that they must have done additional research and a comparison to then present to the new government to say, here are the advantages or disadvantages of a ownership model, and here are the advantages of a service provider model. And their conclusion, which is the recommendation that we followed, is that there were more advantages to the service model, and then therefore the capital that would have been preserved, I guess, in the period that I wasn't there, was just not utilized, but they hired staff.
Members, given the hour, I would propose we take the luncheon break until 3:30. Please be seated. Colleagues, when we broke for the luncheon break, we had just commenced the line of questioning on OCP4 Coast Guard services, but to conduct one tiny bit of housekeeping before we restart the proceedings, I would like for members to welcome two work experience students from Cayman International School. David Lebanon, if you'd stand, David, and Joshua Trinouth. So I noticed these two young men appeared, and I thought all of a sudden we had young people who had some time on their hands and were interested in Parliament. But I'm glad that you are interested in Parliament and chose this to be your work experience. And certainly I hope that in observing these proceedings, it will certainly add to your interest in governance and the workings of Parliament. So welcome. As we took the break, we had entered a line of questioning, and I call now on the Premier to simply give the summation of wrapping up that particular line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, the question was in relation to a new radar system. And the member for Georgetown Central had just questioned the transactional history that had occurred between last administration and this administration. Suffice it to say, we established that the capital that was provided by the prior administration was unspent. However, what the appropriation does now in terms of the radar system is just secure funding for it. We still have the opportunity to decide the parameters and the best features for it, and the leader of the opposition is in the National Security Council with me, where it can be further probed in the confines of national security, given the sensitivity of our defenses.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any further questions on OCP 4? Any further? Member for Georgetown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you, I'm sure the Premier or the Commissioner can answer the question. Pertaining to OCP 4, does this budget sufficiently fund the Coast Guard to properly staff and deploy the Sister Island detachment?
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I suppose the answer to that is yes, but not to the extent I would like. So we'll have to look at the type of deployment, whether that is a rotation basis or whether it's a full-time. But the plans that we have for the Coast Guard is that there will be certainly an attachment in the Sister Islands, in Cayman Brac.
The member from Cayman Brac East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick follow-up through to the Honourable Premier and the Commissioner. When we were there, we had identified a government property in the Bight on Frigate Road or Frigate Drive or Street, I don't quite remember, for the utilization of the Coast Guard. Does it mean, based on the response, that that's no longer a possibility to have them on the ground there? I know it would take some time, to build up the whole thing, but just the mere presence of them there is a prime example of some important back office upfront work.
Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've already invested significantly into that property. So I wouldn't, obviously working with Commander Scotland, I would not invest in that property the amount of capital we've already invested if we did not have a plan for a BRAC detachment. So I suppose all I'm saying at this moment is in the interim, the deployment we have that location where we would have a vessel and we would have officers. The start of that is probably more of a rotation, and my working with Mr. Scott, with Commander Scotland, intent is to have a full-time team there from the budget over the next 2 years.
Just to say a great big thank you to the government and to the commissioner for that undertaking, because that was one of the properties that they quickly housed the Cuban refugees in, and there's been a tremendous amount of work to improve that property. So I'm glad to hear that it's been taken possession of.
Any further questions on OCP 4? Since there are no further questions on OCP 4, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as OCP 4 Coast Guard Services in the amounts of $5,915,791 for 2026 and $5,969,284 for 2027 to the bill. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item stands approved on the schedule to the bill. OCP 5, Regiment Services. Is there no, okay, the member for Cameron-Brack East?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to ascertain and or confirm whether they had received and or is in anticipation of receiving the money that was necessary. I think it was for the uniform that a previous minister had given them quite a bit of difficulty, and which necessitated another visit into the Premier's office with great disappointment that they couldn't get. It was an insignificant amount of money. And it wasn't the commissioner who was stopping it, let me just say that. He was in support of it.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what we did, we had supplementary funding back in, 2 months ago, back in September, that was approved, and to give additional funds for the regiment. So that money has already been, well, it's into the regiment's budget. So it was, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Honourable Premier and his government, because that will go a significant way. I remember the look on the visiting UK personnel, and the honourable gentleman that sits at the back by Scotland, whose name I can't remember right now, I beg your pardon. Almost you could see the discouragement dropping off. It was an insignificant amount for their uniform, and for whatever reason, you couldn't get it done. So I'm very, very grateful that that's taken on board. Thank you.
Honourable Premier.
I thank the lady member for that intervention, because it was unnecessary. It was something that just needed to be done. In addition to that, we're going to double check on our upcoming trip to the JMC, because the regiment for training, when they go to the UK for training, have been paying international rates, which is unacceptable since we're supposed to be part of the global Britain family. As an overseas territory, we should be paying domestic rates. So hopefully that kicks in shortly.
Any further questions? If there are no further questions, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question to honourable members that the item to the schedule described as OCP 5 Regiment Services in the amounts of $2,682,984 in 2026 and $2,742,130 in 2027 be added to the schedule, to the bill. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item stands approved to the schedule, to the bill. EI 79, Office of the Commissioner of Police. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as EI 79, Office of the Commissioner of Police, in the amounts of $3 million in 2026, $3 million in 2027, to the bill. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item is approved to the schedule, to the bill. Premier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just an enormous amount of gratitude to the Commissioner and your entire team, including the regiment and the Coast Guard. You provide a phenomenal service to the country. With serious crime being down in the district, your renewed vision for community policing and confirming to the Parliament, even you yourself are a community officer, and what you are trying to engender is just a point of contact, but every police officer, top to bottom, is a community officer. And your group approach also to enhance with traffic and other small crimes, working on the broken syndrome. As you know, Commissioner, it was not a fight in this budget. It was really a privilege to build it with you. The expected forecasted expenditure for 25 was somewhere in the region of 65 million, and now for 26 and 27, we are now near 75 million. So although on behalf of the country, I wanted to confirm that I thought that the budget was adequate, it was also great to hear you say that you are happy with it. Now, that doesn't mean that we still don't have a job to do to keep our country safe, but you do have a robust budget that can allow you to complete your work and those that you work alongside in uniformed services. So God bless you all as you keep us safe, and God bless you in 26 and 27. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Premier.
Mr. Chair, if you would humor me, sir, I just want to put on record something I said privately to the Commissioner, but I want to thank him for accepting my phone calls and for assisting me over these past months since I've been elected, and as I said, helping this new MP find his way through a few things. So thank you ever so much again, sir. I really appreciate it.
Thank you to Commissioner and his team for having provided invaluable testimony and evidence to the workings of the Finance Committee. We now move on to appropriations to the Premier on behalf of the Parliament. Honorable Premier, I recognize you in regards to a committee stage amendment, after which I will take a block vote of the entire appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 84-3 of the Parliamentary Standing Orders 2025, I, the Honorable Premier, give notice to move the following amendment to the appropriation financial years 26 and 27 Bill, 25. For the 2026 financial year, Output Group OE 128, personal emoluments for the Premier, Deputy Premier, Speaker of Parliament, Ministers, and Members of Parliament, by increasing the appropriated amount by $600,000 to the amount of $5,325,264. Same output group for 2027 by increasing the appropriated amount for 2027 by $600,000 to the amount of $5,373,792. In respect of the 2026 financial year, output group OE 130, administrative and advisory support to members of Parliament, by increasing the appropriated amount by $500,000 to the amount of $4,086,540, and for the exact same appropriation OE30 in the year of 2027 by increasing the appropriated amount by $500,000 to the amount of $4,184,100.
Honorable members, the motion is on the floor that the relevant appropriation output groups be increased in the relevant years as outlined by the Premier. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. In accordance with Standing Order 83.4, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve all items on the bill, on the schedule to the bill in respect to appropriations to the Premier on behalf of the Parliament as outlined. LEA 1, administrative services provided to Parliament and members of Parliament in the amounts of $3,639,036 in 2026, $3,684,243 in 2027. OE5, constituency allowances in the amounts of $1,805,167 in 2026, $1,805,167 in 2027. OE71, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association in the amounts of $200,000 in 2026, $200,000 in 2027. OE128, personal emoluments for the Premier, Deputy Premier, Speaker of Parliament, Ministers and Members of Parliament in the amounts of $5,325,264 in 2026, $5,373,792 in 2027. OE129, executive depreciation, Parliament, in the amounts of $195,000 in 2026, $195,000 in 2027. OE130, administrative and advisory support to members of Parliament in the amounts of $4,086,540 in 2026, $4,184,100 in 2027. OE150, repairs to Parliament building in the amounts of $25,000 in 2026, $25,000 in 2027. EI 88, Parliament, $197,000 in...
Mr. Chair, may I have a question on OE 150?
Please proceed.
I wonder whether, Mr. Chairman, through you to the respective person, any of this $25,000 would be used to adjust the thermostat on the AC in this building?
We always need to have an intervention like that. EI.
Mr. Chair, it is seriously freezing in here, though. Hopefully it doesn't require repair, just a turn down of the dial.
As the chairman sitting in the hot seat trying to referee this important committee, I feel quite warm. EI 88, Parliament, $197,000 in 2026, nil in 2027. AE 141, upgrades and repairs to the Parliament building, $990,000 in 2026, $1 million in 2027. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The items on the schedule stands approved to form part of the bill, of the schedule to the bill.
Mr. Chair, Just briefly.
Premier.
We say it many times in the House, but it's worth saying at this juncture of the appropriation. Our sincere thanks on behalf of the entire House for all of the hard work that the staff do. We know that even after we leave at night, you are still around working and have things prepared for us the next morning. Thank you very much for your leadership, Madam Clerk, and the guidance by the current Speaker, Mr. D. Ezra Miller. Thank you all. God bless.
Mr. Bryan.
Oh, yeah, because it looked like my mic wasn't working. I see. Sadly, due to protocol, the Premier has to go first and stole my thunder because the team here at Parliament are probably the most important individuals in my life now in order for me to do my job. So I want to say on behalf of the official opposition and the people of Georgetown Central, thank you for all your hard work and allowing me to be an amazing opposition member to hold the government accountable. And hopefully we can find some adjustments later on to give you guys a cost of living adjustment increase, even though they didn't leave any money in there for now. All right, thank you, but keep up the good work.
Budgets are cut. However, the government have to set the right policies. Never know what will come up in the budget process before we finish this proceeding. Appropriations to the Minister for Caymanian Employment. And Immigration. I welcome the Minister and his team, his support team, to the Chamber, and as we have done for a number of ministers, I welcome the Minister to provide an opening statement to the committee to outline the work, and then we proceed with the detailed questionings. Honourable Minister Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just have some handouts coming around.
And before the question gets asked, has the statement been emailed to the Parliament staff?
Yes.
It has been. So let us get confirmation from the official watchdog of emails coming in to the share file, the member for Georgetown Central. Minister, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only have 3 appropriations, so I felt it necessary to give the members a comprehensive view of what we've been doing in the last 6 months. So here goes. I'm going to go ahead and read my statement. Mr. Chairman, members of Parliament, members of the opposition, civil and public servants, and importantly, to the people of the Cayman Islands, I appreciate the opportunity to deliver my Finance Committee statement contribution from the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration to the 2026-2027 Appropriations Bill. Today we stand at a pivotal moment for our island's future as we strive to advance one of the government's key outcomes, build a strong education, immigration, labor, and pension systems that support a highly skilled and adaptable Caymanian population. Our ministry is pushing for transformational change because the challenges of yesterday cannot be solved with the same thinking of yesterday. We're taking a different approach, one that demands accountability, modernization, and fairness. A few months ago, my team and I completed a 3-day strategic retreat. An outcome was creating our vision and mission along with a series of key performance outcomes for the ministry to deliver to our people over the next 4 years. Our vision, a resilient Cayman Islands where empowered Caymanians, balanced workforce strategies support a prosperous community delivering sustainable growth. Our mission, deliver people-centered, forward-focused services for Caymanians that enhance workforce skills and promote economic well-being. We foster strong partnerships and facilitate information sharing while ensuring compliance with immigration, labor, and pension requirements. Mr. Chairman, over the next 2 budget years, my ministry will take deliberate on strategic steps to implement the necessary reforms that will strengthen our systems that underpin Caymanian opportunity and security. With workforce opportunities and residents of Cayman, WORK as an acronym, we're focused on modernizing processes, streamlining application procedures, and leveraging technology to ensure faster, fairer, and more transparent outcomes for both Caymanians and persons seeking to become long-term residents. While immigration reform remains an important part of our government's national agenda, I remind this Honourable House that the true measure of our progress as a nation is not found in the number of new buildings constructed, legacy projects completed, and/or work permits issued, but in the number of Caymanians employed in our country. Employment is not merely an economic indicator, it is a cornerstone of dignity, stability, and national identity for our people. When we deny fair opportunities for our people to gain employment and matriculate up the ladder of success, we create a country where financial hardship and poverty is inevitable. When Caymanians are denied access to fair employment opportunities, we do not just lose productivity, we lose faith in the very systems designed to serve and protect us. Mr. Chairman, in May 2024, an Auditor General's report titled Improving Employment Prospects for Caymanians laid bare the failures of past approaches. Between 2019 and 2023, the government's expenditure on improving employment prospects for Caymanians total $144 million. Of this, $131 million, or 91%, was spent on local and overseas scholarships and bursaries administered by the Scholarship Secretariat and the University College of the Cayman Islands. Yet, as the report states, and I quote, successive governments have committed to improving employment prospects for Caymanians since 2018, but it is unclear how these objectives were to be achieved because they did not provide clear definitions of or identify the needs they intended to address. For example, each SPS states that achieving full employment is a government priority without defining what this means, end quote. I note 4 recommendations that previous administration were provided. Number 1, the Minister of Education should develop and implement a comprehensive career guidance policy that also covers TVET opportunities. The policy should be based on robust data and assumptions and consider current and future labor market needs. Number 2, the Minister of Education should update its TVET framework to align with good practice. Number 3, the government should develop and adopt a national employment policy. The policy should be based on robust data and assumptions and align with international good practice. Number 4, work should forecast long-term labor force demands and publish the data to aid stakeholders' decision-making. Mr. Chairman, this was not the only report commissioned by the previous administration over the last 4 years. In August 2023, the Cayman Islands Labor Market Assessment, The Future of Jobs, was finalized and published. The report was funded through the Resilient Sustainable Energy and Marine Biodiversity Program, better known as RESIMBID, a project of the European Union that provided the former administration with over $1.5 million. The work was carried out by the Market Research Services Limited, a full-service research firm based in Kingston, Jamaica, in collaboration with our own Department of Work and the Chamber of Commerce. I read through the pages of this document and I could not help but feel a deep sense of disappointment. Once again, we paid a foreign consultant to tell us what we have known for over 30 years and what other foreign consultants have told us time and time again. Mr. Chairman, I note 4 recommendations that the previous administration was provided. Number 1, identify and implement strategies that could encourage Cayman nationals who are currently under and unemployed to become interested in the jobs that will be available in the immediate future as unearthed by this research. Number 2, incorporate skill development programs into high schools and educational institutions to nurture local talent and decrease reliance on overseas recruitment. Number 3, to address the skill mismatch and talent shortages, the Cayman Islands should focus on promoting vocational training programs tailored to the needs of solar, photovoltaic, ICT, and construction industries. This will help train individuals in specific technical skills required for these sectors. Number 4, the government should collaborate with training providers such as the Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce and UCCI to ensure that training programs align with the demands of the workforce. This will help bridge the gap between employers' needs and the skills of the local workforce. Over the next 4 years, my ministry, in partnership with the Ministry of Education and Training, the portfolio of the civil service, and the private sector, will not only establish a comprehensive workforce development plan, but will deliver on results. Over the past 7 months, we have already started this process, as I don't need a document and more foreign consultants to tell us what we already know must happen for our people. We will ensure that Caymanians are prioritized in every policy, every partnership, and every opportunity, because the success of our people depends on the success of our country depends on the success of our people. Mr. Chairman, I am proud to share a series of initiatives that my ministry is currently spearheading to improve employment opportunities for Caymanians while simultaneously improving compliance in immigration, labor, and pension. These include, number 1, enhance Caymanian employment opportunities, a data-driven and technology-enabled regulatory system that effectively enforces laws, ensures compliance, and promotes employment opportunities for Caymanians, as well as increased compliance and enforcement of immigration, labor, and pension laws. Number 2, a national workforce strategy and a national workforce database, creating a national workforce development strategy that ensures accountability and prepares Caymanians for emerging economic opportunities. In addition to that, a national workforce database that supports the transparent registration of all jobs, facilitating effective job matching and workforce planning. Number 3, a reformed private sector pensions regime that supports long-term financial security for all Caymanians. Review of the existing pension legislation, study of the health of the pension plans in an effort to recommend and implement changes to promote long-term fiscal security for Caymanian pensioners. Number 4, package support services that remove barriers to employment, facilitate workforce participation, and economic inclusion. Implement integrated package support programs by March 2026 that address common barriers to employment, such as childcare, transportation, and skills development to enhance workforce participation. Number 5, cultural integration for non-Caymanian workers, fostering understanding and appreciation of Caymanian heritage. Establish a structured cultural onboarding program that covers key aspects of Caymanian traditions, heritage, and cultural values tailored for work permit holders, including required legislative knowledge with respect to the Caymanian traditions, heritage, and cultural values. Number 6, promote and celebrate best practices by employers. A structured employer accreditation system that categorizes and rates employers, supports oversight, and enhances focus on entities needing improvement. Number 7, improve access to employment, pension, and labor services. Expand government services both in person and online across districts, enhancing equitable access and convenience for residents outside of Georgetown. And number 8, improve board governance and efficiency, implement an effective and efficient board governance structure for immigration, labor, and pension. We've added new members who are experienced in the industries of tourism, finance, construction, and law, as well as persons who own small businesses. These new appointments will balance and ensure that our decision-making reflects the realities of our economy. Establishing the National Workforce Development Committee and Plan. The National Workforce Development Committee has been established to advise on a forward-looking National Workforce Development Plan. The outcome of the National Workforce Development Plan is to provide a clear framework that empowers Caymanians to access meaningful employment, build lasting careers, and achieve upward mobility. The committee will support the creation of a national workforce database, implement a national apprenticeship program, and provide a strategy that aligns education and training with real labor market demands, especially in high-growth sectors like hospitality, construction, healthcare, skilled trades, and a top contributing sector to Cayman's GDP, financial services. The strategy will include required regular skills assessments, targeted training initiatives, and expanded apprenticeships and internship opportunities that ensure that Caymanians thrive in a changing economy. Caymanian employment challenges. I did not need to enter politics to understand how difficult it is for our people, especially our young people, to transition from secondary and tertiary institutions to meaningful employment. I have lived it. Since 2010, I've worked on the front lines of education and workforce development. I've seen the struggles, the missed opportunities, and the broken systems that too many of our people face. I've witnessed discrimination against our people firsthand, and I know that many members of this honorable House have seen it too. Since 2018, I've met with over 250 employers across all major industries to discuss workforce development and the skills Caymanians need to get through the door of a company and excel in their roles. A clear and consistent message has emerged. The primary barrier to employment for many of our people, particularly our secondary school leavers, college graduates, and chronically unemployed, is not the lack of talent or education. It is a lack of essential social and life skills that enable individuals to thrive in the workplace. Too many of our young people face challenges that go beyond the classroom. These barriers include habitual tardiness, absenteeism, lack of childcare, lack of reliable transportation, unaddressed drug and alcohol addiction, and mental health or emotional health concerns. Many also struggle with chronic medical issues, poor attitude, weak communication skills, and a limited understanding of workplace expectations such as professionalism, teamwork, and customer service. We must acknowledge the academic barriers that silently compound these issues. Students leaving school without adequate literacy or numeracy skills, practical experience, or mentorship, as well as individuals who lack confidence in navigating the professional world. These challenges are not insurmountable. With the right training, mentorship, and access to wraparound support services, these barriers can be reduced, if not removed entirely. Through coordinated national efforts between government, employers, and educational institutions, we can ensure that Caymanians are not only qualified on paper, but prepared in character and confidence to succeed in any workplace. As of today, the Department of Work manages approximately 39,000 active work permits. We anticipate that the number may rise with the upcoming openings of the Grand Hyatt Resort, who has over 500 positions, One GT, who has over 140 positions, and a Watermark condominium complex, who has not shared their human resources needs with us. All businesses plan to open their doors in 2026. Let me make this clear. Foreign labor will not replace Caymanians. We have more jobs in our country than we have Caymanians. Therefore, all Caymanians who want employment must receive it. Because of this government's proactive engagement and diligence, my minister has already met with 2 of the 3 leadership teams of the hotels to secure opportunities for Caymanians. Caymanians must be hired where at all possible, or no one will be hired. What we are doing different. Our ministry has actively fostered public-private partnerships to connect Caymanians seeking employment with thriving and emerging industries. In the recent months, we've collaborated to highlight we've collaborated to highlight opportunities and initiatives with the following organizations: Cayman Islands Recruitment Association, Cayman Islands Airport Authority, Cayman Connection, Cayman Finance, Special Economic Zone, the Cayman Islands Society of Human Resources Professionals, the Cayman Islands Tourism Association, the portfolio of the civil service, and a host of private sector companies who are coming forward to provide our people with meaningful exposure to career pathways that are both rewarding and sustainable. From jobs to career pathways, the mission of the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration is shifting boldly from helping our people find jobs to guiding them to meaningful long-term careers. Too many of our people enter the workplace searching only for immediate employment, unaware of the vast opportunities emerging across industries such as real estate, healthcare, IT, tourism, construction, aviation, marine and water sports services, financial services, and entrepreneurship. These are not just jobs. They're pathways to stability, growth, and generational advancement. By reframing the conversation around career development rather than short-term employment, we are empowering Caymanians to pursue futures that match their talents, their passions, and the demands of our modern economy. The Ministry has already started investing in the awareness of career pathways. Our students must be exposed to diverse career possibilities long before graduation, and we recognize that this requires a coordinated national effort. This is why we have already established strong collaborations with the Ministry of Education to market and promote career opportunities across multiple sectors within our high schools. Together, we will ensure that all Caymanians, regardless of background, understand the breadth of pathways available to them and receive the guidance, mentorship, and resources needed to build successful, fulfilling careers right here at home. Currently, we are piloting a 6-week exposure program with the 1GT, introducing career advancement for 20 Caymanians who, with aspirations to develop careers in the hospitality industry. The program will support participants in gaining first-hand experience, developing practical and professional skills, and understanding the career potential that exists within this vital sector. This is something that we hope to expand in the future across various sectors such as construction, finance, IT, and aviation. As I mentioned earlier in my address, my ministry has been taking a fresh look at the many recommendations that have been resting on our shelves for far too long. One recommendation that we have taken especially seriously is the call to work hand in hand with the private sector to create real, lasting opportunities for our people. Mr. Chairman, we have established a new collaboration between the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration and the Cayman Islands Tourism Association, also known as CETA. Tourism, as we know, is one of the pillars of our economy, the very industry that our forefathers built with their own hands, hearts, and hospitality over the last 70 years. But somewhere along the way, we have allowed a false narrative to take hold, that the only roles available in tourism are in housekeeping, bartending, or serving. That couldn't be further from the truth. Today, our ministry is working to reignite pride in the tourism sector by showing Caymanians the full range of rewarding careers that exist, from human resources, accounting, IT, and engineering to supervisory, managerial, and even C-suite executive roles. At present, there are no Caymanian-born general managers in any of our major resorts. This is something we must move towards changing. Our partnership with CETA is already bearing fruit. On September 8th and 9th, we hosted a major recruitment drive that attracted over 300 Caymanians eager to learn about career pathways in the tourism and hospitality industry. Approximately 30 companies participated, and by the time the season begins, we anticipate that over 130 Caymanians will have the opportunity to gain employment through this initiative. But we did not stop there. On October 30th, we hosted a career coaching workshop for 100 Caymanians registered on the Jobs Cayman portal, focused on interview skills, resume writing, and networking, in addition to identifying suitability for the industry. We had 12 human resources professionals volunteering their time to support this effort. Of the 100 invited, 12 Caymanians attended. Some might look at that number and feel discouraged, but I chose to see it differently. I chose to raise the bar for the 12 who showed up. We commended them for their initiative to attend, for taking the first brave step, and we poured every bit of guidance and encouragement we could into helping them succeed. Preliminary discussions from CETA indicated that all have been offered positions. To the 88, who did not attend the workshop, we remain committed to supporting you. But as I have said before, we can open every door and assist in your preparation, but our people must be willing to walk through it. Our ministry's new direction is one of restoring hope, creating partnerships and collaborations, and holding ourselves and our partners accountable to deliver outcomes that have a positive impact. We're re-energizing our efforts to connect Caymanians with meaningful, fulfilling employment across every industry, from tourism to technology, from trades to corporate careers. Our Caymanian people are not short of talent. What we have lacked is implementing a system that creates the conditions for it to thrive. Financial services partnership. Another critical, important, and impactful collaboration is between the Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration and the financial services industry, one that's already creating a meaningful pathways for Caymanians to thrive in our nation's largest economic driver. We are all aware that financial services industry is the single largest investor in government, generating approximately $500 million each year in fees alone. It is therefore imperative that Caymanians are equipped, supported, and positioned to participate fully in the opportunities the sector provides. Through our collaboration with Cayman Finance, we are strengthening the bridge between Caymanian talent and the financial industry that sustains so much of our national development. The Cayman Finance Graduate Training Program is a shining example of this shared commitment. This initiative pairs Caymanian university graduates with small and medium-sized Cayman Finance member firms, ensuring a smooth transition from academic study into professional employment. Each graduate receives a one-year employment contract supported by a two-day orientation, one-on-one mentoring, and weekly workshops designed to enhance their readiness and confidence in the workforce. With the implementation of the program this year, over 30 Caymanians applied for 20 available positions. I'm proud to report that all opportunities were filled by Caymanian students. This is what partnership looks like, and it is a strong indication that our young people are ready, willing, and capable of contributing to the continued success of the financial services industry. Partnership with Caymanian Institute of Professional Accountants Association. The Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration is also excited to report a collaboration between the Caymanian Institute of Professional Accountants, CIPA, and its member firms. In recent months, our government met with CIPA to align on structured career pathways for Caymanians entering the accounting profession, a sector vital to our financial services industry and our national development. To support this work, I've held follow-up meetings with the Big Four accounting firms, reaffirming both my ministry's and Minister Anglin's commitment to a unified national campaign that encourages our young people to pursue accounting as a meaningful and sustainable career. CIPA's research make it clear there's a global shortage of accountants. Unfortunately, here at home, we have unintentionally contributed to this shortage by telling our children that there are too many accountants and we don't need any more. This is simply not true. Over the past 15 years, if I received $1 for every time I had a teacher on our professional state, and I quote, "We have too many attorneys, doctors, and accountants," end quote, I would be wealthy. We have all heard this. We may have a lot of people in these careers in our country, however, very few are Caymanians. We may have many foreign accountants in our country, however, they far outnumber Caymanian accountants. Minister Anglin has already taken steps to correct this misinformation by updating career teachers within our schools. CIPA and their member firms have been creating marketing to debunk this message. The reality is this: we need more Caymanian accountants. We're not producing enough new talent in this area of expertise, and if we do not change course, when our Caymanian accounting partners and senior accountants retire, we will be forced to fill those roles with foreign labor. This partnership with SEPA and its members gives us a powerful opportunity to reverse the trend by educating our youth, strengthening professional pathways, and ensuring Caymanians are represented at every level of the accounting profession. Mr. Chairman, the mission of the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration, and with the partnerships we are building today, I'm confident that the next generation, we look back on this moment as a turning point when we began building a future that truly works for our people. From college to employment, the Cayman Islands government invests approximately $40 million per year on tertiary education. We have 1,160 students in overseas tertiary education institutions studying a variety of programs. These 1,160 students do not include students who are on scholarships from private sector and others whose parents are paying for their tuition. In addition to the 1,160 overseas students, we have approximately 700 on local scholarships at UCCI, ICCI, A-levels at Cayman Prep and High and Catholic high schools, dual enrollment at UCCI, University of the West Indies Global Campus, and local TVET grant students. Needless to state, Mr. Chairman, we are not short of investing in local talent, hence why it's critically important that the silos we have built within government must come down. I've heard the many stories of our students who are returning home from overseas college and our local college and cannot find employment. I'm confident that every member of this Parliament has heard these stories. This is unacceptable, and we must no longer play politics with our children's futures. The Minister of Education and Training has agreed that our ministries must work closer together and share information between ministries to ensure not one of our children is left behind. Mr. Chairman, as Minister of Education and Training, we have agreed that if my team and I don't know the names of the students who are overseas or in local institutions, the programs they are pursuing, and when they will be completing their studies, my team becomes unable to assist the students transition to employment. How then would my ministry and my department hold employers accountable to employing our students during summer breaks and when they return full-time? We must improve these gaps. Our ministry has already met with leading recruitment agencies to support our returning college graduates and recent local college graduates who need assistance securing employment in their chosen fields. We will be negotiating partnerships that are designed to connect qualified Caymanians with opportunities that match their skills and education, ensuring that they can begin meaningful careers without unnecessary delay. By bridging the gap between graduates and employers, we aim to create pathways that allow our young professionals to fully contribute to and thrive within our local economy. Cayman Connection Partnership. I'm also pleased to update Parliament on the partnership with Cayman Connection, a non-profit organization dedicated to supporting Caymanians overseas by strengthening community engagement, building social skills, and easing the transition home for returning Caymanians. The organization currently maintains a database of more than 2,000 tertiary students, both locally and abroad, an invaluable resource for planning our future workforce. Through this partnership, we will jointly advance several key priorities. First, enhanced data sharing and research will allow us to be more accurately identify, track, and support Caymanian students studying overseas. Second, an opportunity to expand employment pathways through programs and digital platforms that connect these students to internships, job opportunities, and training when they return home. Third, to strengthen community engagement by hosting digital and in-person events that build networks between Caymanian students abroad and the Cayman Islands government and our private sector partners. And finally, policy support from Caymanian Connection will ensure that the lived experiences of our young Caymanians overseas directly inform the Ministry's long-term strategic goals. Community development initiatives. The Ministry will implement integrated package support programs designed to remove the barriers that prevent some Caymanians from joining or remaining in the workforce. These will address practical challenges such as childcare, transportation, work clothing, and access to skills development programs. By coordinating across government and partnering with community organizations, We will provide targeted support that enables Caymanians to work, learn, and advance. This approach promotes inclusion, self-reliance, and stability, ensuring that every Caymanian who wants to participate in the economy has the means to do so. It's also about creating a society where social programs are not just safety nets, but a driving force that will give persons the tools to achieve their full potential. This is our commitment towards creating a healthier and more empowering environment for our people so they can experience an improved quality of life. Emerging Talent Graduate Program. Another critical program the Ministry will be supporting in partnership with the portfolio of the Civil Service is to launch the Emerging Talent Graduate Program, a bold step forward in strengthening civil service future workforce. As discussed, for years, our scholarship recipients have excelled academically, but many face an unclear or informal path into the public service. This program changes that situation. It will formalize a clear entry route for our returning graduates and ensure that they are fully supported as they transition into meaningful long-term careers in government by focusing on critical job families, legal, finance, human resources, communications, IT, and technical/vocational. We are aligning our talent pipeline with the most urgent needs of civil service. Over the next 2 years, 20 talented young Caymanian graduates will be placed in specialized roles across government agencies where they will gain hands-on experience, mentorship, and the professional development necessary to thrive. This program will complement the summer internship that hosted over 200 high school and college students this past summer. The collaboration is about more than filling vacancies. It's about building a sustainable and resilient Caymanian workforce. As the civil service continues to grow, and as many specialized roles are currently held by foreign professionals on fixed-term contracts, we recognize the need for intentional succession planning. The Emerging Talent Graduate Program provides exactly that, an opportunity to prepare Caymanians to step confidently into the future leadership and technical roles in which our country depends. Together, the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration and the portfolio of civil service are demonstrating our shared commitment to readiness, retention, and national development. By investing in our young people today, we're ensuring a stronger, more resilient, more reliant Cayman tomorrow. Immigration reform. Mr. Chairman, I wish to state clearly that the proposed immigration reforms are not conceived or designed to disadvantage or impede our business community. Rather, they are built upon the firm belief that a modern, effective immigration framework can and will serve a dual purpose: to sustain the continued growth and competitiveness of Caymanian businesses, and to promote accessible, fair, and meaningful career opportunities for Caymanians. This immigration reform has been deliberate, balanced, and well thought out, not a knee-jerk reaction. What we're doing is not about short-term political gains, but about creating sustainable, accountable, and fair immigration system that protects Caymanians while ensuring our economy continues to grow. The reform is not only important, it is now more necessary. And as the public consultation period has ended, we are reminded of the urgency before us. We must reduce the misuse of temporary work permits and continue to swamp the processes in the Department of Work and delay legitimate applications. Each year, this department processes an astounding 60,000 applications. These include work permits, both temporary and full, residency and employment rights certificates, permanent residency, Caymanian status grants, business visitors permits, and a range of other residency certificates such as those for substantial business presence, independent means, direct investment, and a point-based system. Mr. Chairman, of those 60,000 plus applications, approximately 40,000 are temporary work permits, and of those 30,000 eventually convert to full work permits. This means our department is handling tens of thousands of short-term work permits and ultimately feed into a long-term system. But here's the challenge. Our staff is touching the same application 3 times. We issue a 3-month temporary work permit, then many employers extend it another 3 months, often using the time as a probationary period to test out workers And finally, those same applications come back to us again when the employer applies for a full work permit grant. This constant cycle has overwhelmed our team. The result, full work permits can take up to 8 months to process. That's 8 months of waiting, frustration, and inefficiency. Not because our people aren't working hard, but because the system simply overloaded and outdated. We must also confront this harsh reality. We have seen far too many cases where individuals are being brought from as far as the Philippines, Nepal, and India, only to arrive here and find no actual job waiting for them. Once they realize the truth, they cancel their permits, and that's where the job hopping begins. The issue is not new. Every member of parliament is aware of it. It has persisted across multiple administrations, and while some may have acknowledged it privately, none took meaningful action to end it. Instead, what developed over time was a system where this constant turnover of workers became a source of revenue at the cost of human dignity. Whether we want to admit it or not, that is a form of human trafficking. And as long as it didn't touch the families of those in power, the can kept being kicked further down the road. Let me be clear, I did not create this problem. I inherited it, like so many other national challenges. But now the situation has reached a breaking point. Our staff is burning out, the system is failing, and the very people it was designed to protect, we can no longer ignore it. And we certainly cannot pass it on to another administration. It's time to reform and raise the standards of the Department of Work once and for all. Mr. Chairman, the immigration reform will provide the director, his team, and our immigration boards the opportunity to increase enforcement with fraudulent marriages and fraudulent work permits that undermine the integrity of our systems. Marriages of convenience. Mr. Chairman, my ministry will be seeking caucus and cabinet's approval for the development and finalization of a new immigration regulation, specifically the Immigration Arrangements of Convenience Regulations 2025. These regulations are intended to help address a matter of urgency, some key issues related to arrangements, marriage and civil partnerships of convenience within the Cayman Islands. Marriages/arrangements of convenience, often referred to as sham marriages, are marriages/civil partnerships entered in for the primary purpose of circumventing immigration laws or obtaining other benefits. Both the Marriage Act 2010 revision and the Civil Partnership Act 2020 lack explicit provisions addressing arrangements of convenience. The Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision, also known as ITA, contains numerous provisions which touch upon the issue of arrangements of convenience. However, there are currently no regulations which prescribe the form of manner in which suspicions must be reported to work, as envisaged by the ITA. In consultation with the Office of the Deputy Governor, Attorney General's Office, and relevant stakeholders, the Ministry recommends the enactment of regulations under the ITA to combat arrangements of convenience. These regulations are designed to strengthen the regulatory framework and improve the effectiveness of measures to address arrangements of convenience, providing a swift response without requiring alterations to the primary legislation. This regulatory approach is intended to bring about a rapid and effective response to the issue at hand. The draft instructions aim to achieve several objectives under the ITA. First, they seek to empower officials to scrutinize intended unions more rigorously by mandating the collection of additional information. Second, they aim to establish a clear legal framework for officials to report any suspicious which they may form during the dealings with an intended couple. Third, they propose a standard reporting system for suspicions, ensuring consistency across all reports. Additionally, the instructions aim to address a potential gap in legislation regarding the prescribed form and manner for reporting. Last, the instructions aim to streamline the process, enhancing the ability of work to swiftly respond to reports of suspicion. The new regulations will ultimately serve to enhance work's prosecution capabilities against officials who fail to report suspicions, which is presently challenging due to the absence of prescribed reporting procedures. Labor and pension reforms. Mr. Chairman, our labor and pension laws must be modernized to reflect the realities of our evolving economy and ensure protection, opportunity, and dignity for our people and guest workers. The labor and pension reforms in the Cayman Islands has been long overdue, more than 12 to 15 years without meaningful updates to the laws that govern how we protect our people and support our workforce. During that time, our economy has changed. Our population has grown and our workplace realities have evolved. Yet the laws that were meant to safeguard fairness and security for Caymanians and residents alike have remained frozen in the past. The result is a system that often fails to meet the modern needs of workers and employers. It is time to modernize. It is time to ensure that every Caymanian has access to fair treatment, proper retirement protection, and a work environment that values both human dignity and productivity. The same individuals and organizations that continue to break our immigration laws are often the same ones neglecting to comply with our labor and pension obligations. This is not a coincidence. It's a symptom of an outdated framework that allows loopholes and inconsistencies across the enforcement systems. Immigration reform cannot stand on its own. For us to build a fair, transparent, and accountable system, labor and pension reform must move forward in lockstep. Together, these reforms will create a balanced approach, one that rewards compliance, discourages exploitation, and strengthens the foundation of our national strategy, workforce strategy. I am pleased to inform this Parliament that our labor and pension reform bills will be coming to Parliament in 2026. These reforms will undergo the same structured and transparent public consultation process that has guided our immigration reform efforts. We will listen to our people, employers, employees, industry leaders, and advocacy groups to ensure that the bill creates real value for everyone. This is not just about changing laws, it's about transforming culture. Together, we will build a Cayman where every worker is respected, every employer is supported, and every contribution to labor, pension, and immigration builds a stronger, fairer, and prosperous nation. Strengthening our enforcement capabilities. As discussed, the Department of Work processes approximately 60,000 plus applications per year. We continue to receive intelligence of a growing number of organizations and individual people cheating our immigration, labor, and pension systems. We're also aware that many, if not all, persons who violate our immigration, labor, and pension laws also violate laws in other agencies. Unfortunately, all the relevant enforcement agencies, with the exception of DLP, serve under separate departments, ministries, and have separate databases. A new section has been inserted in the immigration bill to allow for disclosures and information sharing between work, the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, Customs and Border Control, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Department of Children and Family Services, Community Rehabilitation and Financial Assistance, and Health Insurance Commission, and the portfolio of the Civil Service, the Department of Commerce and Investment, the Department of Government responsible for administrative services relating to the delivery of the scholarship program, and a unit of the government responsible for national training and development. These partnerships are to encourage collaboration between government agencies that may have pertinent information relating to criminal behavior that will lead to criminal proceedings. Within our agencies, we will strengthen compliance measures and refine our internal processes to enhance both efficiency and accountability by implementing new technology that will allow all enforcement departments to share information to reduce criminal behavior. Our increased enforcement presence, including expanded operations in the BRAC, underscores our commitment to ensure that our laws are applied consistently and fairly across all islands. Employer accreditation. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry is working to develop a structured employer accreditation system that will categorize and rate employers based on their compliance and best practice standards. This will improve oversight, highlight areas of improvement, and allow us to celebrate the employers who consistently uphold their fair treatment and investment in Caymanian talent. At the same time, we are working to expand access to both in-person and online services that are provided by my departments. Caymanians in the eastern districts and sister islands must have the same convenient access to employment, labor, and pension services. Communicating our laws. Over the past 6 months, the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration has strengthened its communication plans to ensure our community remains informed, empowered, and connected to the laws that govern our workforce. Through a series of engagements, our teams have facilitated workshops on immigration, labor, and pension with companies, stakeholder groups, and very importantly, our young people who are preparing to enter the world of work. These sessions have been designed to break down complex policies into clear, accessible information so that all persons, whether an employer or an employee, understand their rights, responsibilities, and opportunities within our evolving labor landscape. In addition to in-person outreach, we have amplified our digital presence through LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram, creating multiple avenues for real-time updates, educational content, and community dialogue. We're happy to report that Caymanians and foreign nationals alike are increasingly engaging with our material and seeking better to understand our laws. This growing interest demonstrates a shared commitment to fairness, transparency, and accountability within the labor market. As we move forward, the Ministry remains dedicated to open communication, active partnership, and ensuring that our legislation works for the benefit of everyone who calls the Cayman Islands home. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the work that my ministry has begun is only the start. By modernizing our immigration and labor systems, reforming our pensions legislation, and strengthening the enforcement against abuses, we are laying the foundation for a more equitable, efficient, and sustainable future for all Caymanians and guest workers. These reforms are more than policy. They are about ensuring that our people have real opportunities to thrive, that our seniors can retire with dignity, and that our islands remain a place where our Caymanians feel seen and valued. The journey ahead will require commitment, collaboration, and continued vigilance. But I'm confident that with the right measures, we can create systems that are both fair and effective, and that truly put Caymanians first. I therefore urge this Parliament to support our budget and its initiatives as together we build a stronger, more resilient Cayman for today and for the generations to come. Mr. Chairman, I also wish to acknowledge and thank the dedicated staff at the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration, the Department of Work, and the Department of Labor and Pensions, as well as our partners in the private sector, NGOs, and education institutions. Their continued professionalism and commitment to improve processes for the betterment of Caymanians make progress like this possible. In the months ahead, we will continue to build on this foundation guided by the broad outcomes outlined in the strategic policy statement and united in service to our people. Thank you, and may God continue to bless these Cayman Islands.
Thank you, Minister. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me start by thanking the Honourable Minister for the detailed presentation he just provided to us, and I'm sure he was eager to provide this to us last week or the week before, because there is a lot of good information in there. It's a very ambitious plan, and I can appreciate why the Minister has just one ministry below him. As you mentioned earlier, or as he mentioned, I think that it's a fairly small appropriation in a large scale of things, but the job is huge. The undertaking is tremendous. The Honourable Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, and I want the Honourable Minister to understand that we on this side support these efforts and will do so wherever we see, but we will also provide our views and our concerns when they arise as well. So I would like to ask through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister. I read where in a few places where he talked about based on robust data. And I know he talked about the reports that have already been done and no need for any more studies. But one of the things that I've always found challenging this is because it's not a criticism to the minister, is where do you find data on Caymanians for immigration? And I'll go a little further, as I noted with great interest, because it's something I've always been saying, and I'm happy to see the exchange of information, and that in the coming legislation to do with pensions, you spoke about the exchange of information between the various agencies. However, I did not see pensions in that list of agencies. And I feel in the absence of tax, my views, sorry, Mr. Minister, are that in the absence of taxation and not having a social security number or a TRN or any of those, that it's very difficult to find information on employed Caymanians so that we can make informed decisions. And I always thought that one of the places you could get that information from, or the only place that you could get it from for those who count the most, would be pensions. Because after you get to a certain salary scale, you're no longer in the pension scheme. However, through pensions, you can find out who's not paying pensions. You can run a report every month, basically, to coagulate it with immigration to see if there's rogue employees or employers out there. But just as importantly, or perhaps even more importantly for this point, is that we can get information about our Caymanian people. So I just wanted to know whether the minister's views on that, or whether that was just, whether I missed it, or it was an oversight that pension wasn't included in the exchange of information, and where else would he get the data from? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure that you would see in the, I think the extensive report is that the Department of Labor and Pensions is also part of the data sharing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking and I saw that strength of enforcement. I saw the relevant enforcement agencies, with the exception of DLP, serve under separate departments. Ministries have a separate database. It doesn't list them out, and I understand it's under, we're talking about work and then DLP. So is there an agreement between work and DLP to exchange information?
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the Department of Labor and Pension is actually under the Ministry of Caymanian Employment. So they will also be part of the data sharing as well. A matter of fact, we are investing heavily in the technology to put not just them, but a number of key stakeholders on this particular database that already exist. So they will be contributing quite a bit to that, because they do have a lot of information to share.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I thank the minister for that. Please accept that it just wasn't clear. I understand that they're both under your ministry, but it wasn't listed as an agency that would exchange. But that's fantastic. I've always thought that would be a great place for us to get information for enforcement, as well as to understand where our Caymanians are. Because as you know, it's almost impossible to get employed and happy Caymanians to register on a database. You can go off of censuses, but that's not entirely accurate either. So I just thought that was a place that we could get that information. I'm also happy to see, Mr. Chairman, through you, I won't be long. I'm also very happy to see the focus on I want to say sham marriages, Mr. Chairman, because as a friend of mine said the other day, nobody would enter into a marriage if it wasn't convenient. So I think we should use the word sham marriages. But I'm happy to see that. I know it's going to be very difficult to police that. And some of our concerns from this side to the Honourable Minister is that we don't want it to get to the point where we make it even more difficult for our Caymanian people to enjoy the convenience of a marriage and put more stress on that, as we know that marriages aren't always perfect. but we are in full support and happy to see that. So once again, Mr. Chairman, I'll leave it at that, and I'll wait until appropriations if I have other questions. But I want to thank the Minister for his presentation.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to the staff from your ministry, Minister, and good evening to you. I have to echo the comments of my leader of opposition in respect to you must have feel relieved to be able to deliver this because, Mr. Chairman, this is obvious was a budget speech. And this is why circumvention of the budget process is not right, because naturally we are politicians and there's going to be little comments about the political element. Past administrations didn't do this. I didn't get into politics. I'm not going to play politics with the children's future. That's the place for the debate. And naturally, in these circumstances, you would respond to that. But I'm not going to do that today. But I hope that the record will show that we don't do this process again the next time around, because this idea of statements before we discuss the line items is obviously circumventing the conventions of Parliament. But I'm happy that the Minister was able to sell his intended vision, which the people have to hear. I want to talk about some positives before I get into some of the more hard-hitting questions. There's one key one, which is for the Minister's reference, page 25 on the bottom, last paragraph. He says, as the civil service continues to grow and as many specialized roles currently held by foreign professionals on fixed-term contracts, we recognize the need for intentional succession planning. I love that, Minister, and you have my full support in any capacity that I can help from this side to support you in that. But I'm only going to ask the biggest question, which is how. And the reason why I have to ask that is, even from when I was in opposition for the first time, I found it so difficult, particularly managing the Section 55 rule of the split responsibility of the running of this country with the governor, which is delegated to the deputy governor, powers of HR-related matters. And I can promise you this, though you may think some past administrations have not put importance on immigration, Caymanian employment is something that is mutually beneficial to all MPs because they want to make sure their constituents get jobs. And every one of us in here have probably tried to get Caymanians in the service. Some of us have brought motions like myself. But we were reminded that Section 55, that we cannot interfere. So I saw where you said working in partnership with POX, which is good, hoping that they were going to give you that commitment to genuinely do this. Can you tell me, is there anything specific that makes you confident that the amazing young people who are coming back away from school is going to be able to get into those jobs rather than foreign professionals on fixed-term contracts?
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the question. I believe that there's a number of things that have happened over probably the last decade. And I think one of the major things is that information sharing has been scarce almost in the civil service and certainly other public service institutions. We don't share information. When you have, 1,800 young people on scholarship and POCS doesn't know who they are, when they're coming back, that hampers a lot of, I would say, the opportunities for young people to get into the civil service. I think another big thing that we did as a government is we forced the civil service hands and to ensure that the civil service now have a rollover policy. We saw, as a government, I think it was just about in all of our manifestos coming into the government, that one of the quickest ways to get Cayman citizenship was through the civil service. Person could essentially stay in the private sector for 6, 7 years, and the moment that they are looking at rollover, they transition to the civil service, stay for another 8 or 9, maybe 10 years, or another 3 or 4 years, and all of a sudden they're fast-tracked to a permanent residence and then on to Cayman citizenship. So we have worked with the government, and they were very accommodating. They knew it was coming because they read all of our manifestos. So they understood that succession planning is inevitable. It's not that we lack Caymanian talent. It's not that we lack young people or people in general that have the level of qualifications anymore. I think what we've lacked is forcing the civil service to do their part, no differently than the private sector. If we're saying to a private sector company, you need to hire Caymanians once they are qualified, why are we not saying it to the civil service? And the civil service, you will see in their address, because they will be talking about their reforms as well in the regulations that they're going to be bringing to Parliament to make sure that that is sustainable long-term for them. We also cannot continue to have 2 separate rules. The civil service makes rules for the private sector, but doesn't follow its own rules, doesn't follow its own laws, doesn't follow its own policies. This government feels that it needs to be more equitable, and that's what we've done. So this is new for all of us, and this is going to be something we as a government hold the civil service accountable for in terms of the succession planning, but we also have to make sure that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot by not sharing information with the talent that we have on island and certainly coming back to the island that we've paid millions of dollars for.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Georgetown Central, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a matter of probably clarity. I see the member said our government forced the civil service. I think it's important that the listening audience is fully aware of the history of the transition. And your staff will tell you this, because we started that process upon which you built your house, my friend. Your foundation, even the bill that you were bringing before this house, was started on the hard work of former members. And it is your government that stopped us from bringing any bills to this Parliament during what they call a sensitive election season. So let's not make it seem like your administration is the only one who has done anything, right? You went there and found a framework ready for you to hand out so you can look good. Let's not do that. But that being said, you have to be given the credit. You got it done. We didn't. So respect you there. So let's talk about the other part of things. You said, in respect to enforcement, strengthening enforcement capabilities. Very glad to hear that. My only headache is that as I reviewed your budget has declined if we were to look at line by line and taking out the descriptions within DLP, MHA1, and CHA6 as a total, and they've reduced your budget. I suspect, without going into the bill that is coming before this House next month, that you will have a significant amount of potential, and I say potential, challenges, but also a number of applications trying to get a handle on the new changes of things. For one, I see that there's no COLA for those hard-working staff in your ministry. I will continue to say that. How do the Chamber of Commerce, number one issue in their concerns was they embraced most of it. They understand where the government lies about wanting to change things, because they know both the opposition and the government see that it needs change. But one of their biggest concerns was the efficiency for the necessary labor that we recognize we don't have enough Caymanians. So you're going to need outside labor. Without any improvements to your staff complement for processing, how do you think you're going to be able to improve the efficiency upon which most business people are concerned about and register their complaints on? with no budget.
You're talking about efficiency in terms of processing work permit applications? Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair. MP Bryan, I want to make it clear, and hopefully we don't have to get into this contest again and come to politics or into this house to look good. It's never my intent. So I would prefer you not say that I have come here to make myself look good. I came to do the work. So when we talk about making me look good, I don't really care about that. I know what I do and I know what I can get done. I don't care what the last government have done or not done. Whatever you've built, my responsibility was to help Caymanians. So I didn't come here to help Michael Miles. That's not why I'm here. We all here, based on what we ran on, to help our people. So what we've done is that I've looked at everything that previous administrations have done and not done, and we've moved legislation forward. Whether it's I've taken the best legislation from what your administration have done, what previous administrations have done, and we've moved it forward. We've moved the debris out of the way. We've ensured that communication is done on a regular basis, because I don't have the time to waste with people who don't really want to do a lot. So I've said to my colleagues, if we are going to improve immigration, if we're saying it's a pillar, if we're saying that we need it, immigration makes over $100 million for our country. If we're saying that this is something that we need, then we need to make sure that it's efficient. We cannot continue to just kick it down the way and hope that something happens. When we're looking at efficiencies, as I said in the paper, we are spending too much time processing temporary work permits. We have to reduce that. If a person wants a full work permit, we need to now figure out how we do that effectively. It takes us almost 8 months to process a full work permit. So what do you think that organizations are doing? They're going through the temporary work permit way. We can't continue to do it like that, because all of our staff that's what they're doing. So to make immigration more effective and more efficient, we have to decrease that so we can start to put as much as our staff onto making the system more robust. And that's how we're going to do this.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I get you now. So you think that the workload on one other area will reduce, and as a result frees up more time for your staff complement you have, for them to do more work and operate more efficiently with the stuff that are supposed to be processed. Am I getting that right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, right? That's where I believe the rubber meets the road for us. It's not about just money or staff. We have to develop a better system. I'm a systems person. I have to understand what the system is first, and then we have to make changes, and the staff have been gracious. We have phenomenal group of people. I didn't train any of those people. They know their stuff. I'm not an expert in this. My responsibility now with our government is to create another system that works. And right now, we have to create a system that works for the private sector. Other than that, we risk losing a viable private sector.
Thank you, Minister. I think you answered that one. I don't know if I'm getting old, but maybe I've forgotten it, but did you answer the first question about how you saw, it could be technically me getting old, I just don't remember. Did you answer the part about how you were going to ensure that getting Caymanians into the civil service?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I answered that question, yes.
I'll go back to the Hansards. Mr. Chairman, I need to go through another line item here, so I'll offer it up to somebody else because I have a couple more questions.
Member for Georgetown West.
Mr. Chair, through you, thanks. Can the minister say if you're going to remove temporary permits entirely?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. We are not. What temporary work permits was really meant to be was a mechanism for short-term. Person comes into the country, maybe as a consultant, maybe as a doctor, doing a surgery, maybe as a lawyer, doing a case, maybe as a person who is participating in a track and field event or a basketball event, or maybe a musician. 1 to 3 months, that's what temporaries was used for. What we're using temporaries now for is a precursor to a full work permit, because we all know, because of our inefficiencies, the only way to get into the country is part of the temporary process. We need to eliminate that. We need to give the private sector if we don't have the Cayman talent available, we need to be able to give the private sector the talent that they need. Therefore, they should be able to apply directly for a 1-year work permit and get that done at least within 30 days. If we can channel the majority of our staff to do that, we win this. As a country, we win this because we have a more efficient system. We have a more robust system. And then it separates our temporaries and it separates our full work permits right out. Because as long as we're touching that work permit 3 times, we are never going to close the gap here.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a few questions on the statement. And I'd like to also thank the member for providing us with the statement. Extremely useful. On page 8, on the package support services that removes barriers to employment and so on, there's mention of, it says, to implement integrated package support programs. What does that mean? What's an integrated package support program?
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. What we have over 2,600 people who are registered on the Jobs Cayman portal. Approximately probably between 1,000 to 1,060, I think, is part of our support system that need or require some sort of assistance through our employee assistance program. The challenges that we're facing is broader than just employment. When an individual needs a job but needs childcare, that's a problem. We have to solve that problem in-house. We can't send them down the road to Minister Isaac's team at DEFA because that takes too long. We have to treat that in-house. So I need to give the director and his team a faster response. If a person needs clothes, we can't send them to the Humane Society. We have to be able to solve that problem at work on a temporary basis. If a person needs transportation because they live in East End but the job is in West Bay and they don't have their first paycheck, we need to solve that problem. So we are looking at wraparound services faster at work. If we do this, we keep people employed longer and reduce some of the challenges.
Member from Red Bay, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I get it, but just help me here a little bit more if you could, please. So these are services provided solely within government. In other words, there may be needs you mentioned, there's some needs that you mentioned. So there'll be an organ, an entity, folks within the government structure itself whose job it will be to provide these wraparound services and this, what was termed integrated package support programs.
Well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These aren't new people that we're hiring. This is just a service that we're giving our employee assistance team. So we have about 5 people that assist our people when they can't find jobs, they can sign up for the special service. So we need to assist them because what they're doing right now is that if a person comes in and says, hey, I want to work, I have this job, but I don't have childcare. What we are doing is sending them away and saying, okay, well, you need to go to the Department of Financial Assistance and you need to go and qualify. Well, then we never see that person again. We're making it too hard. That service needs to be with us. We're not taking that away from Minister Isaac's portfolio because he's going to do it long term. I just need to do it short term. I need to be able to get them in employment and get them functioning so they can keep employment, because most of the people that we're talking about are chronically unemployed. And a lot of it is they simply do not know how to navigate the system. You know, if my child gets sick, what do I do then? Like, how do I help them if they don't have clothes to wear to an interview, right? A lot of employers are saying that we are sending people to these interviews and they're, showing up where they're not dressed professionally. We have to help with that. If we're going to help them get employment, then we have to help them figure out how to navigate, how to keep employment long term. But first we need to get them through the door, and if we can't do that, then providing employment doesn't really work for them, because we can't get them through the door.
Member for Red Bay, continuing.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I'm very happy to hear what I'm hearing. And speaking for me, sir, I wouldn't have a problem if he needed to hire 5 more people. But just to make sure I'm understanding, these are government employees, not an outside entity. They're government employees working within work, sitting directly there, who know the needs and will actually do what's needed to get help to these people on a short-term basis while longer-term needs are sussed out and sorted.
Minister?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, exactly. We have a team that sits in work that already assist people. What they are really hitting a lot of the barriers on right now is that they do not have the capacity to help these people immediately, and we need to now do that. We cannot send our people away and send them yet to another department. Then they go to the Department of Financial Assistance. They now have to wait because, again, they don't qualify for the service immediately, and then a job is still waiting for them when we can help them at work almost immediately. So if we make the system to where it reaches the people immediately, it works. I've made this work. This is the environment that I'm coming from. This works, and it works faster, but we cannot send our people to 5 different departments and expect that we're going to also put them in a job. We also have to help them with that. If we've reduced the barriers, and 90% of these folks have barriers because they're coming for us. Some of them are coming from the Department of Financial Assistance, right? So we have to be able to make sure that we continue to work with Minister Isaac's team and make sure that, one, they're not double dipping, that we're not doing the same thing that he's doing, and that's where our interagency collaboration has to also come in.
I thank you, Minister,
for that,
Mr. Chairman. And just to press this just a bit more. So the 5 people are there. You already have the team of 5 people. The 5 people are in post. So what is happening is, I'm understanding that there'll be additional funding provided to them so that they have the capacity. That's the word I think you used earlier. So the capacity is, people are in place. They know the additional services that need to happen. So the capacity being provided is additional funding for them to do this additional temporary wraparound services so people can get employed. Is that correct?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. That's exactly what we're doing.
Brilliant. Can you able to tell us what the exact amount of that funding is?
Honorable Minister.
Currently, it's $150,000.
All right. Apparently in the TP, I missed it. Thank you very much. I will go now, sir, to page 11, and I think this corresponds to the conversation we were just having. On page 11, you refer to challenges, and prior to that, you list a variety of challenges: habitual tardiness, absenteeism, lack of childcare, and so on. You say that the challenges are not insurmountable with the right training, mentorship, and access to wraparound services. So this links back to what we were just discussing. So when I read that, sir, I wrote down a phrase, ready to work. which was, my PC died, which was a program that was in place, I think 2015 there, was it 2017, and then was then farmed out by the civil service when the then 2017 government came back in. I wasn't elected, but as many in here know, I was around. We were told that the decision was made for that to be farmed out to the private sector. So those services used to be provided. So we've gone back to providing those in-house rather than being farmed out.
Honourable Minister.
Sector.
The Ready to Work training program still exists. It is now under the Ministry of Education and Training. So that program still exists. Not everybody signs up for that program. What we are talking about with this particular access are folks who register with the work portal, check the box that they want assistance, and then from there, they're saying, I need assistance with childcare. The Ready to Work training program provides something totally separate. That provides hands-on training.
Okay. So your team then of 5 doesn't impact the absenteeism, alcohol addiction, those kinds of things. It mentions childcare there. It's solely just straight needs so someone can get into the workplace. No additional soft training, soft skills training, nothing like that.
Yes, so our work team, those 5 people I've just mentioned, they also do an assessment. And part of that assessment is, what are the barriers?
Okay.
Now, some people, their barriers are simple. I simply just need a job, but I also need transportation to get there. Or I'm good, I have work experience, I have a qualification, but I just need childcare, right? I don't really qualify for the Department of Financial Assistance care, or I simply just don't want to go on welfare. I just really need a job, but I need someone to make sure that my child is taken care of. Or, something, I have an alcohol problem. I want a job, but I need you to kind of direct me to where those services are. A lot of what our team and what those 5 people do is also help people navigate where the resources are. So it's a full assessment that they do, and then from there, they're assigned an employee assistance worker who assists them to navigate the system. So all of these are things that all of the wraparound services are based on the challenges that we've been dealing with for a very long time. These aren't new things, and you've certainly been in government quite a bit as well, so you're certainly aware that all of this stuff didn't just start. These are things that go back 30 years.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Minister, for that.
We'll be continuing.
Thank you, sir. And you're absolutely right. These problems aren't new. My awakening to some of this came with a report, I think in 2015. My computer died, so I don't have the full name, but it was something around barriers to Cayman in employment. Out of that came the Ready to Work program as an initiative to try to solve some of these issues, and a lot of people were helped. Right? So if Ready to Work is now back within the government confines, I'm happy to hear it. I would perhaps sit down with you at some point, or sit down with the minister who now has responsibility to understand what's happening with that. So thank you for that. And page 29. Where there's a statement, there's a comment. So I'll start from page 28. What developed over time was a system where this constant turnover of workers became a source of revenue at the cost of human indignity. I really hope the minister is not suggesting that any government, this one, past ones, including 5 or so of his fellow members on his side, would have prioritized government revenue over Caymanian employment, or been a part of what he is saying here, which I really disagree with. So whether you want to admit it or not, that we've been promulgating a form of human trafficking. I will ask him if he really thinks that is the case. I hope not, because we need to be very careful what we're saying in here that the government and the country is knowingly doing. So I will leave that out and see if he wants to retract that or if he's insisting that that remains.
Honorable Minister.
My comments stand.
Okay.
I've watched the systems for the last 25 years, and I wouldn't have put this in the document if I didn't believe, based on everything that we have seen, and certainly all the research that have been gathered, that we've turned a blind eye to a lot of it. Was it done intentional? I don't know. Who knows? Well, could governments overlook things because, hey, you know, we need massive, we're trying to get money into our budgets, we need surpluses, we want to help our people, so therefore we need to collect the fees? Sure. I think overall, you know, many different administrations use many different things, but I also believe that we've never really had a plan. You know, we've been talking about workforce development for the last 25 years. I've been part of lots of conversations for workforce development. We've really never put a plan in place, right? We've implemented programs, but that's not a plan. That's not a long-term plan. We've given scholarships. We spent the money, but a lot of it haven't been about what one government inherits and the other government could carry on doing. So in the end, we have the system that we built. Is it working? I mean, as I said, while you haven't been in your current capacity, you've been in government. So you have seen and heard the challenges with immigration for a very long time. You've heard the whispers, you've heard, I'm sure, people who have said, hey, you know, I mean, all these people coming into the country, they don't have jobs. We've really not done a lot about that. We've tried to enforce it here and there, but it hasn't been really holding people accountable or changing our laws to make sure that, you know, a lot of those employers are held accountable. I mean, we currently have an at-risk register. Like, who would ever think that we would need an at-risk register for employers? Because we have some of the same employers who are doing some of the same things. They're bringing people into the country, they're victimizing them. I mean, like, this isn't a secret, so let's stop talking about this as if we haven't heard this stuff. It's here, and it is human trafficking. We can call it whatever you want, but to me it's human trafficking, and we've made a lot of money off of it as a government. I've sat down with a lot of employers who feel that this practice should stay. They want us to incentivize this practice. Why? And this is real for me. I mean, this is real for my team. I spoke to a lot of employers. They feel that they should not actually have to recruit, train. They should just have to have someone walk in the door who's walking out of one permit and walking into another. This is real. We can change it. We have the power in this parliament to change this.
Thank you,
Member
sir.
for Red Bay, continuing.
Thank you. I would only say this on this. What the member was, Minister, what you were just referring to in terms of someone leaving one work permit to walk into another job is not human trafficking. I really am astonished that you would sit here, look at your colleagues on that side who have been in government and accuse them of human trafficking. And you can say what you want about folks over here, but look at your members on your side and accuse them of human trafficking and wanting revenues over employing Caymanians. I've sat, never in cabinet, but I've sat in 2 caucuses over 8 years. I have never heard a conversation about prioritizing any work permit revenues over Caymanian employment. I've seen for many years as I've followed politics, every 5 or 10 years we have reform for immigration. And the honorable member, the now chair, was a part of one of the early ones, I think, to really start tightening up. So I will leave it at that, but I really am astounded that you would insist on that, but that's fine. You have the rights to your perspectives. Mr. Chair, I will just have one last thing for now. I may come back to this, but page 29, where the minister says it's time to reform and raise the standards of the Department of Work once and for all. I've heard some of what you said earlier, but could you provide some more details, please, in terms of what the reform that you think needs to come and the raising of the standards, and what specific standards are we going to be raising? What are the improvements, changes, some specifics if you can, about what the intention is to be done? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. MP Tatum, you have the bill. I mean, that's part of the reform. I mean, we've sat with you and your team at least 2 half days. We've walked you through everything that we are going to be doing with the reform. I mean, I can't tell you more about the reform because you actually have all of it. We've sat with you for, 8 hours at this point. In addition to the bill that we're bringing, it's to create a national immigration policy. Immigration currently don't have a policy, so we have to also implement a policy that also supports the bill and supports the staff at immigration, that everyone is on the same page. In addition to the policy and the bill, we also need to ensure that we have enforcement that's consistently across the board, that is part of a join-up services with all of the other enforcement agencies. That's part of the reform.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tatum.
Thank you. I thank the member for that. A lot of what he mentioned was apples and oranges. I wasn't discussing reforming the immigration law or immigration. I was referring to what you say here is reform and raise the standards of the Department of Work. I repeat, reform and raise the standards of the Department of Work. The only thing in your response possibly to that you mentioned was increasing enforcement or improving enforcement. It would be good to know what your thoughts are in that, because are you going to be looking to beef up enforcement, hire more staff, which I personally think needs doing. But in terms of enforcement, what are your plans for that? If it's more staffing, how many more staffing? But other than enforcement, what else did you mean by reform and raise the standards of the Department of Work, the entity?
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think I mentioned this to MP Bryan when he asked, and hopefully I'll mention this again. Part of raising the standards is reducing temporary work permits. I know the MP for Georgetown West also asked this question. When we have an increasingly, and when I say increasing, about 40,000 temporary work permits to process, it takes away from all of the other great work that WORC does. So part of raising the standards is ensuring that the team actually has the time to do their job. Right now, it's too much chaos. In addition to that, it's reforming the boards. We've taken a lot of steps, and I've put it in this document as well, to reform and update the boards, to put folks on the boards that come from different backgrounds, different industries, to make sure that we can expedite the process, that understand immigration and that also understand industry. Because if we are going to have our administrators that are processing work permits and our boards that are also processing work permits, we have to have the two together. They have to be consistent. Therefore, creating a national policy for immigration is high up on our agenda. We have to take care of our staff. Now, everyone that sits in this room, the first thing that we go to is that we need more staff. I can have an army of people. It doesn't mean that we're going to do it well. Yeah, I can sit here and advocate to give the director more staff, but unless we figure out what system that we want, unless we ensure that the needs of our people are met and our policies in place, all we're doing is putting more people in a system that's not working. So, like the police commissioner and many other entities that obviously you've heard from, everyone goes to more staff. I don't need more staff right now. What I need to ensure is that we create a better system. And once we can create a better system, yes, the director will be ready for more staff, but then he'll be able to know where the gaps are. Once we find out where the gaps are, he can then say, okay, I need more staff in enforcement, I need more staff here, but then those staff will be used in a strategic way. We can't just go about hiring more staff, because more staff creates more problems in already a very challenging system. So it's only been 6 months that we've been doing this. Give me time. I assure you, in the next year, this will be figured out, because we have a great director, and a matter of fact, we have a great director of labor, we have a great director of immigration, we have a great chief officer, we have great supporting staff, we have good people in both departments. Our responsibility is to stop the hemorrhaging right now, and that's part of the challenges that I believe that we can actually do with the rest of the government in support of this, because they also need that the barriers that we're dealing with comes down. When the director calls RCEPs, we need cooperation. When he calls the Health Insurance Commission because he needs information, this is what burdens him. He's not getting the information that he needs. When he calls, whether it's HSA or whoever, we have to make sure that him and all of the other entities receive the information that they need in order to do their jobs. Right now, it's hard because government is massive. So we have to be able to shrink government down to a point where people can collaborate easy and that people aren't so offended when you ask them for information that we need to do the job.
I'll last one for now, sir, and then I'll let other folks ask questions. But I just want the minister to know that my questioning and challenging isn't about you, sir, or I may be phrasing that wrong. It's because I care as deeply as you. So I care about our people and employment of our people as deeply as you. So if I push a little, it's because I'm trying to understand what it is you're looking to achieve. And some of the responses I'm not sure I'm getting, but that might be because that's me. But what I'm interpreting from what you're just saying is that there are, I think you used the word inefficiencies at some point during your speech earlier. The inefficiencies of what you just identified as gaps needing to be fixed within the system. You mentioned you're a systems person, has not yet been identified. They're yet to be identified. That's what I'm interpreting from what you just said. And it'll give you some time. It'll take, I think, 6 months, a year, whatever time you said, to get those things fixed. So it's the intention to do some sort of reform and raise standards. I'm a bit concerned when you said about shrinking government. Not sure what that meant. I could guess, but I'd rather not guess. But those are your words. Hopefully that doesn't mean shrinking staff, because you will need people to get things done. I will leave it at that, sir. The minister can comment if he wants, but that's I've stated what I've stated. I've mentioned my concern. So, thank you, Minister. I really appreciate your feedback.
Honourable Minister. Through you, Mr. Chair.
I don't take any offense when a member of this House asks a question. Maybe that's how you interpret it. I mean, that's on you, not on me. I've answered your question to the best of my knowledge based on the last 6 months of my experience. Shrinking government means we have to now collaborate more. We have to collaborate more. We have to collaborate more consistently. It's not about firing anyone. It's not about reducing government down. It's about ensuring that government can become a little bit smaller because we have mechanisms in place that we can communicate and collaborate and share information. That's what shrinking government means. In addition to that, we have identified the gaps. They've been identified for a very long time. We've done a lot of reviews. Deloitte did a massive review on immigration many years ago. We didn't use the data. We didn't use the information. The goal is using the information. Now, MP, you and I can have the disagreement. At the end of the day, I have a job to do. My responsibility is to support the department to the best of my ability, and you asking questions gives me the opportunity to clarify to you what we're doing. That's it. My responsibility is to clarify to you what we're doing.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable member for Georgetown West.
Mr. Chair, thanks so much. Through you, Mr. Chair, can the minister confirm how many compliance officers and enforcement officers or / enforcement officers that's within work, please?
Honorable Minister.
We currently, through you, Mr. Chair, we currently have 18.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable member continuing.
Mr. Chair, through you, and I think you said, was it 39,000 work permit holders?
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have approximately that, yes. I think it's like 38,000 something or the other, yes.
And you think, Mr. Chair, through you, and you think that is sufficient enough to conduct what needs to be required when it comes from an enforcement element?
Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think that we have 50% of that that's breaking the law. What I believe that we have is, and require, is a joined-up approach. I think what we have are small pockets of individuals and organizations that are skirting the law. And they're skirting the law in different organizations, whether that's through the Health Insurance Commission, DLP, whether that's through RCIPS, whether that's through CBC. The one thing that we're not doing well at, that we have to get better at, is sharing of information. Yes, we could hire more staff. Yes, the director will tell you today that, hey, you know something, I can use more staff. Right now, what we need to do is make sure that we can build the technology, because the technology can supersede staff. We don't need more staff right now. What I'd like to do is get the technology in place and see if it makes a difference. We're almost there. And I think once we can get there, then we can identify, okay, now we need another 6 staff or another 10 staff. My responsibility is to go back to my colleagues and say, here's what the need is now. We've done the technology, we're making great progress, we're now all joined up. However, we now need more bodies on the ground. And that's where I believe that I would have a better plan by knowing, rather than now going to say, yeah, we need more staff. And really, we didn't really need more staff because the technology actually was a better investment right now.
Mr. Chair.
Member continuing.
Mr. Chair, through you, thank you. Another element that Caymanians are facing, which you had mentioned before, is discrimination when it comes to employment. Is the ministry currently tracking employers with repeated complaints regarding the blocking of Caymanian applicants?
Honorable Minister.
A lot of it is being tracked right now through our business staffing plan. I will tell you this. We also have, as you would know, we have 4 immigration boards. And the one thing that I believe that we've improved on in the last 6 months is ensuring that the boards are communicating better, in particular with the director and his team, and not sidestepping our laws. I think people get very emotional when they sit on a board and they make unilateral decisions. We've been able to, as much as possible, cut that out and make sure that the director and his team is part of the process. So we're not creating more work for ourselves. What I've been doing is also communicating with the private sector a lot better. There's two I would say, sectors that we get the most complaints from: the tourism sector and the financial services sector. Two major sectors, and the majority of complaints are coming from them in terms of our people not getting the support, the training at times from them. So we are now in a position where we're holding those organizations more accountable. You simply can't just apply for a work permit after denying a Caymanian an opportunity and feel that you can call the minister and get it approved. And that has been the practice for a long time as well.
Oh, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair,
I refuse to allow that to be recorded in this House.
Mr. Chair, through you. I don't think you. Mr. Chair, through you.
Member continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you said hold them accountable, what exactly are you referring to? Are you referring to permit refusals, or what exactly are you referring to?
Yes, exactly that. I've had in the last 6 months an incredible amount of organizations who are appealing directly to me. To me, they have been doing this a long time. Now, again, we can have differences of opinion in here. I'm telling you what my experience has been in the last 6 months. That's what it's been. They're bypassing the director, they're bypassing the chief officer, and they either call in me or they call in, at times, the DG in order to get work permits approved. Do I think that it's a coincidence? It's not. It's a practice that have gone on long. So we can sit here and dispute that, but like I said, I'm telling you what I have experienced. Now, we've either denied work permits outright, and we've sent organizations packing and said, you have to hire the Caymanian. You also have to train the Caymanian. Like, we have business staffing plans that ultimately are not really recognized.
Sir, on a point of order, I really have been sitting here contemplating and waiting for my turn, but it just seems to get worse and worse. And at this juncture, this new revelation, there are members sitting in here, a majority, who have been in government. So it can be doing anything unless you have extrinsic imperial evidence to call a member's name to show that a member has been, firstly, on page 29, a form of human trafficking, which I want to deal with, or what you just implying that the practice was to call ministers. Well, each minister can speak for themselves, but let me state for the record categorically, I, Juliana Connolly, was not one of those ministers. Each minister can defend themselves. Having said that, let me go quickly, Mr. Chairman, to ask the Honourable Minister. The words as it appear on page, if I could ask you to refresh your memory, to page 28 and 29 of your statement, red statement. It says that whether we want to admit it or not, that is a form of human trafficking. You were challenged in it and you said those are your words. Before I put that second opportunity to you, let me just ask, 1 minute, Mr. Chairman. Are those still your words?
So you, Mr. Chair, yes, they're my words. I wrote the document.
The dictionary, Mr. Chair, says human trafficking is the unlawful act of transporting or coercing people in order to benefit from their work or service, typically in the form of forced labor or sexual exploitation. Are you still maintaining that those are your words, human trafficking, in the context of a debate in the Parliament about members who are now currently sitting in this Parliament?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want this to be taken out of context, so let me just read the statement. What I've developed over time was a system where there's constant turnover of workers became a source of revenue at the cost of human dignity. Whether we want to admit it or not, that is the form of human trafficking. And as long as it didn't touch families that in power, that the can kept being kicked down the road. As I said again, I didn't say that any member was in here that was part of human trafficking. I said the system that we've developed has allowed that to be in existence in our country. And if we're sitting here denying that, I'm a little shocked that you think that it doesn't exist here.
What I'm shocked at, Mr. Chair, is the fact that we have a member, Kimanian, who qualified constitutionally to be a member of this parliament, to sit here, obviously not having read Standing Order 52, 3 and 4, which I would assist at this time. It is out of order to use offensive or insulting language about other members. The rest doesn't apply because it hasn't reached to threaten a member yet. Subsection 4 of Standing Order, no member shall, which means mandatory, impute improper motives to any other member. Therefore, whether or not it's being imputed is based on the member. And I would ask for ruling, Mr. Chair, and ask for those words. That statement, that is in a form of human trafficking, and it gets worse when it continues to say, as long as it didn't touch the families of those in power. Those in power are those that have graced this chamber, this current government, which are all in the back bench. There's several in the front bench, previous governments. And it says, as long as it didn't touch the families of those in power, the can kept being kicked further down the road. Mr. Chairman, in my respective view, and that of any reasonable person, it is out of order, is in breach of Standing Order 52, in particular subsection 3 and 4, and I ask that the member withdraw that statement.
Honourable member.
What be? Sorry, Mr. Chair, just to assist one more time. As my leader indicated on page 28, it says this issue is not new. Every member of parliament, as far as I know, there's only one parliament, is aware of it. And it has persisted across multiple administrations. And while some may acknowledge it privately, none took meaningful action to end it. The receiver is as bad as the thief. I rest my case.
Members, we will take the evening break until 6:45 p.m. First, we reconvene proceedings of the Finance Committee. Please be seated. Members, when we took the break, it was an opportune time, and I call on the Honorable Minister responsible for Caymanian employment and immigration who wishes to make a statement to the committee.
Mr. Chair, thank you. To clarify my references to human trafficking, it was a reference to the exploitation of workers. When, for example, workers are deceived into coming here for a job that doesn't exist and thus being exploited. Many of our community know this practice is taking place. Nothing in my statement reference members of Parliament being involved. I'm not accusing any member. I'm not accusing any current or former member of Parliament or their families or participating in the statutory crime of human trafficking. For the avoidance of doubt, I request that the last 3 lines of page 28 and the first 2 lines of page 29 in my statement be struck from the record.
Lady member from Cayman Bragg East.
Mr. Chairman, just to say I wish to thank the Honourable Minister for taking that road and making that statement and for the supporting persons who might have so directed.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, let us get back to the business at hand. Honourable member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that I was going to sit up right before the Honourable former Premier made her comments, and I didn't realize she was going to go about the trafficking situation, but more so for me about the other line of past ministers. And I think there needs to be a withdrawal of comment in that respect as well. I just asked for a copy of the Hansards, and I would ask if you give me 30 seconds so I can find the specific spot, because I think he referred to former ministers being able to, or members of the public being able to call former ministers when work permits are not approved. And I want to make sure that the particular wording that he said before I make any other further comments, because as far as I heard, it didn't sound appropriate and accusatory of former ministers. And though the former minister for that portfolio is not here today, I don't know if he's referring to a particular minister that was responsible for it or ministers in general. And I didn't take kindly, I don't think the standing orders would either, so I ask indulgence. I'll refer back to you shortly.
Honourable members, in the interest of the smooth workings of our Finance Committee, which thus far has gone what I would like to call relatively smooth, for reference sake, in terms of we've had some, as they would say, rough and stormy Finance Committees, certainly in my 12 years of being here and being away from here. Member, I will undertake to work with the Hansard team to ensure that there's no such reference in the record, if that would be satisfactory to members.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for Bordentown West.
I really and truly didn't plan to get pulled into this situation. Because as I look in this chamber, I think I'm probably the only, maybe former Minister of Labor. So I understand what the Honorable Minister, the pressures that comes with that post. Because I can tell you from my own personal experience, I haven't had that position for 2 years, that it was, I think it was February 23rd, February 24th, somewhere about then, where I remember leaving then the PAC caucus, and it took 7 days shy of 3 months before the then Premier Panton had added me back, or where I accepted the invitation to come back. And I say that to say this, members and to the listening public. We live in a small community. And I remember that night when members of my own caucus turned on me when we were putting a hard line on immigration. And the pressures, the external pressures came to bear. The only 2 members that night, I remember in that entire caucus, that had my back, and I will say it, and I've said it before, was the member for Georgetown Central, Kenneth Bryan, and the former member for West Bay North, Bernie Bush. During the break, I went back and I looked at that PAC caucus chat, and I saw that I left on February 24th, and I returned on the 17th of May, 2022, 7 days shy of 3 months. We had situations, and the chief officer is sitting right there, he can tell you, where when the pressure came to bear, remember the chief officer calling me, we have a discussion, and he was saying, you know, that the people in the private sector, well, the hotels in particular, were complaining about the work permits not going through. I called Minister Bryan, he was in his office down. I called him down, I said, Minister, this is a situation. You're the Minister of Tourism, I'm the Minister for Labor. I don't want to do anything to impact your industry. What is it you want me to do? And he said to me, Chris, this is where you really call me down here for. Hold the line. If my people can't get work, nobody getting work. At that time, Mr. Chairman, we had over 3,000 Caymanians receiving the stipend from COVID. And we knew that if we gave away the jobs when the stipend ended, that there would be no jobs for our people. And we took that position. And the only thing I can say that I remember that night more than anything leaving caucus was the words of Martin Luther King. In the end, remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Honorable Minister, I know the pressures you have in that role. And you would have my support. Because let me tell you something, you may not have used the right language to make the point, but I am aware of the special interest forces in this country who have gotten used to certain things. And I'm going to tell you right now, it needs to stop. And I'm going to say something that some of my former colleagues never like when I say it, and I'm going to say it right here in this parliament. If Caymanians cannot prosper in this country, nobody's going to prosper. It's as simple as that. And that is my position. Many people don't like it. They don't like to hear that kind of language, but that is the truth, because a lot of our people are suffering. And the dignity that our people have, or lack of, by not being able to participate in the success of their own country is what is killing us. And that is why I talk about bad mind, because we would prefer to see someone come into this country and benefit rather than our own people. So as I said before, it is time for us to start putting policies in place, opportunities in place where we start creating Caymanian millionaires. We have people that have come into this country as dive masters, selling real estate, that is now millionaires. We have had people come into this island as chefs, selling real estate, now millionaires. But our own people can't get the same. So, Minister, language may have been unparliamentary, and I can't say anything because I'm accused of unparliamentary languages too. I know what your intention is, I know your heart is, and like I said, I know what it is like to not have support in that role, but I am not going to be passing to you what had happened to me. So you have my number. Feel free to call at any time. But I'm going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, we need to put our foot down now, because this is a different Cayman now. That's all I have to say on that.
Members, I don't think there is debate around what the policy position is. Unfortunately, I find myself sitting in the chair and members are referring to the record. And at this point, I have to embark on a technical exercise as chair of the committee. Technical exercises is not about policy. The minister is here because we support his policy. The bill could not be before this parliament, that is the immigration bill, if we don't support the policy. However, I have done an unenviable task to have to, as they would say, sift through a war of the words. And so I say to members, let us try to ensure we move past this and get back to the business of the committee. The business of the committee, which is to discuss the statement, well, question the statement made and the appropriations on the schedule to the bill. Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my colleague from Bontown West for changing the tone. You're 100% right. Minister, I think we all want the same thing, and forget about the language. We all make mistakes. I know I have made many. So let's move on. We all want to protect Caymanians. So let's talk about some of the stuff that is in the bill. As we were talking about this, obviously it was hard not to talk about the upcoming amendments. One key component of the reform, you heard other members speaking about the reform, was or referring to reform as only those amendments, but the reform is a collective thing. I think you've said this before. And that would have to be obviously a combination of the bill that's coming, the point system, the regulation changes. Can you give us a timeline for those two key things, the point system and the regulations, when we expect to have those? Because obviously we're planning to debate the bill itself in December.
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. Both the regulations and the reform of the point system will be coming to Parliament before the new year. The regulations will be going to caucus, and the point system will be going to caucus probably before, I'd say in our next sitting of caucus, probably before the end of this month. The goal is right now is caucus takes a look and gives us a direction, and we make those changes. If not, we then move it to cabinet.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to kindly ask you for something that I think will assist us all, particularly those in the opposition. We've been having difficulty, though we support most of the bill. It is difficult to understand the bill in its totality without the other things involved, like say, for instance, the regulations. The regs are going to be a key component to those changes. So if you even at the very least provide us with the draft that was potentially approved by caucus that will eventually come, it will help us resist any, and I wouldn't want to use the word conflict, but any debate, because we can see where you're trying to get with it, because they work hand in hand together. And the primary legislation can only be active in its totality with the regulations. So if you can do that, that'd be great, and the point system, because you're right, the reform isn't just these bills, because this bill is coming is primarily on dealing with some amendments to deal with ability for the director to have more discretion to deal with marriages of convenience, or sham marriages, rather than marriages of convenience, as my good leader would say. You know, the other fine points, but the things that people want to hear about are mainly in the point system. So I ask if that is possible. Would you be willing to allow us, and even the public, so they can understand if there is at least an agreed draft, because having them all together, people would have a better understanding of the overall reform.
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will take it under advisement and bring it to my caucus colleagues, and we'll make a decision from there. We did it with the bill with you and your team, so I don't see why we would not want to do it with the point system or the regulations.
Thank you, Minister. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister. Minister, there has been some cost changes, some prices for the work permits, and other agencies associated with that. Ministers have done consultation. I just want to ensure that you were involved in those consultations, because obviously, as the Labor Minister, you would know what it would do to the labor market, so you would have feedback from the relevant stakeholders. I'm assuming your colleagues have talked to you, but I just want to know, were you involved in the consultation of the potential effects of these new cost measures that are being placed on the work permit system in the labor market?
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I was. We've looked at it wider than just immigration. We've looked at it, what it would do for many different small businesses. So yes, I was involved. I met with the Minister of Finance. I met with the Financial Secretary. I met with our team. We've done extensive research with our CFO. The Director was involved. So it's been quite a bit of consultation on it.
Thank you. Next question, through you, Mr. Chair. Do you think the number of work permits will decrease after these proposed changes that are coming?
Honorable Minister.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I've just said to you on the group, we have really 2 major hotels opening. We have a major condo complex opening. We have a facility that's going up in Peace Bay, which is going to be another massive resort. I mean, there's a lot of work. There's a lot of scope of work that's coming up for our country. I would suspect by January 1st, we will be probably over 40,000 work permits.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Member for Georgetown Central, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since you've made the amendments public, you've obviously made it public for a consultation period for a reason, to hear feedback from stakeholders, the public, at your public meetings here in Grand Cayman and Cayman Brac and so forth, and even with us in the opposition. Do you have any amendments that you have planned for the bill coming as a result of feedback over the last, I think it was about a month, at least, if not more?
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we've gotten great feedback. We've gotten feedback for this bill, but we've also gotten a lot of great feedback for the next phase of immigration reform that's going to be coming up in 2026. I think it's probably about 3 or 4 amendments that we're going to be making on the floor, which are really great amendments. So is it 9? Okay, it's now up to 9 that we're going to be making on the floor. The goal for us has always been to get it right. And as I've shared with the public, I've shared with stakeholders, the responsibility of government that when we get it right, we celebrate, and when we get it wrong, we change it. If it's not working, let's change it. And it's one of the things that the NCFC have stood by, that when it's not working, when we believe that it's going to cost certainly the private sector or the public sector, then we take a deeper look, and we've done that.
Thank you so much. Do you mind sharing what those amendments will be with us now?
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, give us a second. MP Bryan, if it would be possible, can we, like most of the things that we've sent to you, can we just send it to you and your team, the 9 amendments?
Yeah, it may be best that way because I'm assuming it's going to be technical writing and description.
It will be.
It may be hard for the public to understand, but my job is always for the public. And I guess I'll do my job as an opposition member to talk about what those proposed amendments are. I think it's good for you to tell the public that, you know, expect some amendments because at least when it's not something new to them when it comes on the day. I think it's good that we go through this exercise together. But I do know, I can imagine the sheet that you have there with those 9 changes, and it may be quite difficult to tell the public. So I'll just take it via email, all right? My other 2 questions, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your indulgence, is how many Caymanians have gotten jobs since the job fairs that you had, particularly with the tourism sector since then?
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Right now, we have slotted about 130 plus between several hotels and organizations.
Guaranteed jobs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. The other question has to do with the right to family life. We have a rather unique situation where there's a lot of mixed families. I am in a mixed family. My wife is from the UK. I'm from Georgetown and half of Sport B. So, and my kids are mixed. You sometimes, obviously, marriages don't work out. And we have to balance the right to family life for the Caymanian children. And I'm asking the question about the threshold necessary, because I have, unfortunately, a unique situation now where a family that were together due to circumstances for work-related to their expenses in the UK, the father is back here in the Cayman Islands. Mother wants to come home with the child, and that child wants to come back home. He's a West Bayer, by the way. And he wants to go back down by Barkas and ride on the horses with his father. Sadly, there's a minor infraction with the mother and potentially could be refused. Potentially could be refused. And I don't know if there is a threshold necessary for the balance. And these are the types of things I think your department need to review, because it'd be quite difficult to tell, you know, a teenager that he can't come back home to his country after, families make decisions. They go to the UK, they go wherever they want to go to travel, and they eventually say, I want to go back home. And we're trying now, as an administration, to bring our people back home, back to a country that they want. So could you say what the threshold is for that? Maybe your team could assist you, because this one is a bit sensitive, and I want to make sure that we make the appropriate decisions for our people. It kind of falls into that whole right to RERC with a non-Caymanian parent, and in this case being a female.
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. I'm aware that you sent this information to my chief officer, and that was also shared with our director, who have since kicked it up to the legal department. I know the situation. The chief officer shared it with me. I saw the refusal letter, and it's based on a number of different legalities that we need to be clarified. The reform, as what you would have read, and we went through a lot of it, well, all of it with you and your team, is ensuring that such discretions are actually put back in the hands of the director and certainly our boards. A lot of that, we are trying to make sure that the human element is part of this, and the director at least have some say in these thresholds. But we do have a number of situations. I'm sure that you are aware, I'm pretty sure that your team is aware as well, that we have situations where persons who were married, the marriage was dissolved, and the foreign partner is using the child to stay on island, or there is further abuse that's going on within the family. So a number of these things we are also trying to resolve as well and get more clarity on how we deal with this. Hence some of the reforms that are coming through. And as I shared earlier with the members, is to ensure that a written policy that governs immigration is put in place, because that also clarifies a lot of the miscommunication, because oftentimes people interpret the laws very differently. So we're also making sure that hopefully in the next year that we're going to have a solid, a bill, but also policy to serve the department better.
Thank you.
Continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I'm much further than I started with the question, because it's more about that discretionary part that we're trying to amend. And I do think that the director should be able to have that discretion, because you never know the makeup of the circumstances, like you heard about, abuse and all those things. And that's not the case in the case that I'm speaking about. But the director should be given some sort of guidelines, because not every infraction is as severe as others, right? I mean, a person for murder and a person for possession of drugs is totally two different things. A person who's caught for a traffic ticket or these type of things are different. They're different thresholds. So the necessary discretion should be available, and I hope that there is a decision made in respect to the priorities, because what we can now do is our Caymanian children may not, in many cases, not be able to be home, particularly when it comes to the mother being the parent. I'll tell you why I say that, and it's important. Because in most cases, we know that the parent with custody is usually the mother. It's a little bit different. There's a little bit of different sensitivities when there's a father, when you know the father not taking care of the child anyhow. If the father was the non-Caymanian parent. But when even internationally accepted that the mother is the one who would be the primary care, parent, meaning in respect to custodial purposes, that means how we deal with a non-Caymanian mother of a Caymanian child, non-Caymanian mother of a Caymanian child, how we deal with her will have to be seen differently than how we deal with a non-Caymanian father with a Caymanian child, because usually the state will see that the child is kind of mobile with the mother, if you understand what I'm coming from. So I want us to, in your discussions, consider that. I don't think there's probably a question there for you to answer, but hopefully I know your team has been paying attention to what I've been saying to take away from there. I have one last question, Mr. Chairman, and I'll stop there. This has to do with pensions. And I think the pensions director would probably know where I'm going to go, because I was trying to deal with a matter for a constituent of mine for a very long time, and still no resolve. This one has to do with a Caymanian who was trying to get their pension money during COVID. And as a result, Minister, you wouldn't be aware of this, but your team is. And I want to air it, because I think it needs to be aired. I've done everything I possibly could, even when I was a minister. Still didn't get anywhere. So here's the circumstances. In COVID, there was provisions available for people to withdraw money from their pensions. Caymanian, trying to do that, had multiple pension points. Trying to draw from there, trying to draw from there. Dispute between the pension provider and the department. The department has admitted that they have advised her wrongly about the time period to withdraw, or what the pension provider can do, based on the advice that they gave the Caymanian. By time that was rectified of whether the truth of what the interpretation of the law was, the date had passed. It was a sunset clause, as you know. And that person couldn't withdraw from their pension again. So that came in and missed out on the opportunity to take out the pension, to do the things, whatever they wanted to do with it. And it's not fair to that person, because that person ended up being behind very difficultly with other matters of their finances I won't say here. But there's no recourse. I've asked, okay, whose fault is it? Outside of supporting my constituent to sue the department, there's no other recourse because of the sunset clause. Thoughts, positions on that? What do we do? Because the Caymanian has been disenfranchised by it.
Minister, I'm not sure if you have a response, but I can certainly say that if it's been submitted before the sunset clause, it sounds like basic administrative law. I have no idea why the department would hold it up. But Minister, I think you need to get the director to research it.
I agree with you, because the process can be proven that the application was trying to be done before the sunset clause, and the differentiation between the information back and forth. There's enough proof. And maybe that's what the department needs, because I know that they were trying to resolve it too, but they were told, and you know what, I think it's best I use my standing orders, Mr. Chairman. Under the standing orders of 84-6, I'd be happy to ask that I have the witness be the Director of Labor, to come and say whether there's provisions available to address this sort of thing. Because I don't think it'd be fair for the minister to try to address this and not knowing the context behind it.
Minister, I would be happy for you to discuss the matter with the Director of Labor, and certainly to give an undertaking to the member that you'll get the information so that we can just get this matter resolved for the constituent, because that's really what we're looking at, trying to resolve this matter for a Caymanian. It's that simple, right?
Are you 82-6?
It's not 84-6.
Let's standing order, the relevant standing order. So, Mr. Chairman, are you saying to take us offline?
No, what I'm saying is I would ask the minister to ask the director, who as far as I'm aware is legally trained, that my interpretation that under basic administrative law, because we don't need to make this into some rocket science exercise. The director's here. If an application goes in before a sunset clause, you cannot now deny the person the right. This is basic. I'm not a lawyer. I see Mr. Panton shaking his head. So we don't need to get into no waiving of standing orders. Can the director come and give us that as a basic interpretation? Let's fix the matter. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the director, I know of this case. I know of the case that MP Bryan is talking about. I was briefed on the case. The director is here. I am going to give him the opportunity to let the members know where he's reached with it and what we've done.
Mr. Director, before answering the question, just state your name and position for the record of the committee.
Good evening. Bernard Banks, Director, Department of Labor and Pensions. Through you, Mr. Chair, the response that was provided to the applicant had been on previously attained legal advice, and that matter was considered in that regard. However, based on the conversations, it is something that I'm happy to revisit it with the relevant attorney to consider that aspect of it.
Mr. Director, can you state for the record where you got this legal advice?
From the SG's office.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to, obviously there's enough here said today on record to recognize the seriousness of this. I'm going to let it go now and ask that we talk after Finance Committee and see if we can really revisit this, because I'm so glad, even though you're an accountant, you brought to light an opportunity in the director's willingness to re-examine it with different legal interpretation. But even if that is then challenged, so they got it from the SG's office, and the SG's office comes back and say, no, we still hold our position, what then for this person? Because you notice that the director has not denied the fact that the application was before the deadline, and as a result of the dispute between the two, once the deadline passed and resolved these things, the person couldn't apply again. It's not that they didn't have the money or couldn't do it, it's just the deadline had passed, and that was the issue. So I don't know where to go from here. I just want to resolve the matter, and I'm hoping that after we take it off air, because what's going to end up happening if I don't resolve it, then the next sitting at the House that's available to me, I'm going to bring back up again, and I don't want to, I just want, the worst part about it is like $3,000 or something like that, but $3,000 to you and I may not be a big deal, but for somebody who can't pay, it's a, well, what I mean in the context of pensions, not in pay.
Member,
You get my point.
All members of the committee, I think, are very much in sync with what you're saying, and it's more a matter of principle than dollar amounts. I'm really not interested in the dollar amount. So if we get a commitment from the director, and since the case is known to everyone, that we could move on, and because this is an operational issue that needs to be resolved at the department level. Mr. Saunders, member for Bordentown West, is there a question on the same vein, or?
Yeah. Oh, and I'm passing up this opportunity. Mr. Bernard, welcome.
Mr. Saunders, it is 7:48 p.m.
No, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just reminding you of the time,
I know.
member, that's all.
I know.
Not inferring anything
Yeah,
from
through
that.
you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure, like every member inside here, we have always received queries from our constituents regarding, especially in case of emergencies, having access to pension funds. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the director, in your line of work, what is the most common request that you get from people with regards to the law does give you some latitude in terms of using the discretion? What is the most request that you get from people to access pension funds?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, outside of the normal purpose, which would be retirement, early retirement, outside of that, it would normally be medical or, in some instances, hardship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you,
continuing.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking this question because, in your opinion, then, and I know in some cases you want to help people, but the law limits you, but you see where people have a genuine need. In your opinion, do you think that there's time now, that do we need to make any changes in legislation to give you or the minister a little bit more discretion in terms of helping people who are either struggling with medical bills or struggling through hardship?
Remember, we are bordering on opinion here, but I'll allow the question, but I'm being very cautious about getting this sort of opinion in this forum versus offline. But Mr. Director.
Mr. Chair, can I take that question, please?
Absolutely. You're the best one.
Absolutely.
So, as I said in my statement, we are reviewing pension. We have quite a bit of pension legislation coming to Parliament, certainly through a way of caucus and cabinet and through stakeholder meetings and so forth. But quite a bit of that has been what the director and his team has shared with me. So we are looking at quite a bit of that. One issue in particular have come up over the last 6 months, and it was a Kimanian who contacted myself and the chief officer, who brought to our attention that she had used her pension to pay off her mortgage. In the next 5 years, she would be retiring. And because of how the pension legislation is set up, she would in turn have to pay the pension back to herself. Well, we need to change the legislation to ensure that Kimanians who are retiring shouldn't be paying themselves back. In particular with...
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry to cut you off, but that was one of the biggest bane of my contention, but we just had to agree to anything to get it through. Thank you. Welcome. You already got my vote on that one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Member for Georgetown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you. Minister Kimanian seeking help regarding workplace issues are being told they have to wait around 24 hours to 48 to see a labor officer. Are you aware of this situation, or is there a backlog that is causing this? I've had
Honorable
several
Minister.
incidents that happen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as far as I am aware, anyone that wants to see a labor minister, and the directors here to correct me, can walk into the Department of Labor and Pension, and they're seen almost immediately. I've really never received any calls informing me that people aren't taken care of when they have a question or concern or want to make a report.
Member for Georgetown West, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you, there have been several incidents, so I'd like it be noted for the record, please.
Honorable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the director have also explained that there are times where labor officers are seeing other clients, and if they cannot see that person, instead of having them sit there for hours on end, they would schedule actual appointments for them. And this also goes across pension as well.
Members, I turn our attention to HCA 6, Labor Management and Residency Services. Are there any further questions on the specific outputs to the Minister responsible for Kimanian employment and immigration? There are no questions. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as HCA 6, Labour Management and Residency Services, in the amounts of $14,066,199 in 2026 and $12,969,529 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item stands as part of the schedule to the bill. TP 111, Community Development Initiatives. TP 119. My apologies, members. TP 119, Community Development Initiatives in the amount of $150,000. As there are no questions, I put to the committee, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as TP 119 Community Development Initiatives in the amounts of $150,000 in 2026, $150,000 in 2027, total bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item stands part of the schedule to the bill. EI 11. Any questions on EI 11? Mr. McTaggart, member for Georgetown East.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wonder if the minister could just tell us what assets they're seeking to acquire with these two amounts of 2.4 and 1.97 million.
Honourable Minister.
There's a couple of things that, and thank you, member, for your question. The RMS system is a IT system for enforcement. Customs and Border Control has it. Awesome. Custom and Border Control has it. The Work Department also have it, and RCIPS, and I think the prison also have it. What we are doing is also expanding that database to our Department of Labor and Pension. So that's in this. In addition to that, we are going to be looking at a pension calculator, the compliance uniforms and equipment for WORC. We have a number of vehicles that we need to replace for work on also DLP. And we have some funding in here for the historical digestion. We're going to be doing a lot of shredding of old immigration documents that's sitting pretty much in a number of different departments that we need to shred. We're going to be scanning that stuff, and they just need to be shredded. So we have some funds in here as well for that. And overall, just some IT upgrades for the work portal and jobs portal. Yeah. Thanks, Russ.
Any further questions? Leader member for Kimberley East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on the point of the shredding of the old documentation, can the Honourable Minister say whether that will be done in-house or whether it will be contracted?
Honourable Minister.
The scanning will be done, sorry, Mr. Chair, through you. Member, the scanning will be done in-house, and based on the shredding schedule, the disposal schedule will be done in line with the National Archives standards.
Any further questions? There are no further questions. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as EI 11, Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration, in the amounts of $2,430,000 in 2026 and $1,970,000 in 2027, to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item is approved to the schedule to the bill. I now give the Honorable Minister the opportunity to give us a quick wrap-up comments to the committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Before I thank my team, the civil service program that I mentioned in my document, my chief officer just reminded me that that's a program that already exists, that the civil service have already invested in. What we are doing with them is enhancing it further to include more people. So I just want to make sure that that's in here for the record. I want to thank first Mr. Howland and the team from the Ministry of Education, from the Ministry of Community, Kimanian, Employment and Immigration. Over the last 6 months, I've had a crash course in not just employment, but immigration and labor services. I want to thank the director, Scott, and his team. They've been extremely helpful and supportive with all the work that they've been doing to enhance our systems. And I'd like to also thank Director Ebanks and his team from the Department of Labor and Pension. I'd also like to thank our NCFC colleagues for all of their support over the last 6 months in helping with the immigration reform. Their advice and the guidance that we've received from our team have been invaluable. And certainly tonight, thanking the opposition for the questions and statements in support of what we're doing within our ministry.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always good to conclude on a positive. I want to say thank you to the minister and his staff as we embark on this ever so important ministry. You guys have as much support as you. All you got to do is ask from the opposition. I want to take this opportunity, though, in the best interest of the country, is to say that we do not want to present any kind of position of being at odds. Everybody in this country knows we need to reform our immigration system. And I know that we can work together as parliamentarians. We're trying to do that behind the scenes, even though we may have different views on different topics, on different areas of amendments. But we're going to do what is right to work together as much as possible so that when we come to Parliament in December, that we can have a more unified approach to whatever those reforms are going to be in the best interest of the country. So, Minister, I know this is your first time and it may be combative, but everybody's doing the combat from the perspective of doing what they think is right on behalf of the people. But I'll say publicly that the minister has been very accepting to hearing from the opposition, and I want to make sure that spirit continues. And after this session is over, we still got more work to do to work together on figuring out what's the best way forward for this immigration reform moving forward for the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Hunter.
I crave your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to go on record to say just how thankful I am, and I want to commend the minister and his entire team for the comprehensive report that he presented here today. I mean, as a country, we know that we face a lot of challenges in the immigration and employment sectors, but after his report, and not only his report, but more importantly, the plan that he presented going forward and all that was entailed in that plan, I just feel that I don't want to let that opportunity go, but letting him know that we commend him on the tremendous amount of work that he has done and his team in just 7 short months. He took on a massive, massive undertaking, and I don't want it to be, I know that we had a little bit of combat in here today, but I just don't want that to take away from the amount of work that him and his team has put in the immigration. We know that we all have campaigned on this serious, serious issue because our people are suffering. And I, as a MP from West Bay West, just wanted to go on record that he has my unequivocal support for his vision and the work that he is doing. And this is the comprehensive approach that we have needed for a very long time because, like I said before, our people have been suffering because of lack of opportunities. And I want to let Minister Michael and the team know that our NCFC team is completely behind him all the way. Let's get it done. Let's keep focused. And let's do the work that we were elected to do. Minister Miles.
Thank you very much, members. And this is a great way for the committee to have ended this, the considerations to the appropriation to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, thank you and your team. We now turn our attentions to the appropriations